You do get it. You do, some friend shares you an API collection, but it's not managed in a central place. So I wanted to build a free and open source client to collaborate on this. The existing solutions, you have to have a cloud account to collaborate on it. There were two key problems with that approach. One, many customers and many companies did not want to have their data in the cloud. And two, they did not actually want to pay for that specific feature itself. And that was holding back me as a tech lead trying to have API collections in a centralized manner. That was one. The second problem, which irritated me the most, was that all of these clients, they were trying to become API platforms, something beyond an API client. I just wanted an API client. I want to make a HTTP request, choose an environment, write some scripting, but that was the end. Like, I just wanted to do that. And every single alternative, they try to become my API platform. And I just wanted a very beautiful, minimalist API client, and that was not out there. And that was a problem that I set out to solve. I was working on this project. 6 months passed by, and I have an aha moment. So since many of you knew Obsidian, in my past, before I started working on Bruno, I had worked on a note-taking app. And when I was working on this note-taking app, I was aware of the note-taking space, and I knew Obsidian, what it brings. And I actually built a note-taking app that did not take off. And then I made I converted the code base to work like Obsidian. So I actually had worked on a similar product where I was using a file-based approach. So when I was working to build Bruno, there was a client and a server component. I just had this realization that, okay, you don't need the server. If you save your requests as in plain text files, you don't need the server. That was the aha moment. Then I thought about it, like, why are other players in the industry or other products not doing it, right? I was like, surely I'm not the only guy to have this realization. My conclusion was that goes against their business model, right? The existing players, they charge for collaboration. And what I'm describing, the product, the file-based approach, there's no collaboration. You can use Git to collaborate, right? So one other issue with this is that there's no hosting, or from a monetization standpoint, if you think about it, there's no hosting model or hosting advantage here. It's a desktop app, so developers don't pay. We are stingy. How many of you have paid here for a code editor? Not talking about Cursor and some subscriptions, but how many of you bought VS Code? Did anybody buy, okay, one person. Did anybody buy Sublime Text? Okay, one person. So it's very hard to monetize. Desktop apps are very hard to monetize. But I decided that nobody is doing this, and it's probably not going to make any money. But this thing should be brought into the world. And so I started working on it. I deleted my entire server-side code base. I migrated the project to use a fully file-based approach. 8 months into it, naming things. I've spoken about this before. How many of you actually know that Bruno is my pet? Raise your hands. All right. There are a few who don't, so I'm just going to repeat this. Bear this with me. So the story of naming Bruno is that I was looking for a good name for the product, and I got to know. We all know that Linux is named after Linus Torvalds. The pivotal moment for me was I learned that MySQL, right? I thought MySQL, the my in that means mine, right? Like MySpace, right? It's MySpace. It was a very pivotal moment for me to realize that MySQL, my means it's the name of the daughter of the creator of the database, right? And then you have MariaDB. Maria is again another daughter of the creator, so that was very touching. And I was like, okay, I'm going to name the product in honoring someone. So I looked into my family. I live with my mom, my wife, and Bruno. So I decided to name it after him because I love him the most. So it's very important to invest time in naming a product. People have found, after our success, after 3 years, people come to me and say me that it's a really good name that I've chosen. So if you're working on a very large-scale project, I would recommend to invest time in it, trying to come up with a good name, something that's personal, and something that goes with the product. A year, I've been building Bruno now for an entire year, and I want to talk about survivorship bias, right? So if you are somebody in the, here trying to build a company or trying to do, build an open source project, you will fall into survivorship bias. You'll fall for it. What that is two common things, is viral HN news post. Vishnu talked about it yesterday, and we hear a lot about it in the online. The story goes like, hey, I built something, I put it on Hacker News, and I went to sleep, and I woke up next day and there were 200 upvotes, and the project blew up. That's how they got successful, right? And that is true. The problem is that for every person who succeeded like that, thousands of them didn't. There are so many people who actually go and do this. They make a project, they put a HN news post, and nobody looks at it. So I did it after a year, and not a single soul came to see the HN news post. And then you have an open source alternative to X. This is another thing. Like, we all think that, hey, there is a product, a commercial product, or a proprietary product. I'm just going to build an open source alternative to it, and suddenly I'll become famous. I'll become, this becomes a next big thing. It's going to get adopted, right? All that I have to do is just build an open source alternative, right? That's another, again, thing. There are so many products that are open source alternatives that don't get to, have massive success or adoption. The next part of the journey, after a year, for a whole year, I was building this in public. I believed that this is the future. That's why I've titled the talk as API Client of the Future. And I passionately promoted the project, right? I shamelessly, I remember, so FOSS United was one of the first places I came actually to promote the product. And I remember a Bangalore meetup. And they were having a panel discussion, and somebody mentioned one of our competitor names, and that they were doing innovative work and things. And I was like, I have something to say, right? And I started saying that, no, I believe that that is not the correct approach. There is a better approach to manage API collections. And I can, and then I spoke about it. And I, shamelessly promoted it within my teams. Nobody would actually use it, right? It's very hard. Once you have a network effect, once you have habits formed, even if your tool is superior, even if it is the future, it's extremely hard to get people to convert, right? And at some point, I started even doubting myself. Am I crazy? Why are people not seeing it? Why are people not seeing what I am seeing? But yet I persevered. 2 years is a long time. The important thing why I persevered, again, goes back to building for yourself. I was using the tool every day, so that was a key reason, because otherwise you would lose it. You would lose motivation. 2 years is a very long time, so you need to have a real reason of why you're building it. It should solve your own problem. And my quote here is that if you're not passionately in love with your creation, how can you expect others to be? We are 2 years into this journey, and I want to speak about chaos, luck, and timing. It was last week of September last year, 2 years into this journey, and Insomnia, one of our similar plays in the space, they make a policy change. They say that all API, their customers have to now start having a cloud account to collaborate over API collections or use their product. And this, many people were not happy about this. And that's the first time the people were like, okay, what else is out there? What other tool can I actually use, right? And they discovered Bruno. And it went overnight. I mean, we got 500 stars in the project across the entire 2 years. And in 10 days after that, we just blew to 5,000. It was just overnight, right, after 2 years. And I was like, I had tried so hard for a year, and I had given up, but I used to use my product, I used to build it, I used to talk to people, but I woke up that day and I was like, what happened? Like, why now? What happened, right? My conclusion there was, the world is chaotic in the sense that you cannot engineer many things, or you cannot drive, it happens. This was out of my control, right? And then you have luck, the aspect of luck. It is true to say that luck is when preparation meets opportunity. I was preparing it for the entire 2 years, and then when the opportunity came, I was there, the product was there, right? But that is still not taking away anything from luck and timing, because what are the odds that I choose to work on this project at the right time, right? And this specific project, I could have worked on anything else, but why I chose to stick to this specific thing, that is luck, right? That's something that you cannot, you can only connect it backwards, you cannot, make it, do that thing looking forward. Again, so the project got famous, and I was like, okay, I want to, so now people see it, and I believe that there is a future in this, and I want to work on it full time. And so this was in November last year. I announced it to my family that I'm going to work on this full time. At the time, I'm going to share some numbers. This is just in the interest of transparency and probably to, that you can take away from something. So I just had 3 lakhs in my bank account, that's all. And I was like, I'm going to work on this full time. And I told my family. And my family was like, you are crazy. You have a really well-paying job. Who's going to buy this tool, right? But I was committed. Like, I want to work on it. And I knew, I had the conviction that I can definitely earn a living out of it. I should be able to, right? But I could not convince my family because I had previous startup, things that didn't go well, so they were very skeptical. So I reached out to FOSS United as telling that, guys, I need help. Can you give me a grant, right? FOSS United at the time had paused grants. They've restarted now, so you should approach them. At the time, they had paused the grants. But then they redirected me to Samagata Foundation and said that you should probably, they connected me with them. I had a call with Samagata Foundation, and they gave us a 5 lakh grant to the project. More than the money, what that grant meant was the confidence. My family, at least, was like, okay, it's something, right? Probably not crazy. But if somebody is giving, like, many people are like, who gives you 5 lakh for free? Like, are they crazy? So, but that donation from Samagata was very important as a vote of confidence for my family to trust me that, okay, go for it, So now we have, so I started working on it full time, and I want to share some insights on how to build, if you're thinking about the next step, which is building an open source company, right? When you want to build an open source company, you need to think about how you want the funding model behind it, how you're going to get revenue from your customers. And this is specifically around sustainability. And there are different options. You can approach a foundation. You can take venture capital. You can take money. You can maybe do some pre-order, pre-sales, and get money directly from customers and fund your effort like that. And there is no one context. So there's no one solution. Context is king. It's different for different projects, right? Don't think that just because it worked for this project, it will work for me. The other thing is entrepreneurship is extremely hard from my experience. It's mind-blowingly hard. So I'll just share you the levels. The first difficulty that you'll face is how do you have someone pay for it, right? You can build anything, but having a customer take some, their own hard-earned money and buy your product, that's extremely hard to achieve. That's layer one. Then you need to, okay, if somebody pays it, great. Now, how do you make yourself sustainable with that income, right? Because when I'm talking about sustainability, I'm not talking about ramen noodles. I'm talking about being able to get paid as per market. And I actually say that if you're a founder, you should try to get paid 2x your market, because the effort and the pain that you have to go through is immense. So you need to figure out how do you sustain yourself. That's level 2. Now, level 3 is next you need to hire people, right, as the product grows. And then you need to be able to pay them, right, and have a runway for it. That's difficult. And then you have level 4, where you make the organization truly resilient. So even if one person leaves, even if the founder leaves, the organization and the product continues, right? Getting these steps is incredibly frigging hard, right? So you should have the stomach for it, and it's something to consider. That it's not easy. It's very hard, and this is where sustainability and funding becomes a topic. So I have a panel later in the afternoon where we discuss about commercial open source. I'll discuss more there, but you need to actually have like when your product is open source, you need to deliberately think about a business model. Because by the nature of open source itself, it's relinquishment of your copyright, right? You're relinquishing your copyright of the code of the product. People use it for free, right? So you need to consciously think about the business model. We had a special moment yesterday. We hit 25,000 stars on GitHub. This is the photo of the team. Again, this was not engineered. So as the FOSS United talk was coming, I was like, maybe this is possible. On the FOSS event in IndiaFOSS, maybe it's on this day that we hit 25,000. And again, what are the odds of these things coming together? I say this because FOSS United is very close to me. It's close to my heart. And I was like, the previous day, Thursday, I was that, okay, please nobody start the project. I want to do this on, on FOSS, on day one. And we had this special moment of reaching 25,000 stars. As a parting thoughts, I want to, two key takeaways I want you to take from this entire journey. One is innovate. When I look back at Bruno's journey, the success that we've had, we did not succeed because we are an open source alternative. No, it was not open source. We did not succeed. We succeeded for only one reason. That is because we innovated something. So you cannot beat an incumbent or a player currently in the market who has massive network effects. I challenge you, for example, if I take the products Twitter, WhatsApp, Instagram, no matter even if I give you $1 billion, whatever team you have, you cannot beat a network effect, no matter how much money you have. The only way that you can have massive traction and build a breakthrough product is you need to innovate. You need to bring something to the market which currently doesn't exist. And the only reason Bruno is successful today and where it is today is because we innovated on what an API client itself is, a superior collaboration model. The other thing that I want to leave is build, right? When I've talked about when you want to get into open source or when you want to build something, we talk about, okay, find your own problem, right? This is actually, in some way, a bad advice. Because what you end up doing is that, okay, you think that what is my problem, and you will never find your problem. It's very hard to find some problem if you're just looking for a problem to solve, right? That's a wrong approach. The right approach is to have the tinkerer's mindset, right? As a hobby programmer, you need to build something, right? Just get started. Don't think of finding your own problem. And you're not going, you need to enjoy the process of creation, building something. And when you start doing that, when you start taking any project, when you start building that, that's when you actually realize that, okay, I'm using this React modal library, and I need some things and it's not there. Now you have a genuine use case. You have a problem that you want to solve, and so you need to build. That brings me to the conclusion of the talk. Thank you so much. Do we have any time for questions?
Do we have any questions?
Yeah, there is one hand raised up.
We can take up two.
Hello. Hi, Anup.
Hey.
This side.
Hey.
My name is also Anup.
Nice to meet you, Anup.
The presentation was really impressive, especially the name Bruno.
Yes.
From where you have taken. It's impressive. So my question is most related to the documentation parts, like you have a API client demo, you give API client demo. So is there any have option to present a documentation that can share with anyone who wanted to review it?
Yeah. So it's on our roadmap. We are working on documentation. But in some way, when you think about it, your API collection itself is documentation of how to use your API, of how to use that service. We have some items on our roadmap, specifically around exporting your API collection as a documentation that you can share or publish on your company's intranet. We also have an exciting effort that's coming along where we actually have, you can have Bruno on your web, right? That's something that's going to be, we should have it in this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other question?
So hi, my name is Anthony. So,
Hey, Anthony.
Based on my experience working with software, I've got to see all the problems that you are talking about. So what you are building is really exciting. And what I wanted to ask was, do you support WebSockets, and will it be open source when it is supported?
Yeah, so this is a touchy topic. So we will support gRPC and WebSockets. I believe that the way that we look at from a monetization or business angle is that we want all features that a core individual developer needs, that has to be free. So if you have gone through our pricing page, you would see that gRPC and WebSocket is actually a paid or closed edition. That will be free.
That will be free.
It will be free.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. And I want to shout out to FOSS United. I love you guys. And for the here, have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anup. That was a really inspirational story. Give it a huge round of applause for Anup, guys. Thank you so much. Before moving on to the next talk, I would like to make an announcement. There is one watch and a chain we have found over here. And if you have lost it, it is there at the registration desk. So please go and visit and take it, that stuff. Okay, moving on. So next speaker we have is Harsh with us. He'll be talking about passion, Python and proprietary stories from Sarkar. Talking about Harsh. Harsh has been working as a technologist within the Indian government for more than 8 years as of now. He has worked as a data scientist across domains such as rural skills and roads before starting and leading the ministry's first interdisciplinary data and insights unit. Currently, he is an advisor at NHAI. His work focuses on weaving emerging technologies within the life cycles of highways from construction to traffic management. There is a lot to talk about, Harsh. So give it a huge round of applause for Harsh. Thank you. The stage is all yours.
Thanks. Just before I start, I was thinking of getting a tattoo of my dog, but I think Bruno, like naming your open source project tops it. I think it's pretty cool. So I'm going to talk about how we've been using open source within the government and how it has been helping through the bunch of projects where it played a key role. My background is my entry into open source was back in college with GSOC, and since then I've had my own Python library, which is largely unattended right now, and I've been trying to use open source as much as I can at work as well. And a lot of data science, I think it was also mentioned in the last, yesterday in the panel, that data science was primarily FOSS, right? If you skip the last few years, everything before it was FOSS by default. And that still holds true for the kind of work which we do. So this is a month ago. This is this is years after we've set the first data science team. We've done a bunch of these projects. It's been largely successful. I've been invited to another ministry by a bureaucrat to brainstorm how we can set up a team in that particular ministry, right? And the topic of discussion was, what tools do we need, right, to set up a data science unit in the ministry, right? It wasn't about what people, what processes, etc. It was a huge conference room with a bunch of people, and it was a discussion on the tools which are prerequisite to do anything like that. Right, so someone suggested BI tools, some proprietary warehousing solutions, AutoML suits or whatever. Like the general bad advice went around, and then when my turn came, my answer was literally, you just need good people, a laptop, and some good problem statements, right? You don't need to pay more than that to do the kind of work which you have to do. And then to validate this statement, in that presentation, we went through a bunch of these projects which we've done, and all we needed was public-spirited people who knew Python. That's it, to do those projects. And so I'm going to do, in the same vein, some of those projects here, go through them and to give a sense of what was the stack which was used, and then follow up with some reflections on how internally we've seen open source within the government, in my own capacity, not government. Right, and so as I said, the beauty of data science is that it's primarily open source. scoping problems is a harder statement, but this doesn't bode well with all the hype, right? With the hype, people want to make money out of it. So people are selling tools, people are selling these custom proprietary solutions or whatever, but you don't really need those. So let's take a look at some of the projects, right? So this is the project which I had spoken about 2 years ago at FOSS also. This is rural road planning. So I'll not go into details of a lot of these projects. You can find more information about them, and I'll give you a few links, but I'll primarily want to focus on just the high level of it. So this is for Ministry of Rural Development. The objective is we need to identify 125,000 kilometers of roads which we can spend money on to upgrade, right? And the pool is 40 lakh kilometers. It's a massive, like we have 40 lakh rural roads. How do you select 2% of it? In a way that it boosts educational, agricultural, and health outcomes. And so there's a process, a bottom-up process where local MLAs, MPs, Gram Panchayat, they think of which roads need to be built, and it percolates up. And there's often this is prone to elite capture, right? So we were thinking whether there is a data-driven solution which can support this process, not override it, but support it. And so the solution was a network analysis algorithm. So if you take every habitation's location in India, every rural habitation, so let's say 10 lakh rural habitations, and you have the destination, school, hospitals, and markets, and you have the road network. So you do an optimization algorithm, simple Dijkstra's algorithm, which I know many of you would have done in your college. From every habitation, go to the nearest school, hospital, repeat it for all 10 lakh habitations, get those maps, superimpose them on each other, and then you get a weight for every edge of this network. And the thicker the edge, the more this road is used, then you check whether this road is in a bad condition and invest it. So this is very high level. Obviously, to weave it within the government thing, it took a lot of time, and there's a lot more to this. But the outcome was 70% of the roads for this 80,000 crore government program were the roads which were recommended by the algorithm, right? And if you want to understand more details on this, you can search GIS planning, IndiaFOSS, and there's a talk from 2 years ago where you can see the details of it. There's a stack, all of this. A massive program, we've run it for 3 years. The stack is as simple as this. The network analysis algorithm was QGIS 2. I should have done 3. It was a legacy, stupid decision. I started with 2, then I stuck with 2. A PyQGIS script which ran and created maps like the ones on right, which is color-coded with the thickness of the edge, and which is easily digestible by civil engineers. The data which we used, and I'll talk about data also other than just the stack, because there is also this notion of open and closed data. And so we had an internal GIS network. We know every road, every habitation, etc., which we have now open sourced, right? So if you Google GeoSadak open data, you can download these 10 lakh habitations, you can download the entire road network, etc., and you can pretty much do the same thing which we did. For a lot of the analytical solutions, and also while making the map and cleaning the network and the topology, we used GRASS, which also comes packaged with QGIS. There was a web part of it also, not just the map, and that was powered by OSM for the base and open layers for the editing, etc. So this was the stack which powered all of it. There was nothing proprietary in the entirety of the solution, built in-house over a period of 6 months and then deployed over a period of 3 years. This is another project, unmapped habitations. So as I said, we started with 10 lakh habitations, but we have our internal estimates that we have 16 lakh habitations, right? So how do you find those, right? Again, is there a way to support ground units that these are also habitations which you have missed? Habitations are smaller units than villages. If you think about it, if there's a settlement of a few huts now starting living together, that can be called a habitation. And they come up organically over time. And so the last survey we had was, say, 20 years ago, and that was 10 lakh. And so a lot has happened in the 20 years. So how do you find them? So we again tried to see there's a top-down data-driven approach. So what we did was there are a bunch of these open data sets. One is by Facebook, one which has released population density rasters for 15 by 15 centimeters for the entirety of the world. And then you have Global Health Settlement Layer, GSSL, which can also be downloaded, and they give you polygons. So we took a lot of that. We ran our own clustering algorithms on it. We added trust score to the habitations if any other government program has reached there, say a NREGA or an Awas Yojana. And then we again created maps, sent it for desk verification. Again, a very complex project, which I'm skipping over the details of it. But again, mostly open source data. So we had 10 lakh, we identified 9 lakh more. A lot of false positives because brick kilns and solar farms would also get tagged by the machine learning algorithms. We added our own custom score, trust score to it, and reduced it to 350,000. And then we had a desk verification round where people are just looking at it and saying, this is not a village, this is something else. So we have 1 lakh left, and that's currently being verified on the field. Whatever comes out of it will, if unconnected without a road, will be provided a road in a new government program which has been launched a few months ago. So this is like generally the process. If you see the points are from our government programs, the dots, which we've clustered. The boundary is generated by clustering the Facebook open population data set, and like this is the larger process. So again, the stack being fully open, right? To do all of this, one would imagine, oh, you need to buy your own satellite imagery, blah, blah, blah. None of it. All of this purely on an open stack. GHSL, Facebook population density maps, GeoPandas for a bunch of GIS stuff, sklearn, we spun up our own clustering algorithm for our purposes. Some internal government data, and there's a lesson here which I'll talk about later. It's hard for government to also get access to government data. We use GeoSadak, which is open layers, and a bunch of it with PostGIS, and again QGIS. All of it open source. We've identified 100, like a lakh habitations. Probably, say 25% of them don't have roads now and will potentially get roads because of this exercise. Let me see the time. Right, so there's another project. I skip over it, the same spiel. This is for national highways. This is from my current place. We have toilets on national highways, right, on toll plazas, etc., but they're not clean. Nobody uses them because they're not clean. So we didn't even know how many we had to begin with. So we had an existing app. We said, let's do a baseline survey. Let's figure out how many do we have. So we figured out we have 1,100 and something. And then we said, okay, every day someone takes a photo after cleaning. So there is already a manual process, right? Someone is going there and cleaning them, and they have a paper behind the door where they tick mark who is the person who cleaned it today. You sort of digitize this process, click photos of it, but you don't have, no one should be seeing these photos, right, on a day-to-day basis. And so the idea was we created a machine learning model which figures out whether the image is clean or not, and only the unclean toilets are then flagged to the superiors, to the toll plaza manager, and then upper. And so this happens. So 1173 toll blocks, 60% on average get inspected every day, the 40% are not. In the 60%, 2 to 5% of them are getting marked as unclean. Our data science team was trying to figure out what is the pattern, is the machine learning really helping, something was flagged as unclean, did it become clean? But the answer is no. What is unclean is in the remaining 40% which doesn't get inspected. So the whole idea is if someone is inspecting and clicking a photograph, they've cleaned it and uploaded it. And the machine learning is sort of just like a thing which is making this project look attractive. But the whole idea is that now you do inspections. The 40% which are not doing are unclean, and the idea is to improve the number of inspections. Again, the stack is Meta's segment anything model to like bring down, differentiate the wall and all of it, because we have different weights for cleanliness for all of it. Then OpenCV for stain detection, not machine learning, simple custom vision, computer vision. Internal data, Colab Fast API, open source stack, right? Now this is another project, Drone AI. Again with NHAI, NHAI builds highways and maintains them. We had drone videos which we were collecting on a monthly basis, but we were not putting them to use because it's clunky, right? Like they're 100 kilometers, a particular highway stretch would be 100 kilometers, a video for it would go for 2 to 3 hours. The idea for this video is to get analytics out of it, right? Where are the cracks, where are the potholes, etc. But the video was just used as a proof if something goes wrong in the future, go and look at the video. But it wasn't being used the way it should be. So that was the problem statement. So we did a pilot. Incidentally, the startup is also here. I didn't realize. We did a pilot with a startup. We took drone photos. So instead of taking a video at a 45-degree angle, and this is very cool, so I'll also go into a demo of it. Entirety of it is possible with an open source manner. You take photos at a 90-degree angle, and you take it with a few overlaps, and then you reconstruct it in a ortho-rectified manner. And so now, instead of applying computer vision on just RGB, you can apply computer vision on RGB plus a depth, a relative depth, which improves signal for your machine learning models. So from pilots, finalizing KPIs, road maintenance, under construction, counting trees, etc., public procurement, fine-tuning models, MVP and policy changes. took 2 years. That's where we are right now. We are now going to roll out in a phased manner. I'll quickly show what it means. So this is how a drone video, if this is the drone, right? It's running and it's clicking pictures, and this is what you would get, right? But you want to do machine learning on it in a manner in which you can find things and also geo-reference them back. And that's how satellites also work. If you think about Google Earth, you have like a stitched imagery, which has been clicked by a satellite, but now you try to do it with drones. And so this is what done, and they run a suite of algorithms, and the broader technology is photogrammetry, and you can do all of this open source. And so you stitch the photos and you come up with something like this, right? And now this is geo-referenced, because now I can go to a particular part of this ortho-rectified imagery. Instead of jumping 1 hour in a video, you can now jump to a particular location on it, and you can run analytics on it. So for example, if we, oh, it loaded. And so if you want to see where the cracks are, so you can click, a crack is the term for roads, not otherwise, but so you can figure out where the cracks are, right? And so this is machine learning, but instead of doing it on videos, you do it on photogrammetry images. Now the fun part of it, and we can go on about this project, the fun part of this project is that it is a bunch of these small open source tools which have been stitched together, right? And this is an example of a project which is being done through a vendor. And that's when you see like a lot of these open source technologies being used. The projects before, I was talking about the projects we've done through an internal team. It's a lean team, you can do what you can do. But now when you think of more complex projects, you can see the bunch of tools which are being used. And you can do it yourself as well, right? If you have a drone, or even without a drone, now you can do this with your normal camera phone, click something in different angles and then try to construct it in a 3D manner. But a bunch of these things, all open source, which is powering this, and which has also brought the cost down. Like to do something like that, and the codes which you used to have, and the codes which we have now to do something like that per kilometer is drastically different. Then going to, also just shout out because they're here. We have 2 startups. One of them is Drona Maps, and they're also hiring. So if you're interested, that's her. There's NREGA AI. I'll quickly talk about this project because I want to jump to open data. NREGA AI is another project. NREGA is one of the largest welfare programs in the world, in which any household in rural India can claim 100 days of employment from the government, and the government says, okay, fine, I'll give you a wage per day, and you have to build a school or a house or do some land development work. So do something which helps the village, and the government pays you for it, and every rural household is entitled for 100 days of it. There's a lot of suspicious activities also which happen at times, that the same asset is billed multiple times and things like that. And so we were trying to build an algorithm which sort of puts a risk score on each of these assets. And every month, at the start of the month, we'll run a bunch of these rules, come up with a risk score, and then for that month, inspections will be prioritized on those assets, right? We have, I think, 70 lakh assets ongoing at the same time. You can't inspect all. So you want to figure out a small pool of it, you prioritize inspection. So that's the thing. We have some GIS with some machine learning. 10% of them on an average get marked as suspicious. And so this is the app. You can go smart recommendation system. You get a list of inspections you can do at a gram panchayat level, which the model thinks are suspicious. And for example, this one is supposed to be a cattle shelter which is being constructed, but you can see the pictures are not of a cattle shelter. So that's why it's suspicious. Again, GeoPandas, PostGIS, EfficientNet, which are also open models, right? So it's not open web stacks, open data analytics, open machine learning models, PyTorch for fine-tuning, Postgres. And so now I want to go into open information. A lot of these projects which you're seeing are trying to identify fraud, right, in a top-down manner. But fraud is decentralized. Every village or every bad actor can do fraud in a way they want to do it. It's a custom thing. But when you're trying to stop it in a top-down manner, you sort of have to do vanilla approach. You can't be very specific about a particular kind of fraud or another particular kind of fraud, right? And it's a cat and mouse game. You'll do something, they'll come up with something new, and they'll inevitably win because they have so much more creativity, and it's just more decentralized in that nature. And this is, has been always said in the FOSS and open data movement that sunlight is the best disinfectant. So in extension of open source software, information can be also thought of it, right? What is software? I used an open source software and I customize it for my needs, and that's the beauty of it. But that's the same approach with data. If you release information to the people who need it, they can use that information in a custom manner to stop or prevent fraud in the village which is happening. So you decentralize information, you give it to them, let them use the same data in a different manner versus you using the data in a particular vanilla manner to prevent fraud. So that's the idea of using open information to sort of prevent fraud in a decentralized manner. And I'll give you an example. So the same project, NREGA, we created, we had an app in which we added a module where any worker can put their job card and get a sense of where their money is stuck, what's happening in the village, etc. And there was such deep need for it that in 6 months of launching it, it has been used 2.3 crore times by people on the ground to identify what's happening. And it's powerful. And we are getting stories from the villages in which people are using this in different manners. So I'll just run one.
నా పేరు నందేల గిరిజ, గదబకరకవలస గ్రామం, కొత్తవలస పంచాయతీ, సాలూరు మండలం, పార్వతీపురం, మన్యం జిల్లా. నేను ఆదివాసీ ఆడపిల్లని. నేను ఆదివాసీ తెగల కోసం కొన్ని గ్రామాలను ఎంపిక చేసుకొని పనిచేయటం జరుగుతుంది. అందులో కొత్తవలస పంచాయతీలో ఎగుదాగరవలస గ్రామం నేను ఫీల్డ్కి వెళ్ళేటప్పుడు వాళ్ళు 6 వారాలుగా పని చేసేటప్పటికి కూడా వాళ్ళకి డబ్బులు ఎక్కడ పడుతున్నాయనే విషయం కూడా తెలియలేదు. నేను వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత మాకు 6 వారాల నుంచి పనికి వెళ్ళినా డబ్బులు పడట్లేదమ్మా అని అడగటంతో వాళ్ళ జాబ్ కార్డు తీసి ఈ NREGA యాప్లో చూసిన తర్వాత వాళ్ళకి పోస్టల్ అకౌంట్లో అమౌంట్ పడటంతో పలానా పోస్టల్ అకౌంట్లో పడింది మీరు వెళ్ళి తీసుకోవచ్చు అని చెప్పటంతో వాళ్ళు తీసుకొని తర్వాత
And so there are countless stories which are about us releasing the information, not knowing how it will be used, people on the ground using it creatively to solve problems, right? And that's the idea of FOSS also. And we have case studies in which money which has been credited into a particular bank account has been not accessible to the beneficiary for, say, 2 years. And like an amount of 40,000, and this is the most marginalized section, right? And because it went into a different bank account than the one they thought. There has been many bank accounts created in the digital push, and they didn't know which one it went to. And like an intermediary had the app, they could have also checked it, but they don't have smartphones. Someone checked it and helped them, and they got access to that 40,000. And it's a big deal. And this is not being done by us. We've released the information and people are using it as per their context. So that's an example of open information, which is just an extension and the same philosophy between FOSS. Some reflections, quickly I'll go through. For data science, I still think there's no need for proprietary tools. With the current LLM things, sure, Llama's open, but it's not open in the sense that I can't spin it up the same way I can use efficient net or whatever. I need some compute, which is not not basic compute, right? So it's open still, thankfully, but not as much as like what the classical work has been till now. But there's a heavy reliance on open models, open data, open maps, open web stacks, as you could see. Imagine if for all the projects, if we had to spend proprietary on it, how much money we would have spent, right? And that's public money. And so thanks to FOSS, we are saving that. Government needs FOSS, save public money. It changes the ecosystem also, right? Right now, people are selling tools because there's incentive in selling tools. But if it's all FOSS, then the focus can come back to solving problems because there's not money to be made in the tools. It prevents vendor lock-in, it's obvious. It gives access to better talent, right? How many of you here are SQL Server developers? Do you use Stack in SQL Server, right? And how many use Postgres? Exactly, right? Now imagine the stack which we use is SQL Server. And so we don't get access to the best talent. And with open source, that also changes more and more. There's information asymmetry and all, I'll skip. But things are changing. It's not all bad. As you can see, we are also using a lot of open source projects. But as budgets are getting tightened, automatically we have to use open source if you're building internally. You can't keep buying SQL Server licenses, Windows licenses, etc. Also, when we are outsourcing tech, which is now more common, the startups themselves use a lot of open source, right? Their incentive is very clear. They have to do the job in the the lowest amount of money, because that's how procurement works. The lowest amount of money automatically becomes FOSS. Like the tools which I said for the drone projects, couldn't have imagined if we were doing it ourselves. But that's the power of markets, maybe. There's still some small tenders which keep mentioning MS SQL and enterprise GIS and all those things, just legacy. Someone just added a line, right? And there's an open source project which someone can pick up is you go through all these tenders which get published, you scan through them and find out whether they mention any proprietary software, and you can send a comment and they'll have to change it because there's a government policy which says you have to use open source software in the tender, or you have to give the option, right? So a simple project which can be taken up and can be scaled across the country. I think another thing which open source right now is a gap which can be filled is tooling. Like at the stack level, you're competing with a Microsoft or an Oracle, and they have a sales team which an OSS community does not have, right? But tooling is a place where even the proprietary solution providers are not interested in with the government because it's small ticket. Right? And there's no fun in small ticket with the government where you're pushing so much to get like a browser stack for 10,000 rupees or 5,000 rupees or whatever. So the space for tooling is ripe for open source. And we do see a lot of free softwares being used, not necessarily open source when it comes to tooling. But here the problem is capacity and constraints, right? Technically, the government should be using, a lot of these teams do use version control, but it's not as common. So version control, CI/CD is not being used, session recording tools, any tools for creating mockups if you can't, like the government can't procure Figma or whatever. Like these places is where open source can really help with the government, but it won't just be a problem of going and pitching them, it'll be needing capacity building also. Because these things, the approach to software development is not like this, which allows for this. So it's not, but I think this is a great place where tooling can infiltrate within the government from open source classes. There's a lot of open washing also. What I said is built using open source, right? So I wouldn't say my projects are open. They're built using open source. But a lot of projects are said they're open. But what is open about them is something which we need to question as a community. Is the output open source itself? I haven't seen an example, and maybe I haven't seen enough, an example of an open source government project where someone in the community, not connected to anyone, has sent a change request and it's got approved. That example is yet to be seen, at least in my understanding. There are open standards, but there's no open processes to change those standards. There are open APIs, but to get access to that API, you need to know someone or be a big company. Open source can also lead to a lock-in. I know an example of a ministry which has built something through an open source project, but there's no community around it. So there's like a vendor who made an open source project, made the government use it, and that's it. But there's, I think, a lot of wins with open data, and that should continue. Thanks. A bunch of what I was talking about, there's writing, which you can see. If you're interested in working for the government or volunteering, that's the QR code. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
Thank you for the great talk. You've done some wonderful work. So about the open information part, I see you've done stuff at the central government level, but I wonder at like a local government level, do you see things changing at like a policy level to mandate local government bodies to publish open data? Because at least in Bangalore, if I want to get a bus from here to the railway station or to the airport, there's no straightforward way for me to get the information, and I'll probably have to use Google Maps because there's no open data about it. So do you see like a policy change happening?
I think I've seen a lot of the state initiatives also. So at the central government level, there's a policy, government open data license, which says that the government can release data without liability, etc., which many state governments also use. I've seen a lot of state governments and city governments releasing data much more proactively also. I can't comment on this particularly, maybe I can't comment, but I remember I read it recently that the Bangalore government was doing like a data hackathon with the transit data in but I don't know how open was it and how open it wasn't. I think you know.
So I was involved with that.
Yeah.
You had to sign up, get approved by the certain government bodies, and then you get static data. And only 2 companies got the real-time data.
Makes sense. And so that needs to change. I think the concept of what is considered data and what can be built around it. I think Delhi government also was trying to release real-time GTFS data. And that's changing. I think Surat smart city government does something. I think the movement is changing, and there's a lot of local activism. So the communities which you probably, I think you would already know, Data Meet and then Civic Data Lab as an organization, a lot of them are doing a lot of work. I I wouldn't have a value judgment on whether the central government or the state government or city government is doing much better. I always think that the cities and the states have much more innovation happening. But you're right, and I think the demand should be to change the definition of what is the data, not static. Give us, yeah.
Hey, hi. This was very interesting talk. I wanted to understand, like, when you were talking about tenders, in my understanding, usually, like, the bigger tenders are going through, like, MSIs of the size of, like, L&T and stuff. So, how do you suggest the small startups who are just in beginning stage can, you know, participate in such tenders?
I can say two things, and I would say you can also talk to Ayushi. Ayushi, you can raise your hand. She's a small startup who is working with National Highway Authority of India. But a lot of these tenders lately have a Startup India exemption, where you can, as a startup, you don't have to prove your turnover. And you can, I think you get a lot of these exceptions, which would have otherwise eliminated you in the preliminary round itself. So a bunch of these exceptions are coming, but I would say you can get a reality check if you talk to Ayushi, who's here.
We can take more questions outside the Audi. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harsh, for that inspirational talk. And we are really blown up by the projects that you have showcased right now. Give it up a round of applause for Harsh once again. Thank you. So we have two more announcements for as of now. So we have a BOF session going on in Audi 3, which will be around FOSS and social impact. So if you want to attend that, you can go in Audi 3 and can attend that session as well. One more. So please do post about IndiaFOSS on socials. We are running a contest and we'll be providing some swags at the end of the event. And you can tag hashtag IndiaFOSS 2024 in that, so that we can track it. Okay, moving forward. So we have our next speaker, Sumeer, with us. He'll be speaking about building your own VoIP system and call spoofing. He's passionate about development, cybersecurity, and online privacy, who is now making an effort to build an online presence. He channels this passion into help building and breaking secure systems. He led the Breach Force community and volunteered with FOSS Mumbai. Without a further ado, let's get started with the talk. Please cheer up for Sumeer. Thank you. The stage is all yours.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, just gonna fix that. No, I don't want to. Thank you.
Another reminder, in Audi 3, we have a BOF session going on the topic FOSS and social impact. So if you are interested in that, please head over to Audi 3. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. Today we're going to be covering phone systems and their security. We're going to cover from PBX systems to PSTN systems, while also having it shaken/stirred. If you're confused by the terms, don't worry, we're going to clear everything up real soon. So about me, I am a developer at IndiaFOSS, and I also lead the BreachForce community. You can also check us out on breachforce.net. We're a cybersecurity cohort based out of Mumbai, and if you're from Mumbai, we'd love to have you there at our next event. Disclaimer, this is very important. Doing this I'm showing theory. Please note that this is all for educational purposes. Doing this yourself can land you in jail for up to 3 years, unless you do a demo in public calling it research, in which case hopefully you're fine. Now, all the opinions and data I've shared here is, of course, of my own and not meant to reflect on my employer. I love an interactive session, so if you want, you can always raise your hand and ask a question in between. I do not mind. So let's start with a brief history on the phone systems, of course. Now, you would notice here there's a toy. This toy actually struck fear into the hearts of all telecom providers way back, way before computers became commonplace in our society. Basically, older phone systems used to use something called signaling system PHY, which used to use the same channel for processing your voice data and also for transmitting the signal data that defines where you're calling and who you're calling. This caused a real threat for people who were inquisitive and were trying to figure out how the system works. So they were using this whistle toy to blow in and basically use the 2600 Hertz range and change the caller ID or change who you're calling, which basically led to free international calling at the cost of the telecos, but giving any phone hobbyist the free ability. Some people are also doing it via whistling, so that's also a neat trick. A little bit of neat trivia here. This is a blue box. So the toy that I described, this is a digital version of it. It gave the end user more control, and they were able to just punch in the numbers of who they want to call and hack the phone system. Can anybody guess who created this first digital blue box? It was not Bill Gates, sorry. I heard another answer. What was it? Yes, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. Whoever that was, round of applause to you. Before Apple, they were hacking the phone systems. Thank God they didn't get in trouble for it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have that Apple. So now let's cover how businesses create and bring their own systems, phone systems. So this is mostly required for example, if you're having a pizza shop, you want somebody to call into your pizza shop and get routed directly to your manager or the front desk person. And you also want your other employees to also have access to this phone network. That's why you tend to build these types of phone networks for businesses. For this, you use private branch exchange, which is basically, to equate it with network, it would be like your router. Every device or soft phone, as one end user would have, would basically be receiving an extension instead of an IP address for the phone system. So you can call between your internal system using extension numbers. You might have seen this in hotels or maybe in your society. You dial, for example, number 101 and call the flat number 101. All these type of methods are for the internal phone system. Now to connect this with the public system, you use something called a SIP trunk, which is similar to an ISP but for the phone system. So the ISP connection basically allows you to make outbound calls and receive outbound calls. So for example, you can dial 9 and then type in the 10-digit number and make an outbound call to your friend. He can also dial the phone system of your PBX system, a phone number of your PBX system, and call you in directly. So simple example illustrated as a diagram. You can see here your SIP provider. Basically, this is the one that's connecting you to the public telephone network here. And this is the company's PBX system, for which I would recommend free PBX. It's FOSS. Also, the end users here, all these people, they are basically going to be using SIP protocol phones, which are VoIP phones, soft phones. Recommendation for this would be Lin phone, which is again FOSS. And this allows you to connect to a public network, yes. So let's discuss about types of PBX systems. There are multiple types. Let's start with the very old analog one, the legacy system. You might have seen in your society, there would be like 2 coaxial cables that connect to the phone system and you can make phone calls with it. These are the old hardware-based systems that are more wire-based connections instead of using internet and IP-based connections. They are mostly obsolete. You will not be installing this anywhere anytime soon. At least I hope not. So next is the on-prem. This would be basically a hosted and managed one, where it can be a hardware-based or a software-based. And you will most likely be using VoIP systems, that is your IP-based. And purchasing of hardware and the additional maintenance can still be making it very expensive to do. Alternative is the hosted system, for example, 3CX. They provide hosting services for your own PBX system. You can also be stuck in vendor lock-ins, so it's better to host your own and use free PBX or asterisk type systems instead. But they all have advanced VoIP features and you don't have to worry about scaling, so that's one aspect. Last is the hybrid system, which uses SIP trunks. That is your, you can have the IP PBX system on your on-prem, or you can have it on the hosted, but you can have virtual or hardware-based, and it'll connect to the SIP trunk system, which is your gateway to the public phone network. So why businesses use call spoofing? So you can see here, David, he's returning calls with a number 456. Even though he's the CEO, the customer will be not likely to pick up their call. That's because the customer is more, he knows about only the number 123. That's the regular call ID that they use to call to the incoming front desk. Now, because of this, the chances of your call being rejected are so high. That is why businesses tend to prefer a call spoofing method where all of these characters, for example, like Alice here, she would also receive the caller ID 123 despite having her own number. This translation is mostly done by the SIP provider. Now we're going to talk about the most modern phone protocol that is widely used. That is the session initiation protocol. This was most widely adopted during the 1990s when people were switching to VoIP-based systems. Protocols that enable VoIP, there are three main ones that I would like to cover today. That's session initiation protocol. This basically is a text-based protocol, and it works over port 5060 on the UDP and TCP protocol. And it's the issue with this is it's only for initial authentication and negotiations. It doesn't cover the whole aspect, and it's not meant to. It's only for the initiation of the connection. Then for transmitting your voice data, you'd be using RTP, which is your real-time protocol. And if your provider is actually very conscious about security, they would be using SRTP, which prevents clear text data traffic. But as we'll see, go ahead, we'll find out what the issues are. Last but not least is the session description protocol. This basically allows you to manage and exchange what all types of media formats you're accepting, what all codecs you're accepting, what all encoding you're accepting, and tells the system between a call also. If there's a renegotiation of the codec, it allows you to renegotiate it using SDP, and you can transmit your voice data seamlessly. There'll be no drops. So now I'm going to be using a soft phone, and I'm going to be calling my VoIP system here. I'm again using LinPhone, FOSS completely. You can see the call has been come. Let's just accept it this for now. Test, 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 test. Now let's see the network traffic with this. Test, 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 test. Now you can see here, first the invite went. So this invite is basically like the initiator of the SIP protocol. We went from the extension 302, that's my soft phone here, up to the PBX system. And you might notice that the very first request is received unauthorized response, which is it might seem a bit odd to you, but don't worry, this is part of the plan. Because the very next step, you'll see that this is basically used for digest-based authentication. So it passes the nonce value that it requires for the next SDP. So you can see here the username, password, URI, all these hashes are calculated with the nonce values and then sent for authentication. In the first request, this would not be present. Now, just to talk about some of the headers here. This call ID header is basically used for uniqueness. It's like a primary key. It can tell you which call is associated with what packets are associated with it. The call sequence, that is the C sequence here, it basically tells you the order at which this process is happening. So in case the packets are rearranged in order, you can use this call sequence ID to find out what is going on. Then you can see here that with my 2, I've specified which system I want to call. And since it's an eternal system, it's not going to be going through anything else. It'll just be hitting my phone system that's in my cloud, and then it'll hit the laptop here. So here we can see there are a few protocols being exchanged. Here we are also kind of telling what all we are accepting. Here is the originator IP address and extension details. Here's the connection details. There's all sorts of negotiations between. Max forwards here specifies the number of call forwarding you're willing to accept. 70 itself is quite high. Now this is when, so the 100 series of response codes are basically when the process is still, it's a provisional response basically. While the call I hadn't picked it up yet, that's why it was trying, and it was waiting for me to finally pick it up, and then it was negotiating the session. So you can see 200 OK once I picked up the call. And then as soon as I cut it, it sent a bye. Similarly for the ringing, 200. Now, this is a diagrammatic explanation of the same. User 1 and user 2 is my phone and my laptop here. Both of them had registered to the PBX system using a register method over port 5060. User 1 then basically sends the invite request as we had seen to the PBX system, and then the invite request is forwarded to the laptop here. Now let's come to shaken/stirred. This very Bond-sounding acronym is actually by design. Originally, there was only developed STIR, that is the Secure Telephone Identity Revisited, and then later Shaken was introduced by the alliance in US and Canada. Shaken is basically standing for signature-based handling of asserted information using tokens, which they've quietly shrunk down to Shaken here, as you can see by the highlighted portion. It is specifically made to provide caller ID identification. So this is basically requires a SIP trunk to provide a type of certificate. This is basically PKI, but for your phone system. So the SIP trunk provides the certificate saying, I know this is my customer, I trust them, and this is the caller ID they're spoofing with, they are coming with. So that's why if I know this caller ID, then I would give it a Class A rating. If I don't know the caller ID and I know the customer, then I would be a Class B rating. But if you don't even know the customer and don't even know the source of the call, and you don't know where it's coming from, then you get the lowest rating possible, that is the Class C rating, right here. This is often for in case you're coming up with coming from an international gateway, your request, if it's being routed through that, or if it's going through a legacy system, then you get a Class C rating. Now we're going to quickly cover a SIP invite header. So often when I would make a call to the public telephone network, you would see that this identity header highlighted here. This identity header may look familiar to some of you. It's basically a JWT token. In the first section, we're basically talking about who our provider is, what algorithms we're supporting, and we're providing the URL to the certificate that is of the provider. In the second section, we're talking about the attestation, that is A level, that's the highest level. We talk about the destination, who we're trying to reach, the originating phone call, and we also provide the cryptographic signature. This is important so that it's if anybody tries to change the packet data, the signature won't match, and you can easily detect that's a false. Now that we've covered the security solutions, let's break them. Over here, you're going to see that I'm going to call a friend of mine based in the US. Hi guys, 1 minute. So when we were connecting to the phone system, you would notice that we had set up a SIP trunk provider first. So this is the trunk provider. This basically allows you to connect your local PBX system to the telecom network. So here, for example, I've defined in Twilio. I've specified the caller ID that I want to use. You can do this at various levels. For example, the trunk level, the route level, or the extension level. So using this, you can also define rules that you want to set with. For example, for outbound routes, I've defined that I want to use this caller ID. Sorry. And you can also do this at the extension level. So you can see that these levels are tapering. So the topmost level you can do the most explicit configuration at. So let's take a look at extension 302, for example. Here I've defined all the what all outbound routes I wanted to use in the outbound route section and what trunks I needed for. Let's get back to the So now what we're going to try to do is call the external network and call my friends here. So, Shalom, could you please turn on your screen, camera? So this is my friend, she's in the US, and we're going to spoof a caller ID and send it to her. If you're wondering why in the US, trust me, you do not want to mess with the TRAI in India. So let's go ahead. Now, can somebody in the audience tell me any US state that they know? Texas, okay, I hear Texas. Right now we're trying to basically replicate a US-based number. Now, can anybody shout out a number they like? 7, okay. Another number. 3, my favorite number, nice. Another number. 9, okay. One more. 0, 2, what? Huh? 34, okay. This guy took both numbers, all right, 34. Let's just check the number of digits. 3. Okay, good. We can copy this and show what it will look like. So this is apparently based in San Antonio and Chicago. I don't know how that's possible, but sure. I'm just going to call you with that number now. Okay, we could hear that she's received. Shalom, could you show your caller ID? Oh my God. Shalom, I'm just going to call you again once more. Yeah. Oh wait, I didn't apply configuration, sorry. Just one sec. So this basically what I did earlier, I tried to take her friend's number and I made it look like I'm calling her. To that. Yeah.
When you have finished recording,
basically we made an outbound call. Let's rejoin. Sorry. So this is the number we had set. Let's compare. Okay. 201, 73, and 34. Great. Sure. Thanks. Oh, cut the wrong call. Let's join. Now I'm going to call another friend of mine, Fauzan. Do you mind turning on your camera? Hey. So I'm just going to give you a quick call. Oh, wait. There's 2 calls going on. Yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah. So sometimes a caller frauds go. For example, here we had. Oh, let me just cut this call. That's all right. So oftentimes when you see a fraud score this high, for example, we had gotten 85 here, your phone would tend to highlight this as a potential risk. And oftentimes you would see a red banner telling you that this is a potential fraud. But in our case, we were able to spoof it perfectly. So great. We managed to do it. It was awesome. And now we're just going to, this is the diagram for the same. So that basically we again authenticated ourselves with the register request to the phone system. And then with the extension 4003, 1 second. With the extension 4003, that is my laptop, we were able to call and send an outbound call through the SIP trunk. Now the SIP trunk, because it was not able to authenticate me, because I haven't done KYC, and I also haven't done any type of source origination or any type of identity provided. So that's why they were giving me Class C rating. Now you can see the PSTN network still forwarded my call to my friends, and they were able to get the spoofed caller ID. Now let's talk about some of the issues with our current system. Oftentimes you would see the providers, they don't care about the security aspect so much, so they don't even bother applying the basic hygiene of basically using communication over TLS. It's all clear text. Like you can see if I was to intercept any of your phones, I could easily see the traffic, who you're calling, what you're talking about, all of that can be easily intercepted. Then you would often see that these caller, basically they have defined complete trust on the outbound caller ID, which is another bad practice. Like the providers, they don't even try to verify majority of the times who is actually calling us. Of course, there are protection mechanisms in place such as those shaken, which is covered here, but they don't take care of legacy systems. For example, your old phones, if somebody's calling that phone and then the call is being forwarded to the next person, the issue happens is that the identity header gets dropped. Because it thinks, okay, I've received the call, now I just have to send it ahead. So it doesn't think about the authentication mechanism there, again causing your phone calls to fail. Stir shaken is also very expensive to maintain because it requires basically public key infrastructure for the phone systems. So that's not very cheap. And also doesn't take into global context well. So for example, Chinese or India, the relations may not be the best. So in that case, the calls that are happening by China, they would always give it an A rating, even though they don't trust the caller ID. These type of, and basically pushing the SIP providers in your country to take care of proper authentication mechanisms and blocking people is not being followed. Now, last slide, ways to protect yourself. Very first and foremost, you have to raise awareness amongst your family and friends. You have to report these type of fraudulent calls. I've provided the number for the same here. And you'll note that scammers often try to rush your decision making. You don't have to get into that. You just have to take a deep breath, ask probing questions, try to find out the person on the other end is truly somebody you know, And in certain cases, you can try to connect with them over email or over another medium just to verify everything's fine. The Indian government has also taken a lot of protections against this. For example, they might try to block any spoofed caller IDs from international gateways coming in with the domestic numbers, because in that case, it does not make sense why it would fail the attestation, so they fail them. They also take care of, they are working with telcos to leverage AI and detect fraud-based activities. This is a glossary of keywords. You can also refer it on the article on the website. So I'll skip through this. And these are a list of people I want to thank. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sumir. We are running out of time, so we can just have a single question right now.
I think she had raised her hand first. So.
Yeah, so we can go with her.
We see a lot of scammers, right? The couriers, that FedEx scams and all. So how are those calls coming to the customers? When we try to call back, those numbers are not valid numbers. So can you explain the mechanism? Is it what tools and technologies possibly are being used by these scammers, and from which countries, if you have studied this data, because it's very prevalent today?
Yeah. So oftentimes they don't set up the inbound route to the system. For example, I just want to make calls to you, but I don't ever want to receive them. So in that case, they don't bother to set up the incoming aspect of the system, phone system. And for scammers, they often try to do these spoofing techniques. So in that case, the caller ID that you're receiving is also fake. So there's no way of verifying for an end user. You just have to be careful. For telcos, of course, they have their own protection mechanisms. The resources here will, of course, be shared. You can also scan this QR code. There's an article on breachforce.net on this very same topic. The presentation slides and my LinkedIn or whatever you require will be present there. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Sumir.
Yeah.
Pulu.
Thank you so much for the insightful talk. It was really mind-blowing. Moving forward, we have our next speaker with us, Nayanika. So she's a senior research associate at India Justice Report. She has been working with India Justice Report for past 4 years. She has done MA in Criminology and Justice from TISS Mumbai, and she is a lawyer by training. She is particularly interested in research-related prison administration. So without delaying the talk, so we can just get started with it. The stage is all yours, Nayanika. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I get? Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Nayanika. Thank you for being here today on a Sunday morning to listen to me talk about the justice system and all its problems. I work with the India Justice Report, and what we do is we bring together siloed systems of the justice system together, all the data from the subsections of the justice system together, and assess the capacity of the states in our country and on how they perform and rank them on their performance of delivering justice to the common citizens, which makes you and me, basically. We are in our third report at the moment. We've been analyzing and assessing states since 2018. And our recent report came out last year in April. What we do, and I've been talking about the justice system and the capacity of the justice system. I know that most of the people here work with technology, not really with the justice system. Justice system, when I talk about the justice system, most of us mostly think about the court system, maybe the police, right? But there are several other subsets of the justice system that make the total criminal justice system. We have the forensics, we have legal aid, we have lawyers, we have judges as well, and we have the prison system, right? What we do is, at the India Justice Report, what we do is we work with the latest government data and only government data. And I know that we have all been standing here and we've been here for the past 2 days talking about free and open softwares, open source softwares, right? My work is mostly from another angle. I work with government data, which is not that open and not that free. So what we do is we bring in together the justice system data, the data that the government has published on the justice system, on how they are providing justice to the entire country, to our 1.4 billion population. We bring it all together, we rank this, we assess the states on how they have performed, and we rank them on their performance. We also track changes on how states have been either improving their performance or not improving their performance over several years. A little bit about the justice, I'm sorry, let me just share it fully. Yeah, now I know I've been talking about the justice system. Until and unless a person is actually stuck within the justice system, we don't really know what goes on in the justice system, right? The system tends to be a little opaque, not very eager to share data, and very complex. And that's what most of us feel. That's what we feel about the justice system, that it's complex, it's a little obscure, and we're not really interested in it until and unless we're within the system. Now, I just want to give you a little picture of what the numbers in the justice system actually look like, and while also giving you an overview of what happens when you enter the justice system. Let's say you've committed a murder, right? And the first thing that marks your entry into the justice system is when an offense is committed. So let's say you've committed you murdered someone, and you will be arrested, obviously. There will always also simultaneously, the second step is investigation. Now, across the country, we have about just 15 lakh policemen. Now, these 15 lakh policemen cater to our 1.4 billion population. These 15 lakh policemen also cater to the 58 lakh FIRs that are registered in 1 year. Now 58 lakh FIRs that are registered in a year don't really include the numbers that were filed, let's say, the previous year, or will be filed in this particular year. So on a particular date, they will have about 58 lakh kind of work to do, right? That's their workload. Now, if you divide it by 15 lakh policemen that are available, it comes down to like about 6 or 7 cases per policeman. But now you have to also think about where the policeman is deputed. He might be deputed for election duty, or he might be deputed for VIP duty. So we don't really have a lot of policemen to actually sit and investigate the 58 lakh FIRs that are filed every year. To aid investigation, we also have forensic scientists, right, who make sure that forensic evidence is collected and is not contaminated and is prepared for a trial. Now, for these 58 lakh FIRs, let's say there are about 20 lakh of them are murder cases. We only have 3,500 scientists who will prepare the forensic evidence for these cases. Now, these cases then again go into the court system, where you have to go through the trial system. Now, the trial system again has just 20,000 judges, right? Now, these at the moment, if you look at the data today, we have about 5.3 crore cases pending in the court system today, and for these 5.3 crore cases, we have just 20,000 judges across the country to solve as their workload. Now, mostly what happens is once you're brought to the court system, you're also sent to the jail. We have just 20% people who, of all these cases that are pending with the court, we see them, only 20% of them are convicted. The rest of them are still awaiting their trials to be completed or their investigations to be completed. Right. And between all of this, you need lawyers for legal representation, right? And we just have, and I'm not sure whether all of you know that there are state-provided legal counsels for you. The state will provide legal representation in case you fall under the eligible criteria, right? But unfortunately, you just have around 48,000 free legal aid lawyers for the 18 lakh people who come in and out of prisons every year. Right, now as I was saying, since we've been talking about building systems that are free and open source, I wanted to tell you about the kind of data that we use. At the India Justice Report, we use only official government data and the benchmarks that the states have set for themselves. Now, this data comes in various forms. We have the laws, we have the acts that provide us with benchmarks, saying how many policemen there should be, how many courtmen, how many courts there should be, how many judges there should be. We also have policy statements from the government itself that tell us, for example, what the reservation for women should be. Then we have the policy documents and reports and other data, which includes, let's say, data that has been put out on how many cases are pending in the country, how many legal aid lawyers there are, and what the prisons should look like. The last source that is available to us when there is nothing else is public data coming through RTI requests. We send about 500 to 700 RTI requests to several state agencies. States are also supposed to provide some data on capacity, let's say on how many, what the manpower is, what the budgets are like, and what the infrastructure is available to the state. However, and I know we've all been talking about free and open source data, when it comes to data, and working with the government, when working with government data, we see that it's not very free, not very open. The government is not very eager to share data. And we've seen this, there are several challenges in working with the government data. Firstly, when we work with government data, there are discrepancies in the data sets, right? There are several discrepancies. There is a reluctance to share data. There's scattered and missing data. Now, for example, several of these data sets are spread out across different sources. We have a separate source for police data, we have a separate source for prison data, we have a separate source for judiciary data. And even with these scattered data sets, these data sets come out at different times. Like, for example, it's not how do I put this? It's not consistent data. For example, right now, we are in 2024, and the latest available data for police and for prisons is as of 2022. So we're already 2 years behind, right, in our data. We don't really know what the latest data is. And if we do want to check what the latest data is, we do have some dashboards available to us. But again, that dashboard will not, the problem with those dashboards are that they don't have archival data. So we have missing data sets, we have poor standardization. And as I was saying, that we've seen that there has been a reluctance to share data. Now, when we filed RTI applications to the government agencies, we've seen that either they send in a lot of information, a lot of it that is not usable, or we see that there is a complete hesitance or a complete reluctance to share data. So they will either tell you that we will not share the data, or they just don't respond. There's also a lack of verification. Now, I was saying that there is we have a dashboard by the Department of Justice that looks at what the vacancies are between in subordinate court judges, and also provides us data on whether these judges are specially abled or not. Now, the overall data in one place will tell you that there are about 352 specially abled judges across the country, But when you go into state-wise data, it will show you that the number is around 6,000. And this number in over 2 years has gone up from hundreds to like now 6,000. It was around 251 in 2022 August. And today when I check it, it's around 6,500 specially abled judges. So there is no reliability when it comes to government data. And to bring it all together, we've been working very hard to bring a little bit of transparency and accountability in the sharing of government data in itself. We've been talking to the government, not just the central government, but the state governments themselves, to share more data, more reliable data, and to upload more reliable data, data that is standardized, data that is checked. Now, an example of what different data sets look like. This is, I don't know if this is clear to you, but this is the National Crime Records Bureau's table on how many cases were registered against police personnel for human rights violations. As you can see, then this is for the year 2022. What the police has reported is that in the total cases that were registered were 30. Now, when I go into the NHRC database, which is the National Human Rights Commission, it tells us there were complaints against the police were 175. If you could see the middle bar, that talks about the custodial deaths and rapes in police custody. And that's 175. And this is just an example of how government data is not very reliable and not very standardized. Now, what I wanted to ask all of you over here is, and I basically come to you with a question, right? Like, I work with government data, I work with public data, not free, not open, and you guys work with open source softwares. You build these things, and for the last 2 days, I've been here and I've been listening to all of you and all the work that you do. And also the person who went before me, Harsh, who works with government data and has been building such great systems for rural planning and transport planning and all of that. I wanted to ask a question to the audience as to how we can marry technology and public data and bring in something that maybe is local, is very localized. Right? It does not even have to be national. Maybe we can look at public data and bring in systems that that look at better training for, let's say, policemen, or better training for prison officials, or even look at data, how data can be brought in to educate just the citizens on what their legal rights are. So I basically wanted to end my presentation. It's a very short presentation. I wanted to end my presentation with asking you a question as to how can we bring in technology and public data together as public spirited people to bring in and to make justice system more accessible. Because the justice system tends to be very closed, and technology also sometimes tends to exclude vulnerable groups. How do we bring these two systems together to make something that makes the system more accessible to people? I will just, I can take a few questions, otherwise we can take, yeah, sure.
Hi, I'm Sankalp. I work at Schematize, like data analysis. So I've been looking at ways to extract legal data from, let's say, public data sets of judgments. And since you asked the question of how we can marry technology, I think one of the ways that came to mind is something as simple as using the open source frameworks, right? Like OpenAI to extract data from the pre-existing data sets that are there on like publicly available databases like e-courts, and to some extent Indian Kanun API allows you to use that.
Yes.
So I was wondering if you've explored that sort of possibility of extracting the relevant data points using not just AI, but any machine learning?
Thanks for the question. Actually, we've tried scraping. I don't know if you're aware of the National Judicial Data Grid. We have the National Judicial Data Grid actually provides real-time data on how many cases are pending across the country, across all district courts, across all high courts, as well as the Supreme Court now. I'll just show you what the what the dashboard looks like. Yeah, what you can see on your screen right now is the number of cases pending. The blue box right at the end where it says total cases, that is the number of cases pending, total cases, civil and criminal, pending in the country as of today. Now, what we've tried to do is we've tried to scrape this data, right? We've tried to understand, and you can even select, let's say we select Bihar. It will show us how many cases are pending in Bihar, this one. This is the total number of cases pending in Bihar as of today. Now, what we've tried to do is we've tried to scrape this data, we've tried to understand what patterns could be. So that is what our hypothesis was, that maybe we take out all the data available on this dashboard. But the problem with government data again here, and as I was saying that they're not very eager to share data, is that scraping, we've not been able to scrape this code.
So and there are certain ways to do that for e-courts judgments.
True.
I think if possible, I'll speak later about how we can collaborate on this. But
absolutely.
Yeah, that's one of the things that open source technologies is particularly useful for in terms of both the AI and machine learning stacks.
Exactly, and I think if you can build an open source software which will be able to analyze all the data. Let's say you take all the murder cases, right, and you analyze all the judgments that have come out in murder cases. You will be able to find some patterns. You will be able to find patterns in how judges come down to their judgments, right, where bail is possible. And when you are seeing these patterns, it becomes a little easier to make let's say an algorithm for bail. Bail in very general terms, we're not given bail very easily, even though bail is a right. Now being able to scrape data will be able to show us, we'll be able to gather some data on bail in itself. That has not been possible. But yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. There was another question. Yeah.
So you said sometimes they don't respond to RTI requests, and other times they give you so much data that you can't use it.
Yeah.
So the other thing you said, like sometimes there's a huge mismatch between data sets. Do you think that is also malicious and intentional so that it becomes useless?
Okay. I mean, it would be a little. I can't say about whether it's malicious or not. I do want to show you something to show. Maybe it will give you an example of. It would portray how data is being portrayed or how we use data within the justice system. This is an example that came out in the newspaper a few months ago. I don't know if you're able to see. Yeah, so here basically we are sitting here talking about free and open source data, right? And people within the prison have not been able to open an email. So I'm not sure whether I would say that it's malicious intent, but I would also suggest that maybe it is the fact that we are not really aware of how technology can be used. Even basic technology like basic digital accessibility, right? Where you can use your phone to open an email, or you can open bail orders to let a person out of jail. I don't know whether it is malicious or not. I definitely think that there is a gap in knowledge, and the gap in knowledge is what I was saying that technology can fill.
Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nayanika. It was a really insightful session. If you have any further questions, she'll be around this event and you can just go and ask it to her. Okay. Moving forward, we have another speaker with us, Sri Kumar, who will be speaking about open source in and for Indian chips. Sri is a software developer and a FOSS enthusiast. He's the best known for Kite Phone, a DIY 3D printable open hardware smartphone concept. Sri is a generalist with considerable experience in embedded systems, high-performance computing, and computer graphics. Recently, he has been exploring the intersection of technology and policy. Today, in his talk, he'll be showing how an open source approach can benefit Indian players. So the stage is all yours, Sri. Give it a huge round of applause for Sri. Thank you.
Not all right. This is for the remote. Oh, do you have a clicker as well? Oh, nice. So what this is goes next? Oh, to the PC. No, then I think it's fine. Hello, everybody, and welcome to this talk, open source in and for Indian chips. And so basically this is what we'll be talking about, right? So we'll be talking about what the ecosystem of the chips is looking like right now, how open source can help, and what I have been doing. So of course, it's a large thing to get open source around chips and maybe in chips. So this barely scratches the surface of that. So quick introduction. So I'm mostly a software guy giving a hardware talk here, right? I've been doing hardware for quite a while, more than a decade, professionally. I was a designer. I was a software architect for the first 3G smartphone, 3G tablet in India, for example. So I've been doing this for quite a while. And various devices like phones, trackers, various things. But before that, I was into high-performance computing. So I'm from the Y2K batch of engineering. So I've done a fair bit of things here and there. But I think I've settled mostly on embedded systems and these kind of things. Beyond that, I call myself a hardware designer. In the sense that while I may not do the nitty-gritty of everything in hardware, I design things at an overall level. I specialize in all things 3D. So what does that mean? So various things, right? So I wanted to be a game programmer at some time. There's a long history between me and 3D graphics, and you'll find that my handle on all social media is Sri Kumar 3D. And probably one of the best examples, and what I'm best known for, is probably this project on Hackaday called Kite Phone. It's the most followed, but not the most funded project there. So as hobbies, I have cycling and fooding. So cycling, I probably cycled about 70% of India. I may not look like it right now, right? And fooding is not a syntax error. It's basically how they write about various places in the Northeast. And I'm also a fractional volunteer and policy wonk. So I volunteer here and there. I help organize bar camps sometimes. And the policy guys, they like the fancy words like wonk. All right, so quickly running into this talk. Why do we need open source hardware, right? So why do we need open source in hardware? So let me start off with a disclaimer. Hardware will have, and I think this will be true for a reasonable amount of time still, commercial grade hardware will have a proprietary angle. So that out of the way. So let's get into the context. So electronics hardware, if you have noticed in newspapers and government incentives and so on, is a national priority. It has been for a while, and eye-popping numbers are being thrown by the government into building an electronics ecosystem in India, right? If you now go and take a round of the booths, you'll see how little of hardware exists. And let's not forget that something like Silicon Valley is not about software actually originally, right? It originated because of silicon, right? So now what we are trying to do is replicate things. So we have various priorities. These are national priorities at this time, mostly skill development, ecosystem and community development, because it's not just like some people will build it. It requires a whole lot of effort, a lot of people who need to be involved to actually get this off the ground, right? And accelerate development and innovation. These are all the areas where open source hardware can help. We already know this. We have seen this for like decades in software already, right? So open source in hardware has the potential to do the similar thing in hardware, especially for India. So in India, it's always in a nascent stage right now. So that's what we are trying to do. And finally, this comes down to the skill development. It can help achieve transparency in costs, which is very important to get people interested and on board. Right. So now let's come to one of the important things which has been happening around, which is RISC-V. Various people have called it Linux for chips, right? RISC-V is an ISA, open standard. It's like a machine language which is standardized and it's royalty free. So you can build new chips using RISC-V and you don't have to pay anybody a royalty or a design fee, right? And it's scalable across all levels of compute. That means you can use it all the way from tiny microcontrollers all the way till supercomputers. This is achieved using the extension mechanism, and there are multiple proprietary open source and proprietary implementations. And there's a compatibility mechanism so that not everybody dances to their own tunes, right? And they have achieved geopolitical neutrality by having a HQ in Switzerland. And this was a decision which was taken much before the China-US geopolitical war kind of blew up in terms of technology, right? All the sanctions and everything. Before a lot of it really blew up in everybody's face, this decision was taken in anticipation of that, right? And RISC-V is a true disruptor. It's a true disruptive technology. I see this word being abused everywhere. Everything is being called a disruptor. Actually, no, that's not true, right? So there's a very specific definition of what is a disruptive technology by Professor Clayton Christensen. There's a celebrated Harvard, I think, business guy, right? And I much admire him. And basically, disruptive technology is something which starts as a low cost at the low end, and then it grows up the value chain. You should look this up because it's fascinating stuff. It happens everywhere, across industries, across timelines. It has repeated over and over again in history, and RISC-V is a living embodiment again, that this is going to happen again. So RISC-V is already shipping as we speak on billions of devices. We may not see them because they're all in the tiny microcontrollers. But it's now in, for example, the Librem the framework laptop and such things, and soon it will be much more visible in consumer technology, right? And basically, what do I call it? One ISA to rule them all. And it will be the realization of, that old Java saying, I don't know if you guys remember, compile once, run everywhere, or compile once. We used to joke about it as compile once and debug everywhere, right? So the same thing might happen for ISA through ISAs for RISC-V. All right. So the title of the talk was for Indian chips. So which chips are you talking about? Are there even chips which are made in India, right? So surprisingly, the government makes one called Tejas 32, and it's designed by CDAC in Thiruvananthapuram. It's available to everybody. You can buy one single chip on hobbyist websites. It's based on RISC-V, and it's 100% publicly funded. It's run by CDAC, right? And then there are also private companies, startups, which have been incentivized by the government. Primarily, the one which is right now at the front of it is a company called Mindgrove, with Secure IoT is the name of the SOC. It's not available to everybody. They're just coming out, but it's all based on RISC-V again. So if you can see, Shakti is the open source implementation by IIT Madras. And similarly, there's Netra Semi. Again, that's not available. It's not even announced. But the key thing is right now, if you want a Indian silicon, which is like RISC-V, what's your choice really? Sarkari SOC, right? So, so here's the fun thing, right? So I have a bit of public policy angle. So what happens when government gets into chips, right? So basically, we have these three big actors in the world, like Sarkar, Samaj, and Bazaar, right? And here the Sarkar is trying to do what the Bazaar does. Who builds chips? Typically the private companies, right? So when the Sarkar tries to do something that the Bazaar does, the result is actually bizarre, right? What's bizarre? It's strange, peculiar, odd, funny, curious, offbeat, outlandish, right? Now, Tejas Tejas 32, my favorite Sarkari sock, favorite and only, is actually a bizarre chip. And I've written a lot about it. I mean, there's not too much to write, but you know, one single article would suffice, which I've done. You'll find it online. It's a 32-bit microcontroller from CDAC Thiruvananthapuram, designed by them, 100 megahertz, 32-bit, ET1031 core. That's what they've called it. I don't know. It has an underwhelming feature set. I won't go into the details. The details are available online. I have compared it against various things. Actually, there's not much to compare, but yet I have undercovered various things about it. And it has all the makings of something that is not a commercial chip. That is like, yeah, you can say, yes, we made a chip, right? Yes, we can do it. But the question is, can people who want to use it commercially use it? Answer is no, right? So various reasons for it. It has high power consumption. It's built on an old process. I mean, some of these are, it's not something that you can blame the government for. That's about it. So it has high cost, right? The chip is very expensive. You'll see that later. And if you use this, even by mistake, if you use this in a design, you'll end up with a board which actually costs much more money because it doesn't integrate various things inside it, right? Again, so when I saw this fancy looking name ET1031, I was like, you know, really impressed. What, ET? Right? This is what I pictured in my mind, right? Extraterrestrial, wow, right? But what did we actually get? I had actually music, but I kind of forgot about it. What we actually got was this, right? Jadoo, right? Right? So it's like that bizarre. So I don't know how many of you have seen this movie, right? That's why I wanted to play the music for a bit of suspense, but kind of forgot it, right? So, so what kind of ecosystem? So you just don't build a chip, right? You have to build an ecosystem. You have to find buyers. They have to build applications. So what kind of an ecosystem have these guys been able to build, right? So it's just a summary. So they sell what is known as the Aries developer boards online on Robo and Amazon. But you know, if you see, they're more closed source. I mean, they don't have much source, and even they're worse than commercial vendors, right? And the proof is in you see the number of people who are buying, the number of reviews. You know, on Amazon, there is no review on any of those products, if you notice. And on Robo also, which is a popular hobbyist buying place, hardly anything, right? And if you ask documentation, they're like, what documentation, right? Here, take this 12-page PDF, right? Which is what they call the data sheet. And naturally, it is minuscule community, and it's like a government beating their own drum, right? So, and they do phone call support, by the way, very interesting. If you call them, I have a number. If you want, I can give that to you. They won't respond an email, you know, the mailing list is dead, all that, but phone call, yes, right? So great in some ways. So now, how are we trying to fix this, right? So CDAC already made it, they're popularizing it in education, but it's kind of a board which is very hard to use because there's no real skill development which is happening. So one of the things with all these kind of government, this thing is that, see, if a government spends money on a particular initiative, especially in technology, there has to be a lot of what is known as knowledge diffusion. So the knowledge has to diffuse to society. It has to bring something into the table that justifies that the government is spending the money, right? And what the Tejas 32 and the Aries boards are an example of what is not happening. The knowledge diffusion is not happening. So the way I am trying to fix it is using this thing called, this board which I have called, designed, which I have called it Ativega, right? So it's an open hardware system to study RISC-V. So it doesn't claim to do, you know, things like, yes, you can do the regular stuff with it. We'll come to that, right? So it's an open hardware system. You can find it on GitHub, the entire hardware, the software also. It's work in progress right now, right? And it has been produced very recently. So you can see a real versus real. So this is real in hand. We'll see a demo soon. And it gives you, you know, the common things that any developer board will give you. It allows you to plug in Raspberry Pi hats. It has GPIOs, it has SPI, I2C UART, and it also includes a Pico, right? A Raspberry Pi Pico is a very popular microcontroller. So this is a board where you get 2 microcontrollers in one board, both of them programmable, right? So how is this board different, right? What is the USP? Why should I build it? So I spent half of my talk trashing that Sarkari sock, right? And now I say like, here I have built a board. So what's the method to the madness, right? So see, as bad as that chip is, I mean, for commercial applications, it has some goodness to it. It has some real use case. It can really be deployed in education, right? And that's what this board tries to target. So this is the only chip that you'll find in the market where you can directly control the clock. So the clock is what runs the whole entire show, right? The speed of the clock runs the entire show. So this allows you to directly sitting outside the chip, you can control the clock. And that is the differentiator of this board. And we combine this board, which has almost no community, with a board, which is a Raspberry Pi Pico, which has a massive community, right? And the Pico 2 is, of course, already come, and that will, of course, increase the whole thing. So here you can directly control the, if you see, you can directly control the clock of the Tejas 32. And this is something that no microcontroller in the world will allow you to do, for very good technical reasons, but this one does allow you, and that allows you to do very interesting things, right? So now, what can you do with this board? You can do the typical things. You can connect sensors, displays, I2C, UART, SPI, anything, a typical Arduino thing that you do, like anywhere from kids to like engineering students do. All of that is possible, but you can go much beyond that because of that clock control that I'm talking about, right? So you can deep dive into the ISA implementation. I'll give you some example a little later. You can characterize silicon's power consumption. You can actually reverse engineer Tejas 32. Of course, Tejas 32 is a reverse black box kind of thing because there's not much of documentation. And if you're brave enough, you can assemble from first principles. It doesn't require a lot of skill. So the board schematics are available. You can actually get PCBs made in as little as 3,500 rupees, I think, if you have 15 days to spare, and soldering is not that difficult. So you can build competencies at various levels, and these are critical to helping build the ecosystem, all right? And typically when you make something, right, people ask you how much it costs, so I thought I'll put some, everything is open source, so I did the math, and right now when I built 10 boards, it probably cost me about 10,000–12,000 rupees. So, and here's the interesting thing, right? So I pointed out there. So the Tejas 32, just the microcontroller, costs just a little fraction less than the Raspberry Pi Pico, which is the entire development board which you saw in green. And that's a comparison between the Sarkari SOC and the Bazari board, right? Right. So let's go to the demo. Just give me a while I set this up. So in this demo, we will do overclocking. So Tejas has a few boards that you have seen already, right? They're all made by CDAC. And so the thing there is that they advertise it as a 100 megahertz board, correct? And if you have been seeing the hobbyist interest around the RP2040, you know that people are not really happy with running the processors at stock speeds. They want to run it much higher. So I've been able to run the Tejas 32 at about 150 megahertz reasonably consistently. And this is not something that anybody else I know has done, so I thought I will show it on stage. Oops. Okay, so here's the board, which you can see, right? Oh, oops, I'm very sorry. I made one mistake. So here's the board that you can see. So there are basically two LEDs if you look at it. So the board is, you can see the board, right? So, so there are two LEDs. One is that green blinking LED is a LED which is being blinked indirectly by a signal which is coming from the Tejas. So the Tejas is basically toggling a GPIO pin line, which is typically how you blink LED, right? You set the pin high, you set the pin low, right? Oh, actually, I'm sorry. It's sending a message on UART. And based on that UART message, that green LED is blinking. And the red LED is a very unique feature of Tejas. So they have, they're like, they've made debugging the lifeline of this chip, which is like highly unusual for a board. So they have a heartbeat LED, which basically is like ultimate hardware debugger's dream, Like they possibly have a counter where based on which the LED is toggling, right? And it's a pure hardware thing. And so right now the board is running at 100 megahertz. Now what I'm going to do is, sorry for that. I'm going to overclock the chip. I'll show you how. Okay, so I'm going to overclock the chip to 150 megahertz. You can see here this clock hertz. So this Raspberry Pi Pico, if you probably are familiar, it's a CSDK. And in the CSDK, you can set the clock speed, right? And then I'm going to build the board's code. And, oh, come on, man, build, yes. Then I'm going to copy this thing to the Pico, which is what they typically do. And you can't see this because I'm doing it with my hands. So basically, I send the Pico to the bootloader mode, connect it, and then it's copied and, all right, come on. So it started blinking again, but I don't know if you can notice it, the blink is much faster, and there's no other proof that I can provide right now, right? Oops. Oh yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. Yeah, oops, I didn't notice that. Sorry. So the blink is going to be much more fast compared to that. I can't provide any other proof. Can't get an oscilloscope representation, right? So, so it's much faster. So it's right now running at 150 megahertz. You can actually go much faster. So here's the fun part. So I'll go like just a little faster because this is quite instructive. Just too many things here to do. Sorry for that. Right, so I'm going to make it 180 megahertz. Build it again. And copy it. You can't see this part because I'm doing this here. So once I copy it and it goes there, then I run it and let's see what happens, right? So you now see only the red LED blinking, right? And the green LED is not blinking. So that means actually the Tejas is dead or alive. So the heartbeat says that it is blinking. That means Tejas zinda hai, right? Maybe about to die, right? So we don't know. So there are a lot of mysteries still to be solved about this. But 150 megahertz is about the sweet spot for this chip as far as I've seen. I've gone, so there's something called silicon lottery. Don't get excited, CDAC is not giving a lottery with everybody, right? So basically some chips I've seen can go as high as 172 megahertz. The behavior is very inconsistent. So, so don't bet on the silicon lottery to shore up your fortunes. All right, now coming back to the presentation very quickly. I hope that demo was clear. I just made some attempts here, right? So that might be a fancy thing, doing the overclock, but what's the new way to, this is a new way to understand basically silicon. So like you do very log simulation, right? I don't know how many people are familiar with it, something that chip designers use. Building silicon is very expensive, so they do a lot of simulation. In the simulation, typically one of the most important things is that they control the clock directly, right? And then they will look at the output of the simulation and they will match it against predetermined outputs. So, okay. But in this chip, you can actually control the clock as a GPIO. So that means that you can actually you can just use the GPIO, you can pull it high, low and everything, and then based on that, it will, you can actually study the behavior of the chip at an instruction by instruction or a sub-instruction level. So remember, there is a 3 pipeline decode, execute, fetch, decode, execute kind of microcontroller. So you can, go very deep. And for people who want more details, just contact me offline. I'm running out of time here. So current status, we have version 1.4, 1.0 hardware, 4 boards you already assembled. Most features are validated. There's a project page on Hackaday, and GitHub repository is updated real time with samples. Where do we want to go? Actually, next steps is what it's supposed to be. So coming soon, so we're going to have beautiful documentation. So we just made some beginning. We want to have a SDK. A modern toolchain kind of thing, modern tooling. Please follow the project for updates. If you want to try the board, buy or whatever else it is, you just let me know. And so the summary. So open source hardware, I think, is crucial for developing the Indian semiconductor ecosystem. We need many more such efforts. That's my opinion. Open source hardware can build deeper capabilities, enable new use cases. That's a fact. And I would like to see CDAC open sourcing ET1031, just the CPU core, if nothing else, right? And I would want to see more open hardware for vendors. That's my hope. And there's a reason for this hope. So the Raspberry Pi came up with RP2350, their latest chip, and that has a fully open RISC-V core, including the development history. And you can actually buy it now. I mean, I have mine on pre-order. It's a little late coming in India, but you can buy it now. And if a private company can take their core and make it open source and put it in the chip, the real one, why can't a government one do it? So it will really help this ecosystem, right? And quick pitch. So so there's a free hardware library that I'm trying to set up. Please help me. Free as in free lunch. Please contact with me offline. And thank you. Any questions will be offline. We're out of time. Oh, do we have time for questions?
Yeah, we can take one.
Oh, no, not to pressure you. Any questions?
We can take one question.
Hello, sir.
Balu.
Sir, is the plan to make this into like a complete dev board type thing where people can buy and use this to learn, play around and learn with learn capabilities around Tejas or and just RISC-V in general? Is that the plan?
They can do Tejas.
Okay.
And they can do RISC-V. So due to that clock control, especially that's the USP of this board. You can actually look at instruction execution at an instruction by instruction level, which is otherwise not possible in any other chip. And that's a great way to learn architecture and whatnot. A lot of things. You can do single stepping. You can do debuggers. It's very
How do? Is there any? Are you going to set up a store or something for this, sir?
I might do some crowdfunding after a while.
Okay.
So of course, if I get a foreign market, I guess I'll have to see, because the larger buyers, if history has anything to go by, is probably the export market. I don't know how the export market will see this. Sarkari sock.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
That's all, I guess. Any questions offline? Thank you. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you so much for your talk and such a great demo. Moving on with the next talk, we have Abhas Abhinav. His topic is a practical, good-looking, and easy-to-use recipe for home automation with free software and DIY hardware. He's a hacker, entrepreneur, and free software activist. He's the founder of Deeproot and also mostly harmless. Abhas is also a member of the Free Software Foundation India working group and has been a participant in the community in India for more than 20 years. So I think he has a lot of things to share with us. Let's give a huge round of applause and welcome Abhas on stage.
Just a second. Good morning, everyone. I'm really glad that I've got 40 minutes today instead of the usual 25, and I hope to do justice to this time that they've assigned to me. So what I wanted to discuss today is about home control and automation using software, wireless networks, things like that. But before I get started with the topic, I want to show you a very quick video. Sorry.
As you walk between rooms, and the home learns how bright you like them. A simple command gives you music, perhaps piped in from a sound library. Bar, please. And no.
So the idea is, once all the clutter of technology has gone, you'll be able to furnish your rooms in any style you like. You won't actually be able to see the technology, but it will be there, doing its job without getting in your way.
That means the lights automatically switch off and on as you walk between rooms. And the home learns how bright you like them. A simple command gives you music, perhaps.
Sorry. So this was a video from 1989. It's something that BBC produced. And this is what they expected life to be like in 2020. Now we are in 2024, and obviously we have not reached there. So that is one of the reasons I wanted to play this video, and I searched hard to get a representative video. And the reason this video is interesting is because it tries to visualize what life would be like, what sort of convenience or comfort we might have, how technology, while it's invisible, it would be able to help us do things. And well, it also looks very cool. When you see these things in science fiction movies, it does look very cool. Well, I'm Abhas, and as usual, I talk about hardware. But so today, the questions I want to pose to you are basically that: do you aspire to control and automate parts of your home using technology? And if you do, then one of the most common questions would be, how do I get started? What hardware do I choose? Where do I get that hardware? Is off-the-shelf hardware good enough? Will it serve me well? And we will actually discuss these questions in greater detail. And most importantly, there is this question of doing things ourselves, because in my view, that gives us immense bragging rights, right? Getting somebody else to do something for you might look like an accomplishment, and it might look like something that you've had very easily. Maybe you spend some time or money and something like that, and you get it. But there's nothing like doing things yourself. There's nothing like actually building those things yourself and being able to show others how to do it as well. So what I'm trying to do here is to show you how to do these things. Now there is a small difference in the way in the terms that we generally use to refer to these things. People use the term home automation, which sort of implies that there is something happening on its own. Maybe it's been programmed and it does things as a reaction to something else. Maybe based on the time of the day, certain lights come on and go off, or they react to the ambient light, sunlight outside, and things like that. But before you even try to automate something, you have to be able to control it. It has to be in your control. And that's not really optional, right? So control is the first step, and that is what I would like to discuss, because unless you have control, you don't have agency. You don't have the ability to direct those software and hardware systems to do your bidding. And automation is a way of having your bidding done without having to do it manually, isn't it? So automation is secondary, and while the home automation as a term is very popular and it's a huge marketing buzzword, I'd encourage you to bring your focus on the control aspect and whether you can control things completely or not. And I'd like to discuss what these things are and what is it that we're trying to control. So, well, what about lights? So today, so what I'm going to show you is a few examples of products, some of which are what we've built on our own, but also some things which are available off the shelf. And the idea is to have these as a representative of the sort of things you might want to control and have in your home or your workplace. So we all have lights, and a lot of times we wish we could change the color of those lights, or we might want to change the brightness of those lights, or we might want those lights to come on or come off. And again, all these wishes are dependent on our ability to control those lights. So lights is one aspect. Switches are another aspect. What does a switch do? Well, you have wall switches all around. A lot of them are binary, which means that they are either on or they're off. And a lot of times, putting them on or off or toggling that state means that you have to walk up to that switch and physically do something with it. Well, wireless switches enable you to do these things over the network. And because now you can control them over the network, so many more amazing things can happen. Well, why don't we look at appliances? So lights and switches are the most primitive form of control that we have in our homes. But what about boiling water, or making your room smell very nice, or changing the speed of the fan, isn't it? That's one of the most irritating things. If you have to go and get up, go walk to the regulator and turn it, or put on a water pipe, a water supply, and things like that. So the point I'm again trying to make here is that while these things that you see on your screen might look like regular things, today you have Wi-Fi controllers embedded into a lot of such appliances. And that enables you to control those appliances over the network. And when you have that sort of control and you have an appliance or a device connecting to a network, it also means that there is software inside that device, right? And that brings us to the most important question: what sort of software is that? So, but just because there is software in that device, the device doesn't have to look ugly, or it doesn't really have to look different. A fan is a fan, right? Whether you control that fan using a physical regulator or you have a wireless microcontroller driven regulator, the fan is still going to do the same job. Now, there are many ways of building these appliances. There are many ways of buying such appliances and then trying to liberate them or reprogram them, and that is one of the things we're going to discuss. But so the challenge here is that so if you go to an online store or you go to one of these shops where they sell electrical items and interior decoration items and things like that, almost all those switches or lights or appliances which are labeled as smart appliances or smart lights, all of them suffer from a very, very significant problem, and that is they're all powered by proprietary software. Well, I would say almost all of them. I would mention a couple, actually just one product, which is incidentally an Indian product, which doesn't have this, which is why I say almost, but most of them have proprietary software inside. Software that you cannot inspect, software that you cannot see, you don't have the source code to it, and software that you are allowed to use by the developer and the vendor of that device only if you agree to certain conditions which you are not free to negotiate. Now, that is true for almost every proprietary software out there, right? It could be a service that is delivered to you over the internet. It could be proprietary software that you use on your phone or your computer or somewhere else. Most proprietary software systems present a license or a terms of service to you, and they require you to essentially agree to it. If you try to not agree to it, well, you can't go past that screen, right? You just can't use that software. So there is no way to disagree with those terms and still use that software. There's no way to disagree with those terms and still use that device. It could be a television for that matter. It could be a air conditioner. If you don't agree with those terms, you can't use it. And finally, the vendors, when they sell you that device, because of the proprietary nature of the software inside it, they can also force you to use a mobile application to interact with the device. Now, what would be the simplest way to interact with the device over the network? Well, if there was a web interface, I just need a browser, right? But I've personally not seen any device which ships with a web server. I mean, they all ship with web servers, but they don't ship with web interfaces. Those web servers are basically to power APIs and stuff like that. And they're not serving HTML to you so that you can administer them over the network using a simple browser. How do you administer them? Well, you download the application, the mobile application that the vendor gives you. That application is also proprietary. A lot of times, that application will require you to register with the vendor's server. And in that process, they might ask you your phone number, your location, your email address, your name. And only when you give all these details, and none of them are open to negotiation and none of them are optional, would you be able to use the application to onboard that device on your network and to be able to use it and do so much more. Now, this is something which is often overlooked, you know, because having a RGB light that we can control and change the color of is really a very cool utility. A lot of us might find, you know, very good use for that function in our lives. And hence, we might not think twice about giving all this information to a third party. But you know, if you sort of think about this a little deeper, there is a problem there. All I want to do is change the color of that light. Why does somebody else have to know where I am and who I am? And why am I not able to negotiate? So I would wish that these things would anger us. These things would make us uncomfortable, which is when we would search for alternatives. We would try to figure out what are the other ways of doing it, just like we have done for all these decades that people have been building free software and Libre software. So much, like the entire body of free and Libre software doesn't exist because people wished for it. It also exists because people who were frustrated with proprietary software did not take that frustration as a defeat. They went out and channeled that frustration into creating software which didn't exist, right? So saying that the software doesn't exist is actually an opportunity. It's not a limitation of the free Libre software ecosystem. It's an opportunity to actually build it. I mean, all of us have seen people building that. All of us have participated in that process in so many ways. Now, there is another issue here, the paradox of device ownership. And the question that I'm trying to pose here is this. You spent, say, 5,000 rupees to buy a device, all right? Do you think you are the owner of that device? Now, here's how I define ownership. If I was the owner of something, say this microphone was mine, I should be able to use it to pound something. I should be able to use it as a drumstick, or I should be able to dip it in water for all that I care. I shouldn't need permission from somebody to have this microphone perform its function. But as long as a vendor exerts some form of control on the device that they've given you, that you have paid for, as long as you are compelled to agree to those terms and you're not free to negotiate those terms, you are not really the owner of that device. Because my ability to control the color of that light is dependent on the consent of the vendor. It depends on their servers being available. It depends on that light being able to connect to their servers, and the mobile app they give me, that mobile app should also be able to connect to their servers to control the light. Which means that my use of that device requires the vendor to be always present as an intermediary, right? Now that's not how the world works. When you run a free software desktop on your computer, and you install software on it, or you install software on a server and you build services and so on, there is no third person who's coming and giving you that permission or consent, or who are involved in that process of running that software and modifying it and redistributing it and so on. And we're all used to those freedoms, aren't we? But the paradox here is You've paid for that device, but you're still not the owner. And you would become the owner if you could control it. Unfortunately, as long as the vendor exerts this form of control, you are not the person who's controlling it, and hence, you are not the owner. So this is something which is exceptionally problematic. And which means that if I want to have only free libre software, open source software in my workplace or in my home, and if every device available in the market suffers from these problems, then I cannot use any of them in their default forms, in the forms in which they are sold. I cannot use them. Because these conditions are not acceptable to me. Why should I want to tell somebody else that, look, I'm putting on my light right now? And why should I have to tell them where I am or who I am and how many lights I have? Because when you register 20 lights in your home with their mobile application, all those 20 lights show up on your dashboard and they know that all those 20 lights are yours and they're running in this location. So check this out. This is a picture I took of a paper manual that came with one of the devices. I took this picture a few years back. And while this is a very nice picture for the vendors trying to explain how the device works, it also explains the real problem here, isn't it? Because you are the person who's holding that phone, and the device could be right next to you, but look at the workflow of controlling that device, right? Still think you're the owner? Check this out. This is a Wireshark capture of the network activity of a device. I can show you this, I can zoom in and show it to you later also, but I have information which shows me the location of those servers. I have the whois information there. I can see the packets that are traversing my network. I can see which of those data are transmitted in plain text, my Wi-Fi network name and the password. And I can see at which times it's connecting to its servers, where those servers are, which data center, which country. Well, they're not in India. And similarly, these are the conditions that you have to agree with if you want to use that application. And I've highlighted some of those things where they talk about collecting data from you and then sharing with certain third parties. And you have to agree with it. Maybe most of us don't read it, and I read it only because I wanted to capture these screenshots. Otherwise, I too wouldn't have read it. And well, if you use free software all the time, you know that if the software says it is licensed under the GPL or the MIT license, you know exactly what that means. So you don't actually sit and read the GPL license every time you install free software on your computer or server or your phone. Well, none of these are standard conditions. Each of these conditions are specific to that vendor. At least I hope so. But what I'm trying to illustrate here is the sort of problem that each of us would be faced with if we chose to use that device and if we chose to use the companion application that came with it. Now, that's not the only problem. In India today, there are a lot of devices which are all manufactured by a single company in China. The problem is not that the company is Chinese. The problem is that all these companies in India are sourcing the hardware, the mobile app, the server software, all of these things, and the firmware that runs on that hardware, all of these 4 things from that company. So basically what that company does is, it gives you a wizard. You register on their website, you get a wizard. You choose what products you want to build. You want to build tube lights? All right, they'll ask you, do you want us to give you hardware, controllers? Do you want us to give you the firmware and the mobile app? Do you want that mobile app to be branded? Do you want the server part of this thing to be branded? Or do you want to operate that do you want to control that device only using the mobile app? Once you answer these questions, they probably give you a bill and you pay them and you get all these things. So there is no differentiation among those products. So that's also a good thing, and I'll explain why that's a good thing. But it also points to the larger problem. Some of the biggest companies in India are doing these things. And then you would wonder why those companies cannot employ a small team of hardworking developers to actually just build those things. I mean, we can do those things ourselves here. Why can't those companies find people like us to do those things for them? Well, I don't know the answer to that question, but it sounds very absurd to me that they would choose to do things like this. But it also means that anyone who wants to enter this so-called smart device market has a very proven sort of a business and marketing plan. Then there is a standard and a very popular process in terms of how to get that hardware and the software, have it branded, and then how you package it, and then what application you tell your users to use, and so on. It's a very, very well-established business model, and that's how things work most of the times. But I'm going to show you a more viable recipe for doing this, and it's not something which is which is not obvious. It's just that it takes a little bit more effort than ordering something on the internet and having it delivered to you, and then you just plug it in and it works. I would say there are three options. You could buy a liberated device. A liberated device is a device that runs Libre software on it, free Libre open source software on it, and which means that you can also load your own software on the device, and you have the source code for whatever software already runs on it. Or you buy a device and you liberate it, and I'll show you that process as well. Or you build the device from scratch. And while the last part, building the device, might seem like a very complex thing, something that requires a lot of experience and so on, it actually doesn't. And maybe one day I would love to develop kits with which all of us could learn to build these sort of devices ourselves. So, I mean, there are always two options for doing something, right? You can buy something or you can build something, isn't it? You can buy a service which offers email to you, or you can build an email server for yourself. You can buy a file sharing and syncing service, or you can install something like Nextcloud and have it do the same thing to you, have it do the same thing for you. So, which device? The first question I guess all of us would be posed with is, what device do we use? Okay, so there is a very popular framework called Tasmota. It has a very large community of hardware and software developers. And what they've done is they've built a sort of a repository. There's a URL there. And they've also classified devices by the countries that they're available in. And there is a small section for Indian devices. Now, it's actually very incomplete. There are very few devices. Personally, I have purchased almost all of them. And there is a difference between when it was documented that those devices work with Tasmota and what's available in the market today. And sometimes they mention that on this website and repository as well. But this is actually a very good starting point. If you look at their device repository, it will point you to devices that are not just available in India, but in various other countries, in the European Union, in US. And you will recognize one thing. Many times the same device is sold by multiple companies under different names, but under the hood is exactly the same. Now, it's not obvious how to figure out if it is the same under the hood. For that, we have to actually buy that device, open it up, and see whether it is exactly the same. So well, this is a good, but anyway, this is a good starting point. We can look at all these devices, and here again, I would look at them in three broad categories. There are actually devices which ship with Tasmota pre-install, and then there are devices where you can take your free software firmware, Tasmota in this case, upload it into the application or the device firmware, and then it will just work. And then there are devices which require you to change the hardware or modify it. So these are the sort of three categories that I would classify the devices. Now, Tasmota itself is free software. You can look at their source code on GitHub, look at the issues, the discussions that people are having. And like I said earlier, it's a very large community of developers from all over the world. So that basically means that there are so many people contributing to that project and who are continuing to add support for more and more devices every day. Now, the biggest challenge that we will face, especially here in India, is that the cost of acquiring some of these devices, the best devices which are the easiest to liberate and flash, they just might not be available here. And if they are available, sometimes they would be costly because, well, they're not sold or bought in large numbers. So that doesn't drive the price down. The price is high because of that. The solution is, well, one of the things that I'm trying to do is build a website of devices available right here in India. I've been trying to do it for about 2 years, but I've not succeeded at that. But the point is, if you buy a lot of devices in India, you will recognize these patterns and you will understand which companies operate in which manner, and that enables us to actually buy and recommend cost-effective and very capable devices. So let's look at the first set of devices which are easy to reprogram, devices which do ship with proprietary software, but where the manufacturer has thankfully left a few pins on their PCB which allow us to reprogram those devices easily. So if you look here, all these devices, if you look at the one on the top left, they have 5 pins which are clearly labeled, and generally the pins that we require are 3-volt ground, RX, TX, serial port pins, and there is always a GPIO 0. If you connect that to ground, the microcontroller goes into programming mode. If you remove that, the microcontroller boots up and runs the software which is inside it. So most microcontrollers that ship in these devices, they work in the same manner, right? You hold GPIO 0 down by connecting it to ground, and then you can program them. And the way you program them is via their dedicated serial ports. So all you need is a USB to serial converter, very inexpensive, around 120 rupee device. You use that, connect, you solder 5 wires, and you don't always have to solder it as well. There are times where the manufacturer leaves very prominent pins present on the device. So you don't even have to solder, you just take jumper cables, plug them into the board, and you can reprogram it. Now, a lot of times reprogramming it is the easy part. Figuring out how to actually use the device is a longer story, because they're not sharing schematics with you, right? While you can load your firmware into it, and now that device doesn't talk to the manufacturer's server and so on, you still have to figure out how it's talking to the various peripherals on that board, right? And then there are, so if you read the task motor documentation, they have actually documented this process of integrating a new device, right? Now, look at the device in the middle. So what they do is they leave these pins there, and instead of soldering those wires to those pins, what I did is I made a small connector which I can hold down on that device with my hand for the 40 seconds or 30 seconds it takes to flash it. And that's even more convenient for me because I don't have to solder and then desolder something, right? It's a much more simpler process. On the right side, you can see those green boards. Now you see that white symbol in the middle? That's the open source hardware symbol. Now what people in the community did is, they built these boards to flash such hardware, right? Because you often have to, suppose you have to change the firmware, you have to solder multiple wires and cables to that microcontroller to reprogram it. And the boards of those sort that you see, they can be just kept on top of the microcontroller, and they can be used to reprogram it. Now the open source hardware aspect is that what those developers did is they made that hardware design and they shared their design in the repositories. And what I did is I downloaded their PCB design, I uploaded it to a local Bangalore PCB manufacturer website, and I ordered PCBs made. And in about 10 days, I got those PCBs, I could solder those pogo pins on that, and I could attempt to make a programmer which simplifies my job of flashing these devices. So what I'm trying to show here is there are devices, fortunately, that ship just right for us to reprogram. And there are also tools which are available and that we can evolve and fabricate ourselves, which ease this whole process of reprogramming them, right? But these are very few devices like this. I purchased around 7 tube lights from 7 different manufacturers, and only one of them, the controller that you see at the bottom, only one of them had a controller board which was ready for reprogramming out of the box, because it was manufactured in India, and the company which manufactured it is based in Noida, and they used a very popular and readily available microcontroller, the ESP12V. It's about 90 rupees. And well, everyone knows how to reprogram it, right? So, I mean, that's the whole point. You don't have too many devices like this. So a bulk of the devices that you will find are devices where you have to change the microcontroller. Now, you might ask, why would you not just use only those devices which are ready for reprogramming? Well, a lot of times the cost for those devices could be high, could be higher, not just high. It could be higher or sometimes even double than that of the other cheaper devices, for whatever reason. Now, if you look at these devices, this microcontroller that you see here, which says CB3S or CB3L, all these are the microcontrollers manufactured by this company in China called Tuya. Fortunately, they are pin compatible with the other expressive chips that we use, ESP8266, ESP12V. They're pin compatible. There are only very, very small changes that we have to make once we replace that chip. And well, so what is the process of replacing the chip? You see that yellow tape? That yellow tape is Kapton tape. What it does is it protects other components on the board from heat when you are trying to desolder that chip. Now, these chips are all soldered in factory. So generally, if you try to desolder them using just a soldering iron and so on, a lot of times you might remove the pad from the PCB itself. And I have spoiled PCBs like that because I was lazy to use my heat gun, or I didn't have it at hand, and I was tempted to work on that device, so I tried to use a soldering iron. And well, I might have pulled that chip using tweezers or something like that. I would have tried to lever it, and then it came off with the pads. So if you look at the picture in the middle, you see those orange parts on the chip? Those are the PCB pads. And they have come off when I removed the chip from the from that manufacturer's PCB. So I am now building a very large collection of these chips that I am replacing. And well, next year, when we are here for the next year's event, I hope to have a few hundred of these to show that, you know, I have liberated those many devices. But well, the point is, you get devices in multiple form factors with that chip. Now, if you look at the picture in the middle at the bottom, I'm trying to trace which pin goes where. And what I usually do for that is, I put on the flashlight on my phone and I keep the PCB on top of that light so that I can try to trace the tracks. I can try to know which are the IO pins which are used. So if you look at those pins on the left, apart from the top one and the bottom one, none of them are even connected anywhere. Right. Well, I had a video, but okay, so these are ways of building devices. I couldn't find certain types of controllers for LED strips. Well, I built them. The one on the top left is something that I built for a 24-volt LED strip, and then the one on the left is for a 36-volt COB LED light. More examples, I haven't still been able to get a bulb that I can liberate and use without proprietary software. So I attempted to use the top that I pulled off from an existing bulb, and I tried to make my own very ugly bulb. So, well, apart from being able to remove the chip from the controller and the PCB, there is this question of software. Once you remove it and you put a different controller which you can easily reprogram, what are you going to put on that? So there are multiple options. Taskmotor, like we already discussed, is a very popular firmware. It's a general purpose firmware. So you flash it and then you configure what each IO pin does. ESP Home is a very interesting project. It's a project from the developers of Home Assistant. And the premise is very simple. Instead of getting you to write a lot of source code, you write a YAML file which describes the behavior of your device, how the IO pins have to be used and all the triggers and so on. And then it uses a YAML file to generate code, compiles that code, and then you can flash that code onto the device. Right? So when you want to do something that and a framework like WLED or Taskmotor cannot do, and you don't want to go to the length of writing code using the Arduino framework or using MicroPython or something like that, ESP Home is a very easy way to do those things, and there's a very large ESP Home community, so you'll always find source code samples, you'll always find examples of people using it. And so what else do you need? So if we are replacing the firmware and the microcontroller that the vendor gave us, we are also eliminating the server-side software. And then what do we have for our server-side software? Well, the most popular option would be to use Home Assistant or another tool called OpenHab. So what you see bottom there, it's another tool called OpenHab. OpenHab is built in Java. So while I personally used to use it many years back, I don't use it anymore, but it is still a very viable and capable option. But I feel the Home Assistant community is much bigger, and they're doing excellent work on that. So there are multiple types of servers that you can build. And then, you know, I had the word elegant in the title of this talk. And why was that? Because you don't just want to deal with these things at a technical level. You want dashboards. You want small displays on your wall maybe, which let you do things like this by touching on them, right? So these are dashboards that I have been running on a few small, tiny square displays at home. So there are video feeds in that. There are things to change the brightness or the color of lights and, you know, things like that. These are some examples from the Home Assistant forum, where people have made very beautiful dashboards. They put tablets or small screens on the wall, and you know, they're running them so that they can always have that information available to them at a glance. Now, well, voice assistants are a very interesting use case. You want to, if you saw the video at the start, you know, the person asked something or someone to play some music, and it played the music. Most of the devices that are sold, so-called smart devices, they are all sold while advertising their voice assistant integration. So can we make our own voice assistants? Are those voice assistants any good? Check out the Home Assistant website. Check out these tiny devices which have a speaker and a small microphone, and you can put those devices all over your home. So RASP-V is a project which is a complete voice assistant package. It has this system. So it might run on a Raspberry Pi or a x86 server of some sort. But then you can also build satellites, tiny satellite using tools like this, Atom Echo. And well, what about trying to control Home Assistant using the phone? So so that's what I had to you know, share with you today. Love to answer any questions that you might have. I wanted to mention this company called Easy.io. I interacted with the person who runs it. This is the first product I saw which actually mentions Taskmotor and Home Assistant on the packaging itself. It ships with Taskmotor pre-installed. Very nice little device. The only one I found which has RGB LEDs. I mean, it's very good. It's very capable. It ships with Taskmotor out of the box. While you might not have the source code to that Taskmotor binary, you can always upload your own binary or compile it and then, you know, run it. So I just wanted to mention this developer, and that's my contact information. So any questions?
Thank you so much, Abbas. Do we have any questions for him?
Yeah. The person here.
So I run my own home lab, and
Can you just take it up?
Is it working?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I run my own home lab, and I've been mostly putting software into it, like Nextcloud and all. Recently, I've been thinking about getting into Home Assistant and all. Except the problem is, one, lack of information. Two, as you mentioned as well, that open software and hardware, like whatever is available on Amazon, hardware is very good, sure, but it comes with shit software that I don't want to use, but I have to use that. And flashing and all takes a lot of time. I'm looking for a ready-made solution, like you showed that easy.io. That's extremely good. I just went to their website, but they just have one switch. I want options. I want to be able to do things. I want bulbs and all. There is not a lot of information about Indian market anywhere. So do you have any resources or information about
Well, I'm trying to build, and that's why we have a demo display of all types of devices as well. So if you come there, I'll tell you which devices they are, where you can get it, and we can open them and show you how we reprogram them and so on. But right now, that's the only way to do it. No device really works out of the box. For example, you want to operate a geyser, you need a 30 amp relay. There are devices, but then you have to reprogram them, and that's the whole story. But well, I hope that I'll be able to sell some of these with free software pre-installed, and there would be people like you who would want to buy it. But yeah, that's the other option. I don't intend to start manufacturing them because that's a much bigger challenge. But at least so idea is not just that I do it, but we also create videos and tutorials so that everyone can do it. I mean, ideally, if you want to start a business doing that, I would really encourage you to do it. If there are 20 of us selling exactly the same device that everyone else is selling, but with free software, I think that will be a much more powerful way of speaking in favor of a free software way of doing things than anything else.
Okay. Anyone? Any more questions? Okay, we have got one. Is it? No. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abbas. It was really inspiring talk. And give it a huge round of applause for Abbas and everyone. Okay. Are you hungry? Yeah? Okay. So it's the time for lunch break. So you can enjoy the lunch which is outside. Make sure you are not putting out the waste anywhere, as Faizan has mentioned in the opening talk. So have a great lunch and see you in an hour over here in the Audi 1. Thank you so much.
Hi folks, we have a panel discussion on understanding commercial open source here in Audi 1 at 2 p.m. We have an BOF session on open source program office happening in Audi 3 at 2 p.m. We have a workshop on building a Mars rover with mecha systems happening upstairs at 2 p.m. in workshop rooms 1 and 2. We have lightning talks starting at 2:30 p.m. in Audi 2, yes. And at 3 p.m. we have a rerun of the Elixir workshop yesterday happening outside Audi 3. Thank you. For any questions, just go to the registration desk.
Hello. So, done with your lunch? Can I get a quick yes, no, something? Yes? Okay. How was it? It was good? Okay. Let's get started with the next set of sessions. Now we'll be having a panel discussion on understanding commercial open source software. So Sid will be moderating this panel discussion. In this panel discussion, we have Anup, Dhruv, and Pranay as our guest speakers. So I'll hand it over to Sid. Thank you. Yeah, we have it.
Check.
Hi everyone. We have 45 minutes for this panel discussion. The topic is understanding commercial source open software. We'll start with a quick introduction of the panel members and then I'll introduce myself. Then I have a few questions for the panel members. And towards the end, we'll have, if time allows, we'll take some questions from the audience. Okay, Dhruv, you go first. Okay. 1 minute intro.
Wow. I was more prepared for like one-liner, two-liner, but quick hand raise from the audience. How many of you are builders here? Okay. And how many of you derive the joy from building software? Cool. So that's what our company does. I'm a co-founder of Middleware. We help engineering teams in corporates bring back the joy of development, which gets lost in many processes, bottlenecks, and all the boring stuff. So we get the engineers out of that boring stuff and let them focus on the things that matter.
Cool. Thank you, Dhruv. Next up, Anup.
Hey everyone, I'm Anup. I'm the founder and CEO of the company Bruno. I also happen to be the creator of the tool. It's something that I've been building over the past 3 years. Bruno is an open source API client that is fully local. We are defining a new category of API clients, which is file-based API clients, where your entire API collection or examples are stored directly on your file system, which enables you to collaborate them using it.
Thank you, Anup.
Cool. Hey folks, I'm Pranay. I'm one of the founders and maintainers at Signos. So Signos is an open source observability product. We help developers monitor applications, monitor infra which they are running, send logs to us, and we do it in a single pane of glass view, so you don't have to run multiple applications to monitor this. And yeah, we have been around for 3 years now. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, Pranay. And thank you, all three of you, for coming here. I think this is the only commercial discussion panel in this event. My intro, I'm Sid Siddharth. I'm a partner at this fund called Grayscale Ventures. We are India's only dev-focused VC fund. We have invested in companies like Hasura, Test Sigma, S2, Bytebeam, and Middleware. And thank you, FOSS United, for having this panel. Okay, cool. We'll dive into the questions. I have 4 topics. The first topic is around open source plus commercialization. The second is around open source benefits. The third is around raising money or no. And the fourth is around open source licensing. We'll try to cover each question, and if possible, all 3 of you can chime in with your opinions on those. The first question is, can open source and commercial software coexist?
Maybe I'll start. Of course, I mean, the way we are existing today is a commercial open source company where we have a part of the software, let's call that core. So we have an open core offering which helps the larger community to adopt, let's say, so just to give the context, I gave a very simplistic introduction. So what we do is we are an engineering efficiency platform. So we offer metrics for engineering teams on how they can improve their efficiency, their workflow. And the way, in my opinion, open source and commercial software can exist is what we have opted for. We have open sourced a fundamental framework called DORA metrics for our customers and for the larger community to adopt. And then once they become a larger company, when their needs are more complex, likely they are deriving, more enterprise interest out of that. That's when we start commercializing it and also make money out of it. So that's a model that I think is sustainable for larger impact stuff.
And do you have like non-open source companies in your space?
I think we have all the companies which are non-open source in our space. So we are the only commercial open source software in the engineering metric space.
Got it. Okay. Anup, you want to take a stab at it?
Yeah. So, yes. Check. Yeah, so the answer is, again, it's context, right? Can commercial open source, and open source, exist? The answer is yes, absolutely. Should every open source project, try to be a commercial product? No. There is a vast, it's a very vast space. You have people developing libraries, you have people developing tooling, you have people developing apps. And so it depends. It depends on the complexity, the scale of your project, right? And the founder and who is leading the project. So there's a lot of context. The answer is yes, absolutely. It can coexist, and there have been plenty of examples of successful commercial open source companies.
Right. Yeah, I think I would like to double click on the point which Anup mentioned, which is it depends upon a lot on what your project is doing. Is it a type of project which is, say, a library? So if it's a library, there could be ways to monetize a library, but generally it's tough to monetize, right? And from a fundamental question, should a commercial and free open source project, can open source project exist as a commercial tool? The question is, hey, if a open source project is there, who is spending time to build it, right? So there's a huge question of why open source project exists and who are the people spending time in building it properly, right? And commercialization is a way to sort of make that project more sustainable. So in my mind, it's not a either or dichotomy that, hey, should this be commercialized or not? The fundamental question is if something needs to exist for a long time, which I guess all the open source projects want to be, how are they incentivizing people to build, right? Because as you know, developers are not cheap. right? And fairly so, because they perform an important part in the society. So if they're spending their time there, there needs to be a way to sort of pay them back or make it worth their while, right? So if there's a way to make this more sustainable, I think we should all go for this. Commercialization is a way to make open source more sustainable. I think all of us run open source projects where we also make money from the project. That makes the future of the project more reliable. Companies can trust you. And that also makes you, like, companies adopt you, right? So if you're an enterprise, Fortune 500 enterprise, you generally want to see the reliability of the open source project, right? So that's point one. The second point is, hey, like, should every project be commercialized? I think the question is if commercialization is a way to pay developers, or like the time people are spending on the project. There are projects where it's not the main entity which is commercializing, but maybe some other entities are sponsoring it. For example, many open source projects like, I would say, like, yeah, many open source projects are either a commercial open source project or there's a big company which is backing it, right? So they are essentially paying for it.
Like Apache is like bringing so many open source projects under an umbrella, and there are a lot of commercial enterprises which sponsor Apache.
Yeah. So they are essentially paying for it, right? And that's fair. Like, if something is adding value to the world, the people who are working on it should get paid. That is sort of one part. The second part is like, hey, like, should every project should be commercialized? I think that depends a lot on like whether can it be commercialized. Do the founders want to be commercialized? Do the maintainers have the intention to be commercialized? I think that's a separate question. But I think the fundamental question we should think about is, hey, like, should open source, how do we make open source projects more sustainable? I think that's one of the core questions which I feel is always at the heart of the question, because people want to create open source, which is a public good, but what are the ways we can make it more sustainable?
Let's come to that. Thanks, Pranay. That's a good segue into the next question I have for you. All of you are running open source companies. In your opinion, what are the best ways to commercialize open source projects, and what has or has not worked for you?
Cool. So our view is that open source projects should be monetized. Our belief is that open core should be the default. So I would go as far as to say there should not be any proprietary software, especially if it's for like developers, right? Like, why do you want to build proprietary software? Especially in today's world, I don't think code is the differentiator, because you can plug in Claude tomorrow and then it can spit out code, right? So if code is not the differentiator for a project, why not open source it? Like, it will be a commercial good, it will be a public good, which people can build on top of, people can learn on top of. And like, one of the reasons why when we started Signos, we started with open source was because we felt as developers that should be the default way to build things. In our domain, when we started like in 2021, there were no good open source tools, which like there was a huge difference between what proprietary tools were doing and what open source tools were doing, right? And we're like really pained to see like, hey, why is the open source products not as good as like the proprietary tools? Because if you're a developer, you want to, like, if you have two products, like proprietary product and open source product, if the product is as good, you always choose a open source product. At least our view was that, like me and my co-founders, right? So that was our thought process that, hey, like any tool, especially if the developer is the audience, right? It should be open source, because we like to play with the code. I would like to understand, like, hey, for example, today anybody can go ahead and fork Signos or like look into our code base and see how we perform, say, query optimization, right? Or how our database schema is structured. And I think that's very powerful. It helps developers, and we have seen lots of developers in the community trying to understand, go deeper into it, and understand how things work. And I think makes the ecosystem more sort of positive. That, hey, like tomorrow somebody can fork Signos and build on top of it. Of course, it's a risk for me, but like as a innovation ecosystem which we want to build, that is net positive, right? So I think the question I have is like, why is not every product open source, at least which is, or open core, right? At least which is for developers. What was the second question?
In terms of just commercializing what you're building, right? Like, you can commercialize by giving hosted service. You can provide premium features. You can provide a managed service. You can provide support. Are these few things? Are these few of the things that you have tried? What has worked for you?
Sure. So yeah, so we have both open core version where a part of the source code is like within enterprise license, so you can't like run it without getting a license, and we also have a managed SaaS service. Especially for our domain where people send a lot of data to us, management of the infrastructure, like Signos infrastructure, is not as easy. So people need help there, right? So cloud has been working decently well for us. We also have a enterprise version where people who don't want to use cloud, maybe because of privacy reason, regulations reason, data residency reasons, they use the enterprise version. So yeah, these has been the two models worked for us. We also tried support. That has not worked for us, but there are big companies which are built on like selling support for contracts. Yeah, like enterprise, like making it open core with part in enterprise, that has worked for us, and having a hosted service. But it's very context driven. I think each of these will have a different answer.
Cool. Thank you, Pranay. Anup, you want to take a stab at it?
Yeah. So before I enter into the how, like, what are the different ways? Just the previous question on is it commercialization itself possible? We are the proof, at least. Bruno is bootstrapped. Nothing against capital, but we are bootstrapped. We are 7 full-time people, and we take salaries home, and we make money from the product. So it is possible. Now, the question on how to commercialize the project, right? I'll answer that question, but there is a fundamental question that anyone who wants to commercialize, your goal should be to, when you're building open source, if you start with that commercialization angle, you're never going to, you have to love what you're doing. Like with Bruno, even if I don't make money, I'll still continue doing it. I'll still love building that product, right? So that's the key first. So you should first love what you're building. And once you have that, once you have adoption, then comes the question of, okay, how do you commercialize it and build a sustainable model, so have an economic engine that drives the project further, right? Because you cannot, you need resources and people and time, right? At a certain point, it becomes, you need it. The question, what are the different approaches? I think the most popular approach is providing hosting, right? ERP Next does that. They have a fully open source software, and you can self-host it. And but most people don't want to self-host, and they would rather buy your cloud version, just for convenience reasons, right? You don't want to pay somebody to manage that server and get updates, and it's very difficult, right? So that is one straightforward approach. The other approach that comes to mind is you provide support. This is what Red Hat has done. Again, it's fully GNU GPL licensed, fully open source, but they provide commercial support. That's a relatively hard model. It's not easy. Like, you need that much adoption for you to get to enterprise. That model is very difficult. The third model is an open core model, which again a lot of companies do. So you have an open source project, you have an open core, you have some basic functionalities there which are freely available, and then you say that some of the functionalities are going to be paid. And that's going to be always a tough decision, because contributors want to contribute that to open source so that they can use it for free. But from a company standpoint, you need to differentiate it. What features are available in your commercial version and what is there in the open source version? This is the model that Bruno follows. In our case, 95-96% of it is fully free. There is a small number of features that are under the paid edition. And what we have found is that, like, in this January, I set up a GitHub sponsors, and let's see how that model goes. And I received a contribution of, I think, somewhere between $100 to $200 a month. That's 8,000 to 16,000 a month. Not sustainable. And then I just put out a plan saying that I'm going to have these 2 features that are new are going to be under the paid edition, and you can pre-order it at $9. There were so many people who pre-ordered it, right? So when you when you put a paid plan, people want to support your project, right? But if you just ask them, just support it, not many would, right? But when you say that, hey, you buy this product and you get these additional features, a lot of them, because now they're getting value from it, right? Again, this is context. This is relevant to Bruno. Might not apply for everyone, but that's how we have monetized Bruno so far. And one important other thing that is becoming apparent to us right now is as the number of developers across the globe use Bruno more and more and more, it starts seeping into big companies. And when in a very big, large company, if everybody starts using Bruno there, then naturally, and when they see that we have a commercial offering, right, with some support and with some additional features, naturally they reach out to us and say that, hey, everybody in our company loves Bruno. We like your product. What do you guys offer on your commercial plan? What is the pricing? So they come to us.
Got it. That's great. How about you, Dhruv?
Hello. Yeah. I think a lot of it depends on the context. What is the value prop that you're selling? If your value prop lies in the, let's say, a financial model, right? So you can't open source it because that's all you have. That's the most important part. But a lot of softwares that people create are just a codified version of an available public knowledge, right? And that's what people are automating. They are making it easier. So it depends a lot on what's the value prop that you're selling, and that's the path that contextually each open source project can take. So for example, if you have a way, for example, in middleware, we have a way of showing where your team is lacking efficiency or where your team is getting blocked. So that is based on the public information, like Dora metrics is a framework, right? But to solve it, that's a proprietary way that we have devised based on our research and based on our experience. So that gets behind a paywall. Similarly, if you are, let's say, providing a software, for example, we took example of Red Hat, right? So Linux was already available. Red Hat made it available for their OS as well. Now, maintaining it is an additional cost. So that's the value prop they are providing with their enterprise plan. For any other software, it might be hosting. What has worked for us is the open core model, where we took the publicly available information, turned it into a software so that more teams can adopt it, more people can contribute to it, and the community can grow from there. And then to sustain ourselves, we had our proprietary solution to make those metrics better, to make the engineering teams better, and that we sell as a commercial product. So that has worked for us.
Got it. And Pranay, is it managed service? Is that the way you commercialize, you monetize?
Yeah, so we have a managed service and we have a enterprise offering.
Got it.
Like
So managed service, open core.
That's and we are yet to see how hosting would work for us. Right now, when there is an option to choose so when there is an option to choose between hosting the project themselves and starting a free trial, most of the people start a free trial. But it depends on, what organization you are a part of. For example, if you are a part of, let's say, Walmart, you can't just start a trial by sharing your GitHub repository access with us. So we have had customers in Glassdoor, Walmart, who have spun up our open source version, did a POC, and now they are exploring if they should enter into our enterprise contract or not.
Sure, totally makes sense. My next question is, there's a variety of reasons teams open source their projects, right? It could be contribution, distribution, trust, flexibility. According to you, in your opinion, for your projects, what has helped, like in your open source journey, how is that beneficial to you?
Correct. So first and foremost, we are building for developers, right? For the betterment of developers. So we wanted a wider perspective window. We wanted more people to contribute to the product. So that's where the contribution window opens, and I would still request everyone to star us and see how you can contribute to our repository. Please meet me after the talk.
How do they search you?
So do mhq.link and you'll discover us. mhq.link. And yeah, so contributions is first and foremost in terms of perspective, in terms of adding more integrations. The holistic angle to this is trust. So we want to sell to more enterprises, and enterprises have a trust deficit with, let's say, a young company, a startup. So the open source gives them a lot of trust in the offering, because they can run it, host it, they are not sharing any data. So those two things have played a big part in our journey, and that has just changed the game of how we were selling our software earlier. Yeah.
What was it for you, Anup?
Yeah, so I've have a decade of experience in building software and not been you would not call me an open source enthusiast. So I'll go into the reason why I open sourced Bruno. So I was developing it, and I was just one guy developing it, and I thought that I had a really good insight and I had a great product. And I was actually like, what if something happens to me, all the work that I'm doing, it's going to go off waste if I'm going to keep it closed. Let me put it out, let me give it away. And in case if something happens to me, somebody else would take my place and take that project forward, right? So it was for posterity of one of the 4 freedoms of open source. That was the reason I open sourced it. And so I open sourced it, again, not much traction. After 2 years, the project went really viral. And what I've learned is that when it comes to developer tooling, there is absolutely no doubt, 100% open source is the way to build it. Because you're building for developers, right? The amount of PRs that we get is insane. So we are right now at maybe 180 open pull requests to be merged. It was 200. And I spent a whole week trying to bring it down to, I was happy when I saw 159. I brought it down. 3 days, I got busy with something else. I go back, it's back to 189. So there's so much, when you're building a developer tool, a library, right? You should think open source. And the reason is, it is used by developers, and they will have a lot of insights, and they will actually, like, in a typical product, you have product managers who have to interview people, who have to understand their needs, right? There is a long process. In open source, it directly comes. Your user who's using a product, they know what they want. If they're taking enough time to actually clone your repository, get it up and running, understand your code base, and build what they want to see, the signal is very strong that this is not something that may work. They need it. So when that happens, it just makes the product, the pace of innovation is extreme. And in the context of developer tools, it may not work for like every other project that's open source, but when it comes to dev tooling, open source is, it is a way to build software.
Got it. Pranay, you want to?
Yeah, I think our journey has been slightly different. So we open sourced it because we had a fundamental view that in future, if there are 2 products which are equally good, but one is proprietary and one is open source, then open source should be there, should win, right? Like people should choose open source. And when we started, there were not great tools, which, like as I mentioned earlier, right? There was a huge difference between what proprietary tools had and what was there in open source. So for us, like at least when we made it open source, it was sort of a bet in the future, like something which we wanted in the world to exist, right? So that's why you open sourced it, that hey, like this should be there. And later we realized that hey, like there are other advantages also, that which Anup mentioned, which is like you get a lot of feedback from people very quickly, and things which I'm guessing a small proprietary product like ours, like if we had been proprietary, at our stage would have been very difficult to get. For example, we are currently 20 people. The amount of feedback we get from a community is just insane, right? Like we can get very pointed feedback, which we can ship quickly and then be much better than the other proprietary product which is out there in the market, right? So it just scales your innovation cycle much faster. But all this is which I am learning now. When we open sourced it, it was just that, hey, this is something which we believe should exist. We were wondering why it is not existing, was not there till now. And now once we have built it, we have more products similar to ours in this space. But yeah, that's where we started.
Got it. An orthogonal question just for you, Pranay. You rely on open telemetry, right? Why not build it on your own?
Why not build what?
What the tech open telemetry has built, why not build it on your own?
Oh, so yeah. So for people to give context to people, open telemetry is a project. So we are a tool which gets data and telemetry from different sources like application, production, infra, and then our tool primarily helps in analyzing it, storing it, doing more stuff with it, right? So we use open telemetry, we are based natively on open telemetry to get data. I think that also sort of happened coincidentally. When we started, open telemetry was just maturing. And we thought that, hey, the way people send data to any applications should be in open standard. And that was essentially what open telemetry was doing. So if you today use any proprietary product in our space, you will instrument your code with their SDKs. I'm getting slightly in more technical details, but just to illustrate the problem. So you'll instrument your code with their SDKs, and then it becomes very difficult for you to get out of that product, right? For any of the reasons, say they are not innovating, they are increasing their price, etc. So if you instrument your code with open telemetry, you get this advantage that the code which you are putting in your application is based on open standards. So any platform which supports that standard, you can use, right? We believe that is the right way to approach this problem. Of course, because it's an open standard, it moves at a slightly slower pace. We need to always maintain backward compatibility, signals should always update based on how open telemetry updates. But we see a lot of advantages also because of that, because any big company, if you're a big company today, you understand that, hey, this is the future. There's no question that you want to put proprietary SDKs in your code. So we took the call that, hey, let's build for the long term. Let's take this sort of need to always support this compatibility so that people use us as a sort of the default open telemetry product. So that's where our thinking was. It also helps us get a lot of inbound leads which want open telemetry native systems. That has been helpful, but that is sort of what we are seeing now, not when we decided why we should do this.
This is super helpful. My next question is a bit masaledar. This is on raising versus no raising. What was your reason to choose to raise money externally versus bootstrapping? Maybe we'll start with Anup. You have more interesting. Yeah.
Yes. So my stance initially on bootstrap versus capital was that I was really frustrated. I wanted a really good API client, and it was not there. And all the money that was put in, all these clients became eventually API platforms, and there was not a client anymore. And I was like, I'm going to do this bootstrapped, and I'm going to build a really good API client, right? Capital is not needed here. I can do this alone. That was my, that's the reason why I started bootstrapping and being responsible about it, right? So we are bootstrapped, right? But there are challenges, right? When you have to start a business, right? I'm just going to take an example of Vercel, right? Vercel has done so much good for the community. Bruno uses Vercel for its React framework, right? I remember that there was a nasty bug in one of our releases that my whole team we were up almost without sleep for 36 hours, and we were using Next.js version 13, and then we moved to version 14, and that bug just went away. I was like, what? I was so happy that Next.js exists, right? And for a framework like Next.js for what they're doing, they need upfront capital. So you, as a business, you have to pay your people. There are costs associated with it, and you can realize profits. It takes sometimes 2, 3, 5 years for you to build something of value, for it to get adoption, and then eventually some of those adoption turns back into your customers and pay you back. So to do this, you need capital. There is no, again, it is context, but if you want to build something in the long term and you want to do it faster, you need capital. So it depends on project to project. We, right now, are bootstrapped, and we'll see where this journey takes us. But I have nothing against, I'm actually for it, because we live in a capitalist world, and we need more capital to fund people with ideas. We need people in India to take bigger ambitions, bigger shots, but rooted in realism, not rooted in valuations, but bring something real, create something of value. And I think I see capital as an enabler, but tread it with caution and don't get into the valuation game, but focus on creating value.
Got it. Thanks, Anoop. How about you, Dhruv?
Yeah. Very good question. So me and my co-founder Jayant, we both were engineers when we started up, and for a long time we didn't know whether we want to take the journey bootstrapped or as a funded journey. But if I look back to the decisions that we made, I think I would classify the decisions in 3 categories. One is sustainability, second is speed, and the third is scale. So now we want to look at the problem that, okay, this is the problem. Let's say me and Jayant want to solve it. How long will it take to solve this problem, right? Can we sustain that period with our savings? So I don't think we had enough savings to sustain ourselves for a long period, maybe more than 1 year, 1.5 years, with all things in life considered. Second was that, okay, that's one decision. Now we want some money to sustain ourselves if we want to do this business for the long haul till we start making money. Second is speed. If we want to make it faster to start making money, then we need to hire more people, and hence we need to raise money. And the third is scale. How big is the market, how big you want to make the product, and that would define the amount of money you want to raise, because money is raised to make the product and sell the product. To make the product, you hire engineers, and that's what we did. I would, raise, in hindsight, I would like to raise more money because the market is very huge, and there are a lot of competition as well. So to compete with them, you also need to raise money to fight with the market, right? Otherwise, it's very difficult to even create that company, create that space, because you need something, right? You need a product, you need people talking about your product. So in my journey with sustainability, speed and scale, I believe that we had to raise money, and that was the way forward. And thanks for supporting us in that journey.
Got it. And I think for Anoop, they were able to sustain themselves, they still do with the revenue they make. For you, if you were to, let's say, in the future, look to raise money externally, would it be to scale, or are you seeing enough competition in the market? Do you want to hire the best engineers? How are you thinking around? What would be that one thing that would let you go the other way?
It's going to be speed. That's a key factor. So if we raise more capital, we'll be able to go faster, right? I don't worry about the competition, to be honest. I do not worry about the competition. We believe in our product. We just focus on doing the right things. And that's the way. I don't look at the competitive aspect of it at all. We want to do right by the customer. And doing right by the customer also means how fast you can deliver the features that they want, right? So if we were to raise capital in the future, that will be to accelerate our product journey.
Got it. But why would you want to accelerate the journey if you're not worried about the competition?
For our customers. Not because the competition will outbeat us.
Does the competition have those features today?
They don't.
Okay.
And yeah, they don't. And
that means the customer hasn't had any taste of the solution that you want to provide, right?
Can you repeat that?
So I'm saying the solution that you're wanting to make with the speed, the customers haven't had a taste of it yet, because neither the competition has it nor your product has it today.
Yes, some of them, and some of them the competition has it. Like we are not a breakthrough product in terms of we have redefining the way you'll do that thing. So there is already competition where they've been added for a long time, and there are a lot of features that they have. So when people come to us and they say that, oh, we love your product, we love what you do, your minimalism aspect, your Git-friendly aspect of it, but we miss this thing, right? And then if you look into our GitHub, it's 900 issues. That's just crazy. So it's overwhelming. So and then when you think about capital that way, okay, you want to do right by your customers, and most customers, right? Most customers are like, I want a great product. There are people specifically who take a ideological stance when it comes to open source, but when you look at the mass market, the people who use your product, they're like, Anup, just build a team, build a great product. That's what we want, right? And figure out how you want to monetize it, but build a great product. That's what the market wants. And we may, I don't know. It's in the future. Yeah. I don't want to comment on it.
Makes sense. Pranay, I'll ask you a different question, but within the same category. Do VCs like open source route? Does it deter them from investing? And what is your experience in fundraising from domestic VCs compared to global VCs?
Yeah, I think you are a VC, so you can answer that better. But I think they liked it during the ZERP era, when the interest rates were quite low. I am hearing they are not liking it so much. Maybe you can confirm. But fundamentally, what we...
And is that true for everybody or just domestic investors?
I think it broadly applies to everybody, like investors in US, investors in India. So, because during ZERP era, so by ZERP era I mean 2020 to 2022 and roughly, I guess, when money was more cheaply available, people were investing more on like traction, GitHub starts, etc.
People gamify it, but the increasing number of GitHub stars is a proxy that will, and they're going to, it has traction. And the next question is, why does traction matter, right? It matters because it is what that leads to distribution, right? And once you have distribution, you're king. Like, you just take VS Code. It has distribution. It just went from 0 to 100 million VS Code GitHub Copilot, 100 million ARR in such a short span of time. The only reason is distribution. So even if you don't have an immediate monetization model, the moment you see traction, VCs will invest, will help you to scale your product in hopes that you will eventually get to distribution, and then you can figure out how to monetize that distribution. And distribution is the key. Like Apple, the ecosystem, it is like when it comes to, because VCs are also looking for big multiples of exits, and that only comes from distribution.
Sure. One last question from my side, and then we'll open up for the audience. This is a bit boring, but very pertinent to the open source market. Why did you choose your specific license, permissive versus non-permissive? And maybe you can tell the audience like which license you're using right now.
Okay, so
go ahead.
I'll start. So we use a permissive license. Our license is Apache 2.0. The idea was very simple, that the engineering metrics market, or basically engineering organizations looking into metrics, is very new idea. As Pranay mentioned, in the ZERP era, money was cheap. A lot of companies were raising like shit tons of money, and hence they were hiring more. And to every problem that could not be solved faster, they were just hiring more developers to solve it. And as times have changed, a lot of engineering organizations have become accountable, or are being like held accountable to why do you need 100 developers when you can do this in 80 developers? And that's when engineering metrics are coming into play in even the boardrooms. And now, in our conversations with some of the customers, some of the investors are also asking for DORA metrics and stuff. So it is very new, it is very noisy. And we wanted to give a foundation stone to that idea, to that space. And hence we wanted more people to contribute to the foundation stone in the space, which is the DORA metrics. Google introduced it, Google open sourced that model, and that's the model that we made the product on. So there was nothing to hide. It was not an IP that we were creating in terms of the framework. We were creating an IP in terms of the product. And hence, like for context, IP is intellectual property. So we wanted it to be the most permissive license for two reasons. One is the developers and the community love more permissive like licenses in projects to contribute to work with. And second is organizations are also not afraid of using your product, which gives us a good lever to enter to get a foot in the door.
We just have 2 more minutes.
Yeah, so we had to choose between MIT and GPL. The reason why I chose MIT for Bruno is that it's permissive, but it's also permissive for the creator. You can have that code, you own it, and you can build some proprietary version on top of it and sell it. You cannot do that with GPL. With GPL, everything that you build, you have to release back. MIT gives you the freedom. It's permissive to everyone, including the creator, and that's why I chose MIT.
Yeah, so we have, we are open core. We have an MIT, like base is MIT, and then we have a proprietary folder. We chose MIT simply because of trust. So we are a product where companies install us in their infrastructure. Trust is very important for them. Many companies don't run code which is GPL, I guess. So that's like the path of least resistance for us for choosing MIT.
Got it. That's it for today. This panel. Thank you, Pranay, Anup, and Dhruv.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you, Sid.
Thank you so much, Sid, Dhruv, Anup, and Pranay for the panel discussion. How are you all? Doing good? Yes? I can't hear yes from all of you. I can't see the energy. Are you all sleeping? Okay. So we have some knowledge bombs throwing on you by the upcoming speakers, and we have some awesome speakers aligning ahead. So get out of your sleep and just be here and attend these sessions. If you like it, just give a huge round of applause for the upcoming speakers. Can we have it? Yeah? Okay. So we have our next speakers, Anand and Sri Lakshmi, who will be talking about building a new kind of tool for RFCs. Anand is a co-founder of CQ2. Previously, he worked as a product engineer at Frappe. He's an SWE intern at HackerRank and Google Summer of Code student with a Python software foundation. He is also the founder of Samai.app, which won the FOSS Hack 3.0. Sri Lakshmi is a co-founder of CQ2. Previously, she was a Google Summer of Code mentor and a student at Mission Support System. Give it up a cheers for the upcoming speakers. The stage is all yours. Thank you so much.
Folks, we have a rerun of the Elixir workshop yesterday happening right now outside Audi 3. If anyone of you wants to attend, you can go there.
Hi. So I'm Anand. Our journey began in December 2023. So I was having a written discussion with my friend on Telegram. So over a bunch of topics, it went like this. So he would send me a paragraph, and I would take my time to read and understand, and then code parts of it and reply back, something like this. Then he would reply back doing the same. So this went on for a few days, and it got quite complex. So basically, replies to a particular topic are spread across different comments. And so it's hard to manage all the topics in our head, and like we need to mentally manage all the codes and the replies. Yep. So while wondering about this problem, I remembered having a discussion at my previous employer. So we used a platform similar to Discourse, and the discussion was, like, it started with a long post, followed by a series of long comments, and their long replies. And it got fairly complex, like more complex than this discussion with my friend on Telegram. So we started exploring if there's a tool for these kinds of discussions with a thread, separate organized thread for each court, so that we can have a properly organized discussion. And we didn't find any tool, so we started building something. We designed a few prototypes. So this one, it looks like it had an infinite canvas with each thread as a node. Then we moved to a sliding pane design. So this whole thing scrolls horizontally. So we launched CQ2 on Hacker News. Like, we built a demo and launched it on Hacker News as a tool for thoughtful and coherent discussions. We had a landing page and a demo and an early access form. It didn't go well. We got like 2 comments, and we didn't get any early access signups. So what went wrong? We realized that we should have positioned it differently. So no one's actually looking for a tool for thoughtful and coherent discussions. We realized that we should have made it more relatable, like a work communication tool. So, and that's what we did. So we added chat channels for personal and group chats, and we added post channels for sharing posts with the same kind of threaded UI. And since we believed that writing first companies with writing first cultures like Stripe, Amazon, and etc., those would be our ideal customers. So we launched CQ2 again as a work communication tool for writing first companies. And that didn't go well as well. So we got like 1 comment and no early access signups. So next, what happened? So we still believed in the potential of this tool. So instead of having a general purpose tool for work communication, we decided to explore into different domains which had complex discussions. So we read about how researchers discuss complex topics. We read about how public policy experts discuss complex topics. And we found that the discussions on Less Wrong, it's a community forum built for, like, they have a long range of, they have a large variety of topics. The discussions there are fairly complex, and CQ2 is the discussions there are a great use case for CQ2. So you can see there are like hundreds of comments, 700 comments, and these are 2-3 comments of the long post. So the post is on the top, and then the comments are following it. But we talked to them and realized that the audience doesn't really relate to the problem, and they just want a simple forum-like system. This is mostly like Reddit, so you can quote and reply in the tree-like thread structure. Then we talked to lots of more people. I remembered at Mumbai FOSS, I had met someone who had given a talk related to public policy. So I reached out to him to get his advice on if CQ2 can be used for public policy discussions. He gave his opinions from his experience, and he also shared that the Python community, which is unrelated, they have complex technical discussions over their PP. It's called their Python enhancement proposals. So the Python community has discussions over their PEP documents. So he shared a few links, and I checked them out, and I got really excited because those are a great use case of CQ2. So this is how a PEP discussion starts. They are done on Discourse right now. And the person who shared, the person is Rahul from FOSS United. He gave the talk in Mumbai FOSS. So we decided to relaunch CQ2 again, this time as a tool for complex discussions. But this time we also had a blog post. We wrote this, it took around 3 weeks, and we shared it on May 6th night, and the next morning we got, like, it ended up on top, and we got around 100 comments, and as a result we got 200 plus early access signups. So after going through all the early access signups And going through the comments, we had a surprising realization. So people were comparing CQ2 with Google Docs and Notion pages. And they mentioned how our comment section was so much better than Google Docs and Notion. But in our blog post, we were comparing CQ2 with Discourse, Slack, and Telegram, since that's where we first identified the problem ourselves. So actually, we were building a document discussion tool more similar to Google Docs and Notion than Discourse and Slack. So the next step was talking to users on our early access form. And here's what we learned. So one, most of those people weren't really interested. They just liked the idea and they found it cool. Two, some of them had really interesting ideas on where CQ2 should go. Some of them wanted a particular note-taking tool, a popular one, but in CQ2's UI. One of them wanted a chat app for complex discussions with his partner. And one of them wanted a Reddit, one of them wanted Reddit and Hacker News, but in CQ2's comment section, and so on. And third, 25 of the people from our early access list, they were interested in a technical design document discussion tool. So, and we reached out to them to learn more, and only a few of them replied back, and they were ready to switch and pay. But when we talked further, we realized that they didn't really relate with the problem. They just wanted a tool for technical design documents, and we weren't interested in that because there are already competitors in the same space, like Eraser and Linear. So when we were exploring what to do next, I came across that the Rust community has RFC discussions using GitHub PRs. So RFCs, for those who don't know, RFCs are requests for comments. These are types of design documents which require large amounts of input. So this is how an RFC discussion goes on Rust. You can see there are 156 comments. The document, RFC document, is mentioned in the description, and it's in, you have to open it, it's somewhere else. So it's a long, messy discussion. There are no threads. And remember the Python discussion which Rahul shared, that's a kind of RFC discussion too. So we decided to pivot into a tool for RFCs, since we believed that we can actually make the RFC processes of Rust and Python a lot more productive and delightful. And since Discourse and GitHub PRs are not really meant for RFC discussions and can't handle large-scale discussions of those sorts. Next, I'll invite Sri Lakshmi to give you a quick overview of CQ2.
Thank you, Anand. So I'll take you through CQ2 and show how is it different from the existing tools. So let's start with, Python community, they uses Discourse, as you've seen, for the document discussions. So here you can see this is the PEP, that is Python Enhancement Proposal. And we have this document. We have to open in a different tab. Yeah, so this is the actual document. This is in a different site. And this is the discussion of that document happening in Discourse. So two are in different places. And this is a discussion, as you can see. And some pain points faced are all of the general comments to the document, and comments to a specific threads. All are mixed up and lined up in a linear fashion, as you can see. And this is a pretty long discussion. You can see there's 218 comments. So it is this every general comment and a specific replies all mixed up in a linear fashion makes it hard to follow. And also we have to manually manage the context. The second pain point is that we can't understand by looking at this discussion or the document what part of the documents have been already discussed and what are remaining, right? You can follow, right? Can you see in this discussion, we understand that some parts of the documents have been discussed, but we can't see which are they. And the third is when a third person comes into the picture and he is particularly interested about a particular section of the document and wants to know more about the comments of related, but he has no, or he or she has no way other than going through all the comments, that is the 218 comments, and manually picking the comments which he is interested in and replying to them. So that's about the Python community, and something similar happens in the Rust community as well. So along with all of the pain points that I mentioned which happens in discourse, additionally in here, unlike the Python community, the Rust community uses GitHub PRs for the document discussion. Again, this the document is on a different page. Yeah. So this is the document. It's a file, and this is the discussion. Discussion is happening in the conversation section. And we can see another pain point faced is that when we commit an update to the document, the discussions on the outdated document vanishes from the conversation page, which makes it hard to comprehend and understand and follow the discussion. And along with that, the whole discussion is in Markdown and it's not formatted. So similar to these two, we also found that communities use Google Docs and Notion pages for discussing, which also lies on the same page, because we have seen that the comment section is a very tiny space and jammed to the side. It is practically impossible to have a good discussion over there. So now let me show you what CQ2 offers. So this is a document. This is actually a simulation of a PEP, which I showed you earlier. This is a document on CQ2. So here it is. These yellow highlighted text are the threads. And when I hover, we get a preview on the discussion on the thread and also the number of comments. Yeah, and the blue dot indicates that there is unread comments. So when I click on the highlighted text, an adjacent window opens up which has the comments related to this thread. Unlike the given existing tools, we have this, we have a different section for general comments. So we have 8 general comments here, as you can see, and we have different section for comments, particular comments to a different specific threads. So comments to threads go under this section. So this is the reason why document discussion in CQ2 are well organized, easy to follow, and easy to interact with. So that was the, yeah, and one more thing, yeah, this is the tree feature. So we have, when the discussion gets increasingly complex, we'll have more threads. So navigation is easy with this tree feature. You can get into any, you can navigate to any thread. You can, after a bit, you can see where are the unread threads and just open those threads and visit them. So that was about the demo. And after concluding the threads, you can actually publish a create final version, which is over there. So create final version by incorporating the changes from the concluded threads. Yeah. And more about CQ2. So we are in talks with some open source communities and organizations which are following RFC discussions. We have a lot of features coming up, such as moderation, review workflows, and notifications, and more. And this question, why open source? So since CQ2 is a tool for RFCs for large-scale communities, our users mostly would be open source developers. So we would like to build an open community together and build CQ2. And finally, if you relate with the problem, if you find CQ2 interesting, if you have ideas or want to contribute, please come and chat with us. And a big thanks to everyone who have supported us throughout this journey. And a shout out to FOSS United community for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anand and Sri Lakshmi. It was a great talk. And all the best for the tool. It is really great. Okay. Thank you. Give it a huge round of applause for the speakers. Thank you so much. Next, we have Pratik Sanha with us, who will be speaking about fighting authoritarianism with FOSS, who is the co-founder and editor at Alt News. Pratik Sinha is a co-founder of Alt News, an informative verification and media watchdog website from India. He worked as a software engineer for around 14 years before founding Alt News. He combines varied disciplines such as journalism, engineering, and activism to design and execute solutions to elevate the issues in the information ecosystems in India. Can we have a cheers for the speaker? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Hello, can you all hear me? Thank you very much for FOSS United to, they've allowed me this platform to come here. This is, I typically don't speak on these platforms. I typically speak on journalistic platforms, activist platforms, etc. So it's not very often that I come before a bunch of software engineers and get a chance to speak. But I thought it was necessary because, the part of the world I have been dealing with, just sort of to briefly introduce what sort of I and the organization I'm associated with. I'm associated with an organization called Alt News. We are a 7-year-old organization. We started, two of us started, me and Mohammed Zubair. I'm Pratik Sinha. And this was about 7 years ago. Both of us were engineers. Zubair was working in Nokia. I was working in a bunch of companies, mostly working on Wi-Fi drivers and all of that. My work was mostly on Linux. Back then, I started my engineering career I did my engineering here in Bangalore, and then Abhas, who was a speaker, earlier this afternoon, I found him and I started working with him for a bit in my 4th semester. So basically, even back in 2001, I was trying to do some open source stuff. And then that journey led me to, working on, I have some colleagues here, Amit is here, who I've worked with in the past. So it led me to an engineering career for, about 14 years of engineering career. I worked in the US, I worked in Vietnam. I come back in 2013. And that is when I start spending a lot of time on social media. And so one image came to me one day, while on social media, that there's an image which is showing violence. That is, we see a lot of violence on social media. This was yet another image which was showing someone beating up someone and claiming that this image is from India. This was back in 2013. I, Google, I used a few keyword search to see, is anything like this happening in India at this point of time? It was claiming that one political party, members of one political party are beating up members of another political party. So I searched and I couldn't find anything. Then I did back then, the reverse image search in Google was, hidden somewhere. So I went there, did a reverse image search, and that image was from Bangladesh. It was not from India. This was back in 2013. I wrote a small article. Some of this continued. At this point of time, I was still a software engineer. And then around 2017, Zubair and I were already friends. Around 2017, both of us came together. I have only 25 minutes, so I don't want to go into the whole journey. But both of us came together, and we thought that both are extremely interested in what is happening in the socio-political sphere in India. Both of us are engineers, and both of us have a certain set of skills, which the traditional journalists at that point did not. Now, many of them have developed certain skills. There are many fact-checking websites, but at that point in time, in 2016-17, the traditional journalists did not have those skills. And these are, this is not much, you figure out where a photo is from, you figure out where a video is from, how do you geolocate things, the tools needed to actually verify information or other misinformation which was out there are quite rudimentary, and anybody could learn it. Now, but as engineers do, we are a naive bunch, so we thought that we'll start a website, we will start fact-checking, And that is going to solve the problem of the world. And so we started a website. But we published 1 article, 2 articles, 10 articles. At this point in time, we have published about 7,000 articles in the last, no, 4,000 articles, 4,000, 5,000 articles in the last 7 years. But the problem of misinformation is not going away anywhere. To the point that it is only increasing every single day. It is only, our information ecosystem is only getting weaponized more and more every single day. So through this journey, starting off as a software engineer, through this journey of learning how to be a journalist, if I go back and read some of my earlier articles, I myself shudder, the kind of writing I had. But I learned, and I learned how to write and edit articles and all of that. And now I think, as Alt News, we do a reasonably good job of looking at the information ecosystem. We look at different aspects of it. We look at, what is the misinformation out there. We have a WhatsApp tip line. There are many people who tag us, etc., and say, oh, can you check this? Especially on Twitter. We document hate speech. There is, as misinformation increases in the society, and especially when misinformation is targeted at communities, when it is used to target villainized communities, then what happens is that the community which is being targeted, at some, it starts looking less and less human. You keep saying that, oh, this one community is bad, and you keep saying that over and over again through series of misinformation, saying that they are not good for the country. And again, the issue with minorities getting attacked is not unique to any country. We just saw what happened in Bangladesh, for example. We fact-checked a bunch of stories in Bangladesh, but the Hindu minorities in Bangladesh got attacked when the whole, when Sheikh Hasina had to sort of go away from the country and all of that. So the issue of minorities being villainized and attacked is not unique to any country. And but because now there has been a sustained period of misinformation for about last 10, 11 years, at some point about 3-4 years ago, we saw a shift. We saw a shift in the sense that people who were regularly putting out misinformation got radicalized to the point that now they are indulging in hate speech. And when that shift happened, I remember a few rallies which happened here in India where people were aghast that, oh, what's happening? But the other thing that was happening in the online sphere is also, we have done some stories. For example, in Haryana, a bunch of people, they will go to a mazar and they'll break the mazar and they will live stream it. There are about 5 million views on the video, and there are videos after videos, but the account is still active. Now, a video which has about 5 million views, even if we think that at least 5 people went and reported a video like that, where you can see clear violence, then you would think that, oh, why isn't Facebook taking it down? Because there is clear violence, and the moderation mechanism doesn't seem to be working. But this trend kept growing. Recently, just last week, a boy called Aryan Mishra was shot down in Haryana, and he was mistaken. He was a class 12 student going out, mistaken to be someone who's carrying beef. And a bunch of cow vigilantes, they followed him for 3 hours and then eventually shot him down. Now, if you look up this profile of this person who's presently been arrested, if you look him, it has been brought down on his Insta profile, Facebook profile, everything has been brought down. But if you look at the profile, then you will see that, again, this is the trend. That is using online medium to propagate hate. And while I'm making a case for India, because I'm standing in this forum, which is called FOSS United India, it is not any different in any other countries in the way our information ecosystem is being weaponized. So going back to this boy, Aryan Mishra, and the guy who killed him just about a week and a half ago, if you look at their Facebook profile, there are videos after videos after videos of them chasing vehicles, shooting at the vehicles, shooting at tires, and so on and so forth. So this is what is happening in the Indian online media. Now I want to sort of, this image on screen, I want to sort of take you all back to this. I don't know how many of you have seen this book, but there's a complete book on how IBM and some other American companies worked with the Nazis till the last day, and provided services while the Holocaust was happening. Now, having studied engineering, I'm quite passionate. I'm very, very passionate about technology. But at some point in this journey from being an engineer to going to journalism, there has been a lot of disillusion as to what does technology stand for. So, and this is about, whatever, 70, 80 years earlier, but things have not changed. Things have not changed at all. Every year we have a major killing in some part of the world, and then one of the technology companies will come and say, oh, we are sorry. We know we were responsible for it, but we are sorry. So the whole Myanmar exodus, the way it happened was that the Myanmar military, they created pseudo pages in names of celebrities, etc., and they put out absolutely organized hate to the point, misinformation and hate to the point that the Rohingyas had to leave the country. And then the violence happened in Sri Lanka, and again Facebook said, oh, we are sorry. People get killed, but oh, we are sorry. And this cycle repeats again and again, and it is again not limited to just Facebook. By the way, so while I'm on the subject of Facebook, this is one of the stories that we did about just before the elections. I have not put the video because it's a graphic video, but many of you might have heard of this person called Atiq Ahmed, who was shot down in UP. He was being accompanied by media, and on camera he was shot down. Now, we came across this Facebook page called Meme Express, which was using this exact video where a person is being shot down and asking for votes in the name of that. This was happening before elections. If you look at, about 30,000 rupees spent on one video, another 30,000 rupees spent on another video, 2 million plus views. So a video where a person is being shot down is being used as a Facebook advertisement and asking for votes. We wrote to Facebook. Facebook again said, we are sorry, we are taking it down. Again, there has been now a lot of documentation as to how whether it's on Instagram or Facebook, hate speech is thriving, and these platforms are choosing not to do much about it, or in many cases not to do anything about it. And this is not just about hate speech. For example, 2 weeks ago, we did a story on, there was a video about 4 or 5 minutes long where two individuals are having penetrative sex. It was on Instagram. It had 7 million views. Now, considering how young children are flocking to Instagram, I would think that at least 40% of those 7 million views are of children less than 15. So the issue is not just limited to hate speech, but the issue is limited to moderation of all kind. We keep writing to Facebook and Google and Twitter. Twitter, though, there's not even a single employee these days in India. Even if you have to say that, oh, there is hate speech on Twitter, even if you have to say that, look, what do we do with this rampant misinformation on Twitter, there is not a single employee that we can write to. Facebook and Google, at least there are some representatives who we write to, and we get some responses, but mostly the responses are in terms of one-line response saying that, oh, we are sorry, and we are taking it down. Now, it is in a country of 1.4 billion, where we are producing just crazy amount of content that we are producing. It's only because something has 7 million views, 5 million views, 6 million views, that actually we notice it, because it has gone so viral that it has come to our doorstep, and then we write to Facebook that, oh, there is actually a live murder happening on your platform, and can you do something about it? And they'll take it down. But there'll be many such instances where it is 200,000 views, 300,000 views, 400,000 views, maybe 20,000 views. We don't even get to know about it. This is happening all the time, and moderation has become a big issue. Now, the reason why I'm here is that over time, this is what is happening on YouTube. YouTube is auto-generating videos which are, these are Hindutva pop videos, and they are asking for expulsion of Muslims. Ever since Elon Musk has taken over Twitter, at this point of time, in the last about 2 months, ever since the US elections are coming closer, there was a group which did a study as to how many times has Elon Musk tweeted misinformation and how many views it has gotten. And just in the last 2 months, the amount of misinformation Elon Musk has tweeted, the platform this world allows someone to get so much money and then has the tiniest of ego and ends up buying a platform just to satisfy their ego. And then this is what they do with the platform. That is, they themselves become the propagator of misinformation. In just last 2 months, about 1.2 billion views of misinformation from Elon Musk. So platform after platform, whether it is Facebook, whether it's Google, whether it is Twitter, our information systems are, at this point in time, controlled by monopolies which will not do anything about what is happening here. And the issue becomes especially worse when it comes to the global south. Whether it is India, whether it is Pakistan, whether it is Bangladesh, whether it's Myanmar, all of these countries, you might have seen Elon Musk sitting in the US Parliament answering questions. You might have seen before Elon, Jack sitting in US Parliament answering questions. You have seen Elon Musk and Jack sitting in Singapore Parliament and answering questions. But at no point has the world's, we are their largest market. And we will continue to be their largest market. We are the primary focus in terms of making revenue. At no point has any representative or any senior representative actually been questioned as to why this is happening in the country, as to why there's so much hate speech. And the answer to that is very clear as to why they have not been questioned, why hate speech has been allowed to fester. So then what do we do about it? In my opinion, this is a situation which is not going to go anywhere. Facebook is, if let's say somebody was selling scooters and the population increases, then you need more scooters in the country. So the company grows, the company makes more scooters, the company makes more profits. You buy its stock, all of that. There's a physical product. What Facebook is selling you is not a physical product. It is, Facebook is selling you a product where they want your attention. And because the only way their profits will increase, they are not selling scooters. So they can't just produce more scooters and sell more scooters so that they make more money. They are selling advertisements. And the only way that they will be able to sell more advertisements, and year on year, they have to show more profits. When at the end of the year, they have to show more profits. And that is only possible if they keep weaponizing their algorithms, their systems, so that we are stuck on the platforms, watching reels one after another, one after another, one after another for hours. Recently, I had gone to a school in Calcutta. I sort of live my life between Ahmedabad and Calcutta. So we've been going to certain schools in Calcutta, just asking the question, what are they watching? We don't know what our children are watching. And so just to be able to answer that question, we've been going to certain schools. We went to this, I won't name the school, but we went to this certain school, which was sort of mid-level. People were coming in blazers, children were coming in blazers, etc. Not extremely rich, but rich enough. And we were given access to about 80 students for over, I think, 3 hours every day. And we were allowed to sort of question them as to what they're watching. And we made small groups And over 2 days, we gained the confidence. No one is going to open up in just one sitting. So over 2 days, we happened to gain their confidence. And we realized that they are watching the most toxic stuff. Andrew Tate, all the boys there are watching Andrew Tate. And Andrew Tate, what is Andrew Tate saying? That women need to be subjugated, women need to be controlled, and all of that. And this is the kind of content that all these boys were watching. And they were, and the girls were sitting aghast. They know that the boys are watching this, but the girls were sitting aghast, just hearing these boys talk about it and be so passionate about it that, oh, Andrew Tate is the guy that we should follow. And this is class 7, class 8 I'm talking about. So what I'm attempting to say is that we have a huge problem at our hand, and our information ecosystem is controlled by organizations which will not do anything about it. They will not acknowledge it. They will not do anything about it. They will only acknowledge it. Time after time, we have seen that the acknowledgement comes only much after things have gone very, very wrong. And that is where I feel that the people in this room really need to step in. That is, we have to, the problem essentially, how many minutes do I have? 5, okay, sorry. I'll finish off fast. The problem is of accountability. None of these companies are accountable to us, and we need software, and we need our communication systems which are accountable to us. And, the problem is also centralization. For example, Elon Musk, for example, where is that slide? Okay, I can't find the slide. But Mark Zuckerberg at one point in time went to NBC and he was asked the question, why are politicians not being fact-checked? And he said that politicians are already overly scrutinized. So we will, Facebook has this fact-checking thing where, you get this cover on, if somebody is putting out false information and it gets fact-checked by one of their partners, then you get this small cover. And he was asked, why are politicians not being fact-checked? And Mark Zuckerberg said that politicians we are not allowing the platforms to fact-check politicians or their third-party fact-checkers to fact-check politicians because they are already overly scrutinized. Now, overly scrutinized, okay, there may be some scrutinization in the US, but what about the global south? So the problem is also the centralization of policy making, where all the policies are being made by organizations which are based in US and have absolutely no understanding of the global south. They don't know the nuance of hate speech that happens here. They don't know what dog whistling happens here. And that is the policy making that is happening. So it is in our interest. It is in our interest as Global South that at this point of time we really start figuring out our communication mechanisms, our communication systems, and build software to do that. And there is no better way to make accountable software than FOSS. And that is why everyone is here to say, oh, this is our software. I'm here to say that please make this software. So it's sort of that people who understand the issue, people who have skills, and people who have some time really need to come together and create things where our communication systems, we can regain control over our communication systems and not let it be weaponized, at the hands of ultra capitalists. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Prateek, for pointing out such things, and it was really an eye-opener. Yeah. Do we have any questions?
Are there
for
questions?
Prateek? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for that talk. So I think the one side of the problem that you have highlighted is that the lack of accountability and control over social media corporations that have a vast user reach. But also to point out the other side of the problem is that when we talk about measures to contain the power of these corporations, that if you go into sort of government regulation, so we have also seen that being misused, that government tries to, put in ask requests to take down posts that may be critical of the government. So between these two, so like where do you see the solution?
Neither. And we need to imagine a new solution. The solution, government regulation is not going to work. Government regulation, for example, recently India withdrew the broadcast bill, right? And in the broadcast bill, they were making a special case for influencer, quote unquote influencers, because mainstream media has been, doesn't hold the same sway as it used to once, and so people are flocking to other mediums to get information, etc. And that is when the government realized that, oh, we need to do something about the influencers, the YouTubers, and so on and so forth. So the answer is in neither. The answer is in imagining new systems. The present system, and this is a much considered thought, that the present system, the thought that, oh, Facebook, Twitter, Google, YouTube, etc., can be controlled through law or any which way, and that they will mend their ways, I don't think that's ever going to happen. So, and at the same point in time, if you leave it with the governments that, oh, they will bring in laws to regulate, this regulation is always a slippery slope. It is all, when it comes to freedom of speech and any kind of regulation, especially coming from the government, ideally, there should be self-regulation. Ideally, the platforms should have been self-regulating, which they are not. And that is when the government steps in that, oh, look, the platforms are not self-regulating, we will regulate them. And that is where the problem is, that when the government starts regulating, then the government regulates based on what speech they want outside and what they don't want.
Okay. Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for Prateek? Okay, thank you. Yeah, people standing at the back, we have some vacant seats over here. You can grab it. Okay? Yeah, also we have a social media contest running. So you can tag us adding an hashtag IndiaFOSS 2024. And maybe you can get a swag pack at the end of the event. Moving forward, we have our next speaker, Frederick Norona, who will be speaking about lessons from mapping FOSS in India. He is a journalist since 1983. He is a freelancer since 1994. He is reporting on FOSS since circa 1999. His write-ups and articles have appeared in Linux Open Source, Linux Journal US, Linux Magazine Germany, Free Software Magazine, Express Computer, and other outlets. So give it a huge round of applause for the speaker. Thank you. The stage is all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll start with a little story because it's afternoon and getting tiring. So I was sitting in this small hole-in-the-wall cafe in Goa called Cafe Prakash. And one of my friends said, what is your experience? What's your qualification to write on technology? And I looked at him and I said, nothing. So he said, oh, then you are a quack, he said. And actually the story is that I've been a journalist. I've been interested in technology for quite some time. I write about it. And as a journalist, I feel that information is critical to our lives. Sharing information is even more important. So I could very easily understand that the idea of free software, the idea of open source is something very powerful. Along the way, I saw installations of free software. And let me tell you, it wasn't love at first sight. This was in 93 or 94 when it was quite ugly actually. The tools that came about in the world of Linux, GNU Linux, whatever you want to call it, were in, the icons were very bad and it didn't look good. But coming with my background, I kind of understood that this was something that if we could spread in India, and if it spread in India, it would really have a lot of implications. And we've come a long way since then. I'd like to give you a brief introduction in what I'm doing and tell you a few things about the work I'm looking at. Today's talk will be focusing on a kind of compilation of a study that I'm writing, which looks at the contributions by different people across the FOSS ecosystem in the country. Yeah. So, okay. Can you just start it again? Yeah. So, these are my contacts. You're welcome to get in touch with me. I'll tell you why later. And today we are looking at the encounter of FOSS that we saw in the past in the country, the growth of FOSS, free, libre, and open source software across the decades, and some of the stories that actually happened in India, and 10 lessons that, that emerge from this situation. So as I was saying, it was around 93, 94 that we could see first people installing it among the NGO sector. That was in places like Bombay, in the Center for Education and Documentation, where people were just experimenting with it. ERNet was just coming about in the country, and people like Dr. Gopi Kumar Garge were holding workshops to popularize it among NGOs and journalists. And most people didn't know what an email address was, and thanks to them, we got early access to the net. Around 1989 or 90, thereabouts, I might be getting my dates a bit wrong, the LUGS network was set up across India. The LUGS were the Linux user group, very much like FOSS United. It was a network across the country. It was set up in any state, and anyone could set up a LUG. If you had 2 or 3 members who were kind of interested in Linux and GNU Linux, they could work together and set up a LUG. And that was when the magic started coming together. Magazines like PC Quest started putting out their compact disc and sharing the code and all the applications and the distros. In those days, it was very difficult to download from the net. So writers like Atul Chitnis, Kishore Bhargava were the people who first started popularizing it. And I remember there were huge queues whenever PC Quest came out with a CD. There were queues to buy that CD. So these were the kind of experiences we had then. Within a few years, things really started catching up because Bangalore, like your FOSS United today, Bangalore was already having networks like Bang Linux. That was a huge conference which would happen annually, which later became FOSS.in, and that was hugely popular, and it brought people from across the country, just like FOSS United is doing today. And the advantage of this is that when we network, when smaller states, I'm from a place like Goa where hardly anyone, there are very small groups and you don't have this kind of energy that you have in a big city like Bangalore. So when we come here, we learn a lot from you, we take back this energy and we implement it there. So things quickly started falling in place. In the early 2000s, we noticed that FOSS was getting widespread. Organizations like Mahiti.org, which is Bangalore-based, started looking at using FOSS for NGOs. They were an organization which was helping NGOs to get access to technology. But when they actually realized that why use proprietary technology, we could use FOSS instead. And within a few months, they changed over to FOSS. Many NGOs also realized that FOSS was an effective way of doing it. Along the way, there were international organizations which were picking up a lot of things from India. So there was this group called APDIP, the Asia Pacific Development Information Program, APDIP, which was part of the UNDP. And they threw their weight behind free and open source software. And because of that, there was a network called the International Open Source Network, which was formed. And it kind of was pretty amazing in its reach, and they understood that instead of having a proprietary product which you had to pay for every time, you could actually implement a FOSS solution which could be shared across many places. Then along the way, they asked people like me to create country reports of what was happening in different parts of Asia. And although it was quite complex to do because Asian countries have different languages, but it was very rewarding because we saw that so much was happening behind the radar, which people were not aware of. In Finland, they actually created a study called Free as in Education. Free as in Education. You can still find it on the net. It was done by someone called Niranjan Rajani, who is a Sindhi from Pakistan. And he coordinated the study. I had contributed the Asia chapter on it. And what they tried to do was to look at the implication of free and open source in fields other than technology, in fields other than computing. So for example, they looked at open source biology, open source law, open source journalism, a whole lot of things where the ideas of open source were used in other fields. And it was fascinating to realize that all this was actually happening along the way. And out of this, much of the things that were happening in India. India was being looked to as the example of how FOSS could play a role in social development, not just in technology. There were times when Bill Gates and Richard Stallman would visit the country, and at one of those times, both of them came together at the same time, and it resulted in a huge kind of discussion and warring going on between these two alternate ways of creating software. Some of the stories which came up during this time, I have listed in the directory which I'm creating, and it kind of picks up from, thanks to the fact that I don't use Windows, and I'm not lost any data for 2 decades now, touch wood. I have all these stories which we have picked up along the way. So for example, there was this story which I wrote about Linux in India finding its poster boy. And the poster boy, I wrote quite tongue-in-cheek, happens to be a girl. So this was one of the FOSS.in conferences organized by Atul Chitnis. And the lady in question was a a kernel hacker, who actually was the keynote speaker at that conference. So all this time we didn't have someone to promote as the main person contributing or whose face could identify with free and open source software in India. Then there were so many other stories which came up which are kind of forgotten today. There was this Hindu priest from America who was a Debian hacker by night. He was young, in his 30s and things like that. There was Nabha Kumar who created Anjunta. And just this afternoon in the morning we were talking about Bruno, who was named after a dog. This is a bit more romantic because Anjunta was named after his girlfriend. So I don't know what happened to that part of the story now. We need to track up on it. There is a firm called River Valley Technology. So CVR, CV Ramachandran, is from Trivandrum, originally from Trivandrum. He has been suffering from the same illness as Stephen Hawking's. And when he fell down mysteriously one day in Delhi, the doctors at AIIMS told him that, there's no chance, you're not going to survive. And he went back to Kerala thinking that this was it. But he actually set up this typesetting firm which created a whole lot of solutions for some of the top-end academic journals around, like Elsevier and all these kind of journals. And as a result of which, River Valley Technologies flourished. It did well in business. CVR is still around, by the way. He has handicaps and limitations, but he's still very much around. And his group actually created the Tech User Network, TUG, in India. And it actually held an international conference for TUG users and things like that. Along the way, there were also other solutions coming in. We found that there were NRI Indians who were working in free and open source in places like Singapore, Australia, the US, and doing all kinds of things, working in KDE, working in all different projects, which was quite inspiring. Besides this, we also found that there were strong initiatives to solve local level language supporting, local language computing. Because in those days, there were still issues with local languages, but there were groups like InLinux, which Venki already mentioned yesterday. There was Triple IT Hyderabad, which was working on local language solutions. Then there were other groups working on lowering the cost of technology. While Professor Junjunwala in Chennai would talk about making telephones costing 3,000 and 5,000 mobile phones, we thought it was a joke in those days, but over the years it has come true. And even projects like the Simputer, which in a sense didn't work out as expected, it was a failure to put it bluntly, is one of the experiences that we have learned from, and we need to keep looking at. We should not write it off, but we should learn from the experiments also that didn't work. And I think Simputer was a very, very bold kind of experiment at creating shareable computing rather than personal computing. Yeah, so what are the lessons? This is my last slide. What are the lessons we can learn from this experience of computing? So one is, let me go back a second, if you would permit me. So I actually felt that we need to write the history of free and open source in India. Maybe telling it through stories. It's a tough job. It needs a lot of people contributing to it. But I said someone has to start. So along the way, I actually initiated this directory. It's a limited kind of directory. It looks at all people who have contributed to free and open source. I'm sure there are many of you in the room who I would love to have as part of this directory, just to acknowledge that all this has been done. Because free and open source is a world where it's so easy to forget what has been done and all the work that has gone into it. So as I put together this directory, I'll show you a few pages of it and how it looks at the end of this talk. But the lessons I learned is that India is not just a downloading nation. Everyone says we are grabbers, we are not givers. This is not true. People in India are contributing a lot. We'll come to it at the end and try to understand why that's not recognized, possibly. We do need an enabling environment. This point has come up repeatedly even during this conference. Bandwidth is required, networks of people are required, campaigning groups are required. So I don't go with this old argument that, everyone knows about free and open source. There's no need to evangelize about it anymore. That is not true. That's simply not true, because every time there are new students coming in, there are youngsters coming into the field, so people have to be reminded that this is an alternative way of creating computing. We need, the full field has become much easier now than it is to handle in the past. A conference of this size is so amazing and so well conducted. It only becomes possible because by now, people have understood, some policymakers have understood what free and open source is all about, and they are willing to support it. Industry is willing to support it as well. And to have, these facilities is a kind of blessing. In the past, it was much more difficult to organize things. I think a country like India can shape the future of global computing. And I'm not talking only about the CEOs who are sitting in Silicon Valley, but people like you who are sitting in this room here. You can also, we have to also look at issues of gender concerns. The gender balance is a bit better than what it was in the old days, but there is still some way to go on that. Techies in India are strong on their technology. They are not deep into understanding politics. People like Pratik Sinha, who spoke just before me, is an exception. I'm a great fan of his work. He's done enormous work. But, I think we need to understand the technology of, the politics of technology also. Okay. I think after looking at different knowledge sharing movements, whether it's Creative Commons, whether it's Wikipedia, whether it's open access, academic publishing, and FOSS, I think the best movements that we have to learn from is the iterations that FOSS has gone through in India, particularly in the India Linux user group days. So at that time, the strategy was very simple. What they would suggest is that if 3 or 5 of you all are interested in starting a Linux user group, please go ahead and start it. There's no formality, there's no affiliation, there's no bureaucratic functioning or whatever. Just go ahead and start it. And then they requested that each of the groups can name itself ILAG-city name or ILAG-state. So we were ILAG Goa, there was ILAG Belgaum, there was ILAG Bangalore, or there were 3-4 groups in Bangalore because it was so big. And they had ILAG Burdwan and ILAG, Sonepat or whichever place they were part of. So that way, without the excessive control or hierarchy of a movement, they've actually been able to set up a full movement and without spending too much money over it. So I'm also a great fan of Wikipedia. I'm a great fan of Creative Commons. I'm a great fan of open access, but each one has its own limitations. Wikipedia has an affiliation process which you have to go through. If you don't file your reports on time, you're going to be disaffiliated, which happened to us in Goa, unfortunately. And Creative Commons, I don't think there's enough communication going on in between these groups. So we can learn from each other and we can see their strengths. Of course, Wikipedia has an excellent train-the-trainer program which helps to train people who can in turn train others and things like that. So to conclude, the last 2 points I want to make is that there is too much happening there. It's very difficult to keep track of all that is happening. So we need a kind of a crowd-sourced network to share this information. FOSS United has its Telegram networks. It's a great place to share information. We need to keep it going. Youngsters need to take the lead. We need to spread it to different parts of India and become more representative of more states across the country. And the last point I want to make is that, see, I think this is a vision problem. We are not aware of what is happening because we are not seeing it. They say what the mind does not know, the eye does not see. So all these contributions are invisibilized because we forget about it, because there is no central place where we can study and look at it, and those kind of things. So I'd just like to end by showing you, it's there. How do I go up, page up? Yeah. So this is what the directory will look like eventually. It lists the contributions of different people in their own words. It has just 4 or 5 details like the name, the educational background, their contribution and contacts, and their vision for FOSS in India. Apart from that, I've also kind of carried some stories either of mine or which are in the Creative Commons, which are shareable, describing experiences. This is the story of CVR and River Valley Technologies. So if you all can help me to complete this book, it would be really appreciated. I think it would be a gift back to the FOSS community. This is Atul Chitnis, who was the person almost single-handedly responsible for putting together part of the movement, the open source part of the movement, holding huge conferences in Bangalore. Unfortunately, he passed away very early of cancer in his 50s, about 10 years back. And so there are stories about the field, and there are details of the persons involved. Like, for example, Calibre, which is an excellent ebook reader, an ebook creator. Most people are not aware that it's made by an Indian product. That's Kovid Goyal from Mumbai. So like, you know, the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing because there's so much happening and it's so badly documented. And when I would propose a story to an editor, they would often tell me, you know, Frederick, there's a lot of exaggeration going on within India. And people make all these false claims and they claim that they're doing things which they're not doing. But if you look at it deeply, you actually realize that the skepticism is from the editors who, even if there is something good, they will not write about it because either they are skeptical or they are too lazy to go out there or they are waiting for the story to reach them in the form of a press note, which won't happen. So the story of this book is interesting because there is this NGO called FAST, Forum for Advancement of Science and Technology. They are involved with holding this big science and technology mela at Pune every year. And they have a book grant where they give a grant of 10 lakhs of rupees, which is a lot of money by Indian standards, of course. And if you're writing a book on science and technology, they give you this grant. So I was skeptical that I wouldn't get this grant at all. So I proposed to them that I would write a longer history of the movement as a whole, of the free and open source movement over the last 2 or 3 decades. And that was shortlisted, but it wasn't selected. So I thought, like, anyway, I'm not going to stop at that. Whether I get the grant or not, I'm going to write this book. So I'm going to go ahead with this book, and the bigger book, maybe after 2 or 3 years, I would put it together because it involves more work. Thank you so much. Time for questions. If you have anything, please.
Thank you so much, Frederick. Do we have any question for him? We have 2 more minutes. We can have a single question in that time. Do we have any? No? I think, okay. Thank you so much, Frederick. Once again, give it a huge round of applause for Frederick. Whoa, I can see the auditorium is flooded. Yeah? Okay. We all know why you are here. Yeah? Are you all excited? I can't feel the energy, yeah. Are you all excited? Yeah, that's great. So we have our next speaker, Kailash Nath, who will be joining us today. He is the founder at FOSS United, CTO of Zerodha. He'll be talking about 7+ million Postgres tables. The talk explores how they use a single node Postgres to have more than 7 million ephemeral tables as a caching strategy for serving reports from a trillion-row database to millions of users on daily basis at Zerodha. Give it up a huge round of applause for Kailash. Thank you so much.
Good evening. So I'm going to be talking about a hack that we built at Zerodha. It started out as a hack, but it's gotten out of hand. It's become a really large system that the organization depends on. A lot of the scaling that we do with financial reporting depends on it. And it also involves software abuse. So when I was preparing these slides, I realized last year I gave a talk here, and it was about abusing DNS. DNS is used for querying domain names. But I had this hack where I got DNS to deliver weather data, temperature data, all kinds of random stuff. And it worked, but it was proper abuse. And while making these slides, I realized here I'm going to talk about abusing Postgres. I mean, battle-hardened, amazing piece of software, but abusing Postgres and doing stuff with it which it wasn't really designed for, I guess. For whatever reason, that's 2 consecutive years of software abuse. So very large databases exist in a lot of places. It exists in the government, it exists in businesses, banks have it, stockbrokers have it, all kinds of places. And the velocity of data, the nature of data also varies. You have new data that is added to it, new transactions, and old data is archived to, cold storage data warehouses, etc., etc. So there's that whole distinction of hot data, cold data, and whatnot. OLTP versus OLAP. We had a bunch of OLTP versus OLAP discussions here earlier today. And if you are a people-facing organization or a business or a project, people need reports. You log into your bank, you pull net banking reports. You log into your e-commerce platform, you pull up your order history. Sometimes you need a bank statement from 10 years ago. Most times, like 99% of the people, 99% of us, we need reports, events that have happened in the recent past, last week, last year, last financial year. But if you think of the backend, if you think of the database in itself, all of this data is going and sitting somewhere, right? Millions, billions, even trillions of transactions. There are no database systems that can hold unlimited amounts of data and quickly deliver reports from 10 years ago, scanning back, 500 billion rows versus today. So generally data gets moved out of databases into shards, warehouses, etc. You would have noticed that some banks, actually most net banking systems, have different UIs or different menus for downloading different kinds of reports. One UI, one menu for downloading this financial year's report, and you have to go to some obscure menu to download some other report from an older period. That's because they probably have entirely different databases and backends just serving those old reports. And very large DBs are slow. It doesn't matter if you use Postgres, if you use ClickHouse, if you have 100 billion rows like we do, or hundreds of billions of rows, and if you have cross-table joins, it's going to be slow. So at Zerodha, millions of users come and download different kinds of millions of different reports every day. Some reports are as simple as, and when I say reports, I'm talking about databases, flat tables, and us using SQL queries to pull those reports, just like any other organization. So some of those reports are really simple. It's just a simple select statement, indexed fields, boundary of 2 dates, and you pull data. That is instant. But some reports are really complex. There are hundreds of lines of SQL, hundreds of 10 different joins, cross-table joins, sometimes even cross-database joins. Those queries can take 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Now imagine on the tax filing day, you have 2 million people come onto your website or web app or whatever, and they all want to download last year's statements. And these statements involve hundreds of joins. And these statements have to be pulled from databases with hundreds of billions of rows. How will that scale, right? You're getting tens of thousands of requests of people pulling reports from these large databases per second. So there are many ways of scaling databases. Generally, you just copy the database, you keep on adding read replicas, you send queries to pull data. But that's expensive and non-viable when you have really large amounts of data. Each of those databases are like 10, 20, 30 terabytes, whatever. So what I just described is the synchronous way of pulling data, pulling reports. Somebody comes and clicks a button saying get report. That request goes from the browser or wherever to an app. That app opens a database connection, issues an SQL query, waits for it, and then the data comes back to the app. Then the data is sent back to the user. And like I said, some of these queries can take tens of whatever seconds. And at any moment, each of these open connections are waiting, holding up resources, hammering the database. So synchronous generation of reports, which is basically large, complex SQL queries, that's simply not viable. It just doesn't scale. This is how it generally looks like. N number of users come to your app. They all click on a button saying, give me my report. Each request becomes a query to the database, N number of queries, and the app is waiting on the database, and the user is waiting on the app, and it snowballs, and everything goes for a toss. So there are many ways of, many different tricks, techniques, many different architectures of handling this. But I think pretty much all of those architectures involve asynchronous queuing and controlling. 10 million people come to your website, they all press that one get report button. But instead of sending those 10 million requests to the database, the large, slow database in the backend, they go sit in a queue somewhere, asynchronously. Then those queries are sent to the database one by one based on how much the database can handle, and the responses come back and they sit somewhere, and they're presented to the user in a synchronous manner. Citing my bank example earlier, if you go to your net banking UI and download a very old report, typically when you click download, it says something like, your report is being generated, come back later. That's because this asynchronous thing is happening. And there's nothing new in this. This is not rocket science. This is a very, very ancient technique. So this is how that would look like. Rather than sending every single request to the database directly, which it can't handle, you asynchronously queue it somewhere and slowly send it to the database. The user waits or the user comes back and it's presented on the user's UI. Now the thing about that technique is that in an organization, in a setup like Zerodha, you have many different applications that are all written in different languages with different database drivers. You have many different kinds of databases. We have MariaDB, Postgres, ClickHouse. Different data resides in different databases for whatever reasons, like legacy reasons. So hard coding all of this logic, queuing, pooling, asynchronous queue management, etc., into each and every application, which can be built or written in any language or framework, that's not viable. You'll end up reinventing the wheel over and over. It's simply not viable. And if you end up doing that, suddenly you are mixing the heavy reporting layer, which involves large databases, which is a whole different scaling problem. You're going to tightly couple that into your application layer. Now your app can't scale independently, your database and queries and reporting can't scale independently. So what if there was an independent middleware, where this middleware system, it received all the requests for all report generation. It handled it, stored it. It did traffic control, and the system queries the slow, large database based on how much it can handle and manages the state of each pending request and delivers the response back to the app via an intermediate results DB. So I think this is, like I said, the asynchronous queuing bit is not new. Everybody does it. But I think this results cache is it's an interesting hack which is novel in this technique that we've tried. So we have a results DB. It's a Postgres instance, I think. Yeah, I'll come to it. So it's a Postgres database. And the large, slow databases are Postgres, ClickHouse, whatever. Hundreds of billions of financial records. And they have limited capacity to handle queries. So we have this middleware system that goes in, handles all the incoming requests, immediately responds to the app saying, your request is queued, check back later. Simple HTTP API. Then it queries the databases very slowly, not very slowly, I mean in whatever manner the database can handle, and the results are written to a results DB. Now the results DB is an ephemeral storage. The results come there, the app pulls the results from the results DB directly and you're done. So the app never interacts with the large slow DBs. Even if you have 1 million requests coming in, it won't overload the database because there's traffic control happening there. So that system is called Dung Beetle. Now dung beetles are insects. There are many different kinds of dung beetles. What's cool about them is that they're tiny little beetles, but they roll dung, feces. Now I'm not implying that data in databases is garbage or dung. That's not that. But these are tiny creatures that can move dung like 1,000 times plus their body weight. So the tiny little things that can move a lot of mass. So that's why we named this small little middleware system Dung Beetle. So it's a simple app. It's a very lightweight single binary app written in Go. And it's distributed by nature. You can run many copies of Dung Beetle that do traffic control, handle all your requests. And it helps applications completely separate out their SQL or large data reporting layer out of it. So quickly diving into how it works. Like I said, the architecture is really simple. The concepts are really simple. It's a hack that we've stitched together. So imagine you have a financial application and you generate n kinds of different reports. Each report is defined as an SQL query and it has a name. You'll see that, get profit entries by date. So every report is an SQL query. It's defined in a file. It has a name. And you can have some additional parameters like DB saying this query should be executed against this DB. So each of these is a task. Then you have a job. So when the app has to generate a particular report, it sends an HTTP request, super simple HTTP API to Dung Beetle, which is running. You'll see that it's the curl request is going to the job SQL query that was named here. Same thing, get profit entries by date, get profit entries by date. And the parameters that is required for the SQL query, it's passed there. And when you make this request, Dung Beetle immediately queues that job somewhere and returns a status. Now the app is free to poll Dung Beetle for the for the status of this job. Is it pending? Is it complete? Sometimes it might take 5 seconds. It could take whatever. It's arbitrary. We're not concerned about how long it takes for a particular job to complete. It all depends on the capacity of the database. So when a job is complete, that is when an SQL query has finished executing that produces results for the particular report, it goes into a results database. And the app now simply has to do a select star on the results database. Now the interesting hack, I think this is the biggest hacky aspect of this particular hack. Every single job that is completed, that is every single query that finishes executing, its results are written to a brand new table in the results DB. So when I, as a user, go and click on get my financial report, the results go via this async thing, and it's written to a table in this DB. When another user goes and pulls the same report, it's written to another table. So if you have millions of users pulling millions of reports, each result is written to a whole different table that is freshly created for that particular report, for that particular user. And do you know that the results are generally small? Your bank statement will have 5, 10, 500 or 10,000 things, right? So after scanning hundreds of billions of rows, the responses, which will be a bunch of rows that go to this dedicated table, and the app simply does a select star on it, which is instant. So we chose Postgres as the results DB. Now, when we started out, we didn't really know the extent of this hack or how far it would go. We started using this approach, I don't know, 5, 6 years ago. People would pull, few 10,000 reports a day, no more. And we'd see Postgres end up with 10,000 tables, 50,000 tables, 1 lakh tables. And that was a curious thing to observe. Then it grew to 500,000 tables. Then it grew to 1 million tables. Because every report that is pulled on the financial platform ends up as a fresh Postgres table. Then we one day ended up with, I think, some 11, 12 million independent tables in a results Postgres database. And so when I submitted this talk title, I think I had 5 in the title. Then I figured that, no, that number is outdated. So I got it changed to 5+. Then I figured that over the last several months, the average number per day is 7 million. So I got the talk title changed again. Then the organizers asked me, do you want to change it again? Are you working on increasing the number of Postgres tables in the last 48 hours? But the thing about stock markets is that it's entirely unpredictable. Tomorrow there could be one big event and we might end up with 20 million tables. So 7 million is what we see on average. Now, somebody outside just now was asking me, are you talking about 7 million rows in a table, or are you talking about 7 million tables in a Postgres database? So it's 7 million Postgres tables. But why, right? I mean, the thing is, why not? If Postgres works beautifully, why not? It works. And this is such a simple hack, and it allows us to scan our massive, 500 billion rows of financial data and deliver reports to users instantly on a daily basis without overloading the data and handling a bunch of headache. Now, the other cool thing is, typically once a user pulls a report on a platform, they do further operations on it, sort it, filter it, etc., etc. So once you have a cached results table, you can do all those subsequent operations on it, completely eliminating the backend database from handling that load. So that's some stats. We have a single Postgres node running on a single EC2 instance, it's an ephemeral throwaway DB. So it has 64 vCPUs, 128 GB RAM, and on an average random day, that database has 7 million tables. Each table has different kinds of columns, different kinds of rows. Some reports only have two columns, some have 10, 50. So PG attribute is a meta table inside Postgres that stores information about columns in a table, in every single table. Now, because we have 7 million tables, and all 7 tables have completely different column structures, that table is 48 GB. So just the metadata of this database on this random day is 60 GB. Now, one would assume that when you, let's say, restart Postgres, it has to scan all the metadata stuff, and it'll take forever to boot. It doesn't. This database instance, when we restart, it comes back up in like 3 seconds. Now, that is a testament to Postgres's battle-testedness. So the other cool hack is, this is a throwaway DB, right? User pulls the report. We can throw the cache away at some point. So we do it overnight. But the thing is, you can't do a drop table. You can't scan the tables. Those operations won't finish. So the simplest thing is to shut down Postgres, detach the disk, attach a fresh disk, and bring it back up. That whole thing, that hack also takes just like a few seconds. So we reset all of this every night. So Dung Beetle, like I said, it's a concurrent distributed system with multi-threaded concurrent distributed system. You can run multiple instances of Dung Beetle as a program in a bunch of places. Some reports are very heavy. They take seconds to generate. Some are generated in milliseconds. So you can create separate queues and send the request for those heavy reports to those particular queues where you have, let's say, 10 instances of Dung Beetle running. Or you can send lightweight queries to another queue where you just have 2 instances. You can do all of these things. But the entire program is just like 1,700 lines of Go code. And like I said, it's a really simple hack, but it works at scale. So I have a screenshot there, which is another trick that we employ. So these were reports, right? We have hundreds of such reports, like really complex reports. And each report is an SQL query, and each SQL query can produce arbitrary columns, 2 columns, 10 columns, 15 columns, doesn't matter. And they can all be of different types. So how do we map those types to the results table that is created in the separate results cache? It's a super simple type map like that. If the report is being pulled from a Postgres database, you can iterate through the columns in your database driver and figure out the column type and then map it to the target results database. We've used Postgres as our target results database, but it can be anything. You can pull data from ClickHouse and cache it in Postgres. So it's just a super simple type map that enables this. And that's a Dung Beetle rolling dung, which is feces. And that's Postgres. So this whole thing, this whole hack, this whole project, the way we scale reporting at Zerodha, it's all dedicated to Postgres. And like I said, it's a testament to how amazing a piece of technology Postgres is. And with that, I finish. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kailash. So we have 2 more minutes. We can take some questions if you have.
Hello. Yeah, so I have a question about Dung Beetle in general. So you
the
said
insect or the database, the system?
The database system. So basically you said that it can have multiple jobs wherein you can submit a job and reports are being generated. What I want to understand is that Dung Beetle must have to maintain a state of these jobs. And you're saying that there are multiple instances of Dung Beetle deployed. So do you have some sort of a master-slave architecture in Dung Beetle which takes care of that sort of state? Or is it that you're using, or is it like, how does that exactly work?
Dung Beetle has a concept of pluggable states, the backend. So we are using the Redis backend, but you can plug in any backend.
Right.
And the Dung Beetle instances communicate via a broker, which can also be plugged in. We're just using Redis PubSub, but it can be Kafka, it can be anything. So you have all these Dung Beetle instances, but they don't communicate with each other directly. That would be reinventing Kafka or whatever.
Right,
they just rely on some broker, and Redis is the broker. Yeah, good point. I missed adding that to the slides. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Give it up a huge round of applause for Kailash.
Thank you.
Thank you so much all. So I would like to announce that it's a break time. We'll be getting 10 minutes, so you can just go out and get refreshments. Also, do post about IndiaFOSS, adding up hashtag IndiaFOSS 2024. Thank you so much. See you all in 10 minutes.
Check.
All right, hello everyone. Before moving on to the last panel discussion for the day, there's an announcement, like there's a few lost and found items which you can collect from the desk if you have lost anything. So the items are on the registration desk. You can identify yours and pick it up from there. But moving on, let's move to the last panel discussion for the day and the last talk. It's on the topic churning and turning away. Why do contributors lose streams? So the panelists are Mangesh Mane, Jahnavi Patel, and Amog Lele. I'd request them to come on the stage. And this panel would be moderated by Ram Iyengar. So I'll hand it over to Ram to take it from here.
Thanks for sticking around, everyone. Once t-shirts have been given away and all the food has been distributed, it's hard to find people at a conference. Except PyCon, I've heard. For some reason, they have people sticking until the last minute. But anyhow, a very good evening and welcome all my fellow panelists. I'll let you introduce yourselves. By way of background, this panel was meant to bring forth certain issues about the contributor experience largely. So as people who've been in open source for, I don't know, 5 minutes to 5 years, whatever level you consider yourselves, I'm sure that you've, as a contributor, experienced certain hiccups, and communities that you contribute to and participate in also have some difficulties in finding contributors and keeping them engaged and making sure that they're doing some work that's kind of useful. And so I thought we should, bring to light all of these issues, and how better to do it than a bunch of different people who are active in FOSS United and other open source projects that are a part of this community. So I'll let you folks introduce yourselves, and being the gentleman we are, Janvi, maybe you go first.
Oh, okay. Hello, is this okay? Can everybody hear me? Yeah. Hi, so I'm Janvi Patil and I work for the Commit Company. At the Commit Company, we build tools for the Frappe ecosystem, and we are building Raven, which is an open source work communication tool. It's completely open source, and we also build and maintain libraries. So some of them are Frappe React SDK, Frappe JS SDK, Frappe types. That's about it.
So apart from the slight advertisement for what your company does, what is your personal involvement in open source and open source ecosystems? Can you let us know about that as well?
Okay. My personal involvement is, so I basically helped build Raven, which is an open source app. And open sourcing the app has helped us get a lot of eyeballs on the app, which I don't think that if we were building in a silo somewhere in secret, so many people would have even known about the app or even talked about it. So FOSS has really helped us get some kind of visualization out there. And just having it as open source, people contribute to it, people actually use it, people have tried it. So you get some kind of gratification. Hey, there are people out there that are using stuff that you build, and they sometimes they contribute back, which is fun.
Amog, you want to give us your background?
Yeah, sure. So hi, I'm Amog. I've been an on and off maintainer of several open source projects. Some of them which were pretty famous but are not so famous now. Maybe you've heard of Launcher Launcher. I used to be a contributor / maintainer. It's not so famous now, but I guess that's relevant to the topic at hand, like why do people stop maintaining or contributing. Apart from that, pretty much everything I build is out there in the open because it's literally the only way I know how. Since the very first project I built, I put it on GitHub. It has an open source license. Yes, I did license it. Because that is what FOSS means. If it's just there on GitHub, it's technically not FOSS. But yeah, that's the only way I know how to build things, and that's what I'll continue doing.
Nice. Mangesh, can you give us a little background into who you are, what FOSS means to you? And
So hi, I'm Mangesh. I recently completed my 1 year at FOSS United, and I'm a second year BTech student. So talking about like how I got to know about FOSS starts from 2020, the Corona time, when most of all these kids were on internet. I was also on Telegram, and I moreover got to know about FOSS from a lot of people in group chats. So they used to talk about a lot of cool things, and what my work was to copy that thing and paste it on Google and read about it. So that's how I got to know about FOSS, and sometime after that I also got active on Reddit, like the r/Unixpawn community, and a lot of other things. So I used to maintain a theme project called Everblush. It got pretty famous back then, and it is dead now, but I still do receive notifications about it getting stars and stuff.
So I'm sensing a theme here. We've all been part of some very famous, quote unquote famous, open source projects that that are not as popular as they were in the beginning. So let's harp on that a little, but let's talk about it from the angle of somebody who's new to contributing to a community, and what have good experiences and bad experiences be like. I'll start with Mangesh, because he's probably the most freshest mind. As a new contributor, have you faced issues becoming part of a community, and what have those issues been?
So if I say largely the issue is about what type of contributions you get. So back then, one of my project was a simple fetch tool, which I did good marketing about, and it again got like pretty famous in the Unixpawn community. So that time, as a shell script, it wasn't very hard for someone to get a contribution. But when I started the theme project, so theme maintenance needs a lot of work, where you need to find the best color code for the syntax style. So that was the time when I faced a lot of problems, and we were like 2 guys working on it. There was a 15-year-old Indonesian kid, and we both used to work on it. So the problem was we were making ports for multiple open source apps. So VS Code, Vim, NeoVim. That time, it was a major burnout for me after maintaining it for like 7 to 8 months. I wasn't finding any way. So it's like you get up, you make a port, you maintain that port, again edit it. So that felt hard, and that is the biggest problem I see, where if you have a different project going on, then and where you need to maintain it for multiple different apps. So that is the hardest thing I feel.
Janvi, do you remember your early days of open source? Any problems you had faced?
Yeah. So the problems that I faced was there was this library that I was using for virtualization, and it's just sometimes the documentation, you have problems with reading the documentation, the guidelines are not clear enough, and then when people are replying in the issues, and there's a whole discourse going on, but the original maintainers or the original owners of the repository, they are not getting back to you, so people just start losing faith in the whole repository as a whole. Yeah.
It's like that game, isn't it? You whisper into one ear, and then by the time something comes out of the other end, it has no relation to what started. Yeah, Amog, any anecdotes from your early days of open source contributions?
Yeah, sure. I think like back in those days, I used to think like the entire FOSS community.
How old are you? You can't say back in those days.
Okay, so I'm 24, and I started around when I was 17. So that was around the time I began university. I started with like this AOSP community, so there was a lot of interest in custom ROMs back then. So installing Lineage OS on your phone, things like that. So that, like one of my first experiences there, at least which I thought at the time, was that the community is super hostile, right? And I was like very taken aback. But as time went on, and like I saw like what these reactions are, I cooled down a little. Turns out like, okay, maybe there was some hostility there, but like a lot of it stems from the fact that these maintainers are overworked. They get like a ton of pull requests that they have to go through. They get a ton of issues. People often don't know how to ask the right questions. So they just ask, hey, are you a Java expert? You know, there's a very common don't ask to ask website that says don't ask, hey, can I ask about this? Just ask your question directly and include all the relevant information, things like that. So those were some of the things I was not following, and I think that's some of the stuff I learned along the way. So sure, maybe it felt a little hostile at the time, but I see where it came from.
Right, so in your opinion, is bad contributor experience a result of contributors not knowing how to navigate the space, or maintainers not having time, efforts, patience, etc.?
I think it's a little bit of both. A lot of maintainers are like heavily overburdened, especially the more popular the project grows. I think there's a small anecdote from Godot, the game engine. We had a workshop about that, I think. But yeah, so the Godot maintainers, they were like quite worried that Unity is going to implode. So Unity was going to, they were going to IPO, so that meant they're going to try and squeeze every dime out of the project, right? And they eventually tried that. They tried adding like that ridiculous fee for projects over 1 million or something like that. I forgot the exact numbers. But they're worried that Unity is going to implode and all those people are going to come and join the Godot community. And what's that going to do is like, they're going to start demanding things. They're not used to the community-driven nature of a open source project, things like that. So they're quite worried about that because they're just like 4 or 5 people leading the team, and most of the other contributors are just like volunteers who make PRs and things like that. But also on the other hand, I think like new maintainers are often very uninformed, and certainly videos like that, Bhaiya Didi channels on YouTube, you know, who say like, hey, just make this PR on Express.js, get it in your resume. So I think there's a lot of misinformation also going around. So there's perspective to be had on both sides.
That's interesting. Now, I'm going to put the same question to you, Janvi, but slightly different context. There's a bunch of events like Hacktoberfest, and I don't want to say the India Hacks event and things like that, but in your experience as an open source maintainer, how good have contributions from these been? Do you have trouble?
Yeah, we have had experience with that. So in the very beginning, it was pretty cool because so we have had experience with this year's FOSS hack, right? So in the very beginning, a bunch of people got back to us. We even created a whole community for running the FOSS hack on Raven. So a bunch of people reached out to us, and then people had installation issues, or people had other issues that how to set up a bench, how to install Raven. So we helped them with that, and it was pretty interesting for us because people were coming to us, people were interested. These are young kids that want to try out Raven, and they want to learn how to make contributions to this. So we did help them out, and that experience has been really good for us. But what happened during the FOSS hack was, I think those people had only 2 days, so they worked on the contributions. They were pretty nice. And then after the hack, we provided them with feedback that these are the certain things that if you could change, then your PR might be worth merging or even considering, but nobody got back to us. So it's like you're only doing it to win something, or you're only doing it for the putting that contribution on your resume or something, or brag about it on Twitter or somewhere, I don't know. So if you're only doing it to get something out of it and you're not actually interested in maybe learning the technology or actually making a contribution or even using the app after that, so yeah, then it's just to get something out of it, and that wasn't fine.
Mangesh, so I'm going to pull you in here. I don't want to put you on a spot, but as somebody who moderates and coordinates hackathons like these, what in your opinion, could be better? Where are, contributors missing out on contributions, or maintainers missing out on contributions? Is there something that as maintainers we can do better to incentivize these people somehow, or close the loop, or continue to maintain the interest? What are some of your thoughts there?
So one thing I'd like to say first is like FOSS is not more about incentivization. So all these, like Amok said, all these Bhaiya and Didis, they made FOSS sound like it is sound like it is what gets you some kind of intensive incentive or job. So that is one last thing. And being in the FOSS space from last 1 year, I feel that I've always seen the same thing, like certificates. Students want certificates, prizes. That's what has been coming in the bigger picture. So as maintainers or contributors, I feel like there's some fault on both the sides. So maintainers, majorly, they don't have time and they don't have the bandwidth to deal with every single person. So it's moreover the contributor's job to find if something is already done, or find if there has to be like, if the feature is very important or not. So if that is coming in, it is very like easy for the maintainer to spot that one thing and get it done faster. Yeah, so that's my take.
I think, you know, everybody articulated about the fact that there is shortcomings on both sides, and there's definitely areas for improvement on both the contributor side and the maintainer side. And I'm going to switch track a little bit and talk about non-technical contributions for a bit. How important do you think they are, and do you see a bunch of people contributing to non-technical requirements on their own, or is it something you've had to push? What's that like?
Okay, so I think as with all complicated questions, I think the answer here is it depends. I'm going to elaborate on that a little. So it depends on the sort of project that you're trying to contribute to and what those non-technical contributions might be. Let's say it's something like documentation, right? A lot of the times the project maintainers write the documentation themselves, and any contributions that come to the docs are maybe small little things like typo fixes, or maybe a detail is missed here and there, and they just maybe they just create an issue, they don't even make a PR for it, they just say like, hey, this detail is wrong over here, and the maintainer goes and fixes it. That's sort of non-technical contributions. Then let's come to another curious example. That of ad block lists, right? That's not really technical per se, it's just a list of domains you want to block. But then people come and report, hey, this particular way of blocking is blocking my site because it's maybe a wildcard on some stuff like that. In fact, I was one of those people. My site was getting blocked by uBlock because they used to think I was a torrent site or something. Yeah. Then we come to, let's say, projects like maybe GNOME or KDE, right? Where there's a lot of other things, other non-technical contributions involved. And I think that's where non-technical contributions really shine. Large volunteer-driven projects like this, instead of like small, maybe one-person projects or a company-driven project, right? So all these large volunteer-driven projects like KDE or GNOME, you need artwork, you need documentation, you need web pages being made, all sorts of things. And I think that's where like the non-technical folks can really contribute. And as for my experiences with seeing where these people, like, are there contributions in this field? I'd say like most people, it depends on the type of contributor they are. If there's like someone who's really, really new, they're probably going to go for a non-technical, easy, quick fix because they're not really familiar with the project. They just want to get their toes wet, so to speak. But yeah, I think it's mostly people who are either annoyed about something in your documentation or in the non-technical aspects of it who contribute, or just new folks, in my experience.
Janvi, you mentioned you had documentation trouble when you were starting off. Is this something that you've taken care of, or you've paid particular attention to in your current
No, we are guilty of that. No, so when
it takes a lot of courage to admit it, but thank you.
Yes. So as a bootstrap team, and everybody is a developer and we are working, so you don't have like technical writers or UI UX developers. So these are certain aspects of the project that we do not put a lot of hours in because there are other things that we might be working on. So these sometimes get overlooked because we might not want to go and write the whole documentation on the side when we have already built the feature or built the library. But that is something that we're trying to fix. And yeah, so one of the first contributions that we got on Raven was actually somebody that fixed broken link that we had on our README. And once we had written the README, we were never going to go back and check every line if it's correct. So that is something really helpful for us, because that is something we would have never noticed. But it's a non-technical contribution, very helpful though.
So does the group have consensus about non-technical contributions to be an important area of focus when trying to get new contributors and things like that? Or it should all be like one big pool and people should be able to pick up what they want? And
yeah, people should be able to pick up what they want, whatever the forte is, whatever the skills lie, and whatever they can actually fix, you contribute there.
But that's where I find another kind of odd challenge, which is people come with a lot of enthusiasm. They want to do something to change the world. They end up on your GitHub repo or whatever public repository. They start looking at your issues. They pick the first most complicated Go concurrency, blah, 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 one that you want fixed. And then after, stepping through the code here and there, doing some things, they're like, this is very overwhelming. I'm not going to, bother with this. Are you seeing that kind of experience?
Yes. So during the FOSS hack, we had a bunch of people who were fighting over that they want to make a Google Meet integration with Raven. I mean, why would you start there, right? I mean, sure, it's a big ticket item, but if you're a new contributor, don't fight over that issue. Hey, assign that to me, right? When there were easier issues out there that you could have gone for, and once you're comfortable, then make a PR for the Google Meet integration. We will look into it. You don't have to fight over the issue.
Sorry, could you remind me of the question?
No, the question was, are people who are coming as new contributors trying to always go for the larger slice of the pie as opposed to something more bite-sized?
All right. I don't think it happens very often because people are rightly so scared of doing something that big, right? But I have seen it happen on occasion, and most of the time people were kind enough to inform the maintainer, hey, this is not in my bandwidth or this is not in my skill set. Sorry, could you please reassign this to someone? But a few times I've also seen radio silence when the maintainer just pings, hey, what's going on? Is there any update on this? You've been working on this, any branches you've pushed, anything we could base our efforts off of? And in those times, it's quite galling for the maintainer to see like someone picked this up. We wasted a bunch of time, guiding them to this, and nothing really came out of it. In those cases, I've seen the maintainer just pick it up themselves out of like, hey, this has been going on for too long. We'll just do this ourselves. But I think most of the times people don't really try to bite off more than they can chew unless they're in it for the incentive and not for actually contributing to the project.
I think that's a nice way to put it. Now there's another whole area of the free and open source experience that doesn't have to do with technical contributions. It doesn't have to do with non-technical contributions or something like that, but more on the side of just the community. And what kind of general behavior are you seeing across the community? Are people tending to bring more people in who might be interested? Are people tending to keep communities to themselves? That I've discovered this hidden gem called FOSS IndiaFOSS, whatever, and I'm not going to tell this to anyone else. Or are they like, hey, I found this amazing community, come join here? What's that behavior like in the communities you've seen?
So I think this was a question for me. So, like you said, there is the second part. So people, if they know about IndiaFOSS, so it gets passed on. So we, according to me, we saw a huge growth in the FOSS United community in the last 1 year. So before this, we did not have like so many chapters. So the chapters this year started becoming active. They wanted to indulge into multiple meetups and do continuous meetups throughout the year, and then a bigger yearly conference in that particular city. So if we want to talk about something out of a project, then I think the biggest example of non-technical contribution is what a lot of volunteers do in FOSS United. So if if there's something which we can talk about is that many volunteers here are like helping, and so it can be counted as a contribution itself. So, but the difference is that FOSS United is not a project and it is an NGO. So, I think if we want to get out of the project thing, then non-technical contributions also hold this all thing. So volunteers do invest a lot of time, even if it is non-technical, not technical, then they are still doing some kind of work which is helping us promote the word of FOSS and free software throughout India.
What's community behavior like for your communities, Janvi? Any insight at all? I know you're neck deep into engineering and things like that. It's probably not a fair question to ask of you, but any insight you can share?
Yeah, I mean, for such an antisocial person as me who hasn't been active on any of the communities, I'm part of those. I'm like, I'm that one member that sees your message but never replies. So it's difficult for me to answer that. But so we are part of the Frappe community, and then there are partners who use Frappe. So you get to learn what other people are building. It gives you new ideas about what you can implement on your own app to maybe fix their problems. So networking, these communities really help you network, understand problems that you yourselves might never face, but it is out there, and then it gives you kind of like empathy and like disparate opinions. If you basically jump those opinions off of each other, it helps. So just having a community where you can discuss things with extremely disparate people, I think that helps.
Yeah, so I think communities are super essential to free and open source. That is the way I got into it in the first place. I joined like these, cool Telegram groups where people were, hey, I built this custom ROM for this phone. Could you try it out? It has all these cool new features. Install it. Let me see. Let me know. Test it out, please. So I think that's where the whole community aspect got started for me. And I am throughout this journey or whatever, I think communities have been essential. They're the places where I have met all the really important people that I know, both in terms of personal and professionally, and in terms of like just enriching my technical knowledge. So I mentioned that my group of friends that over there who were sitting, I met them all through.
Moved here.
Yeah, they've moved here. So I've met them all through communities online, on Telegram. And I mean, that's the place where I find my stuff. You'll probably maybe Discord or Reddit or someplace. But I think they're super essential, and I don't think anyone is like exclusionist per se, but maybe there are like a few close-knit group of friends who are not like super enthused about, hey, let's get so many people into this group or things like that. They're just like, hey, if you find someone nice, invite them and whatnot. Yeah, I think that's my take.
Yeah, I think that's good. It's generally reflective of a lot of the experiences that I've seen reported around the globe. And I'll make a slightly controversial statement here. Choose to participate or withdraw if you will. But I said this at the other talk as well, but there's no drama like FOSS drama in the world. And Mangesh, I think very recently there was a lot that happened. I'm not going to go into detail, but as someone who's relatively young, I mean, 1 year in FOSS is like 10 years in any regular software engineering life. And so what is your impression as a early stage contributor, if you allow me to use that term, when you see behavior like that? Do you think it alienates a lot of folks? Does it make them feel, I really didn't sign up for this? And I believe personally that conversations in the community, no matter what they're about, are very essential in shaping the public perception of a community. And what, in your opinion, has this whole event been like?
Okay, so I like to participate in this drama and controversial discussion. So this, whatever happens in the FOSS United Telegram group is nothing new for me. So even before this, I've seen controversial discussions and dramas like this. So I think it is more important to indulge and answer some specific questions which are trying to understand your credibility. So even if people ask us questions and ask what are we doing exactly, then that is a sign where people are trying to invest their time and trying to see what is FOSS United or any kind of FOSS community trying to do. So that is something when you understand that people are interested in us, doesn't matter positively or negatively, they are trying to understand us and figure out what we are doing actually. So that doesn't matter if we are, if they are trying to figure out if we are doing right or that's wrong. So that's the whole part. And if I talk about what's the experience with different types of behaviors, I think as like, if a person, so one person is like a different behavior than the second. So we have to try to communicate with a lot of different behaviors. So I think opinions are different and preferences are different. So that's how it happens. So one controversial thing would be like, why do people use Mac and Mac or any other closed source operating system when they are a maintainer or developer of an open source project? So that is one of the biggest controversial thing I might say. But again, like I said, if a person changes, the preference changes.
Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, people are entitled to their opinions, right? And about the thing that you said about why use Mac, I think we shouldn't force people to use open source just because it's open source. Open source should have a quality, like, hey, this is really good, that's why I'm using it, not only because it's open source, because, I don't know, that's, I think, my personal opinion.
By the way, I forgot that you also use a Mac.
Yeah, so I'm not going to comment on the recent FOSS drama or anything, but I'm going to bring up some other instances of like very highly publicized drama in the FOSS community. And I'm also going to talk a little about why this thing feels like, why is there so much drama in the FOSS community, right? I think the number one reason why people perceive that there's a lot of drama in the FOSS community is because things happen out in the open. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of drama happening everywhere. There's politics that happen in all offices, in all companies. In this case, it's just out in the open. People are going to have conflicts, and this is just a place where they happen publicly. So that's the why FOSS communities have so much drama. But as for the example that I was going to take, it was about the recent stepping down of the maintainer for the Rust for Linux project. So I think his name is Wedson. And he recently just sent a very short, simple mail saying, I am tired of dealing with all the non-technical nonsense that I've been facing, and that takes up a lot of my time, so I'm stepping down as maintainer. And he linked to a short video where like he was being questioned about like completely irrelevant things to what he was actually trying to talk about. And I think the effects of this are pretty clear, right? We lost a key member of someone trying to add something important to such a large and influential project as the Linux kernel. And so, yeah, I think this sort of drama is definitely going to happen, but it's also often very divisive and harmful to the people and communities involved. And there's been other instances of this in other FOSS projects as well. And I think the one thing that people should just get right in this case is that just be respectful. Whether you disagree with someone, just be respectful to them. And in that civil discourse, it might seem endless, but at least you're not making someone storm off and leave a project. That's my take.
Now I'll get into sort of my last question for all of you, which is about, I mean, we've heard both sides of the story. We've heard something controversial, we've heard something not. Do you recall any instances of very positive influences from a mentor? Have you had a mentor in your open source journey? What was it like? How has that impacted you positively? Start with you, Amog.
Sure. So I've not just had one mentor, I've had many mentors, some of them for a really long time, and some of them, like, they're still my friends today. I ask them for help occasionally, and they ask me for help occasionally, which I take as a really nice sign that maybe I have, just grown a little in terms of technical and whatever other skills. But as for the other mentors and whatnot, they're like, the few maintainers of the project that I contribute to, who are like just especially nice to me, who took out time from whatever they're working on to just add a little suggestion here before I even asked for anything, before I even started on the issue. They're just like, hey, maybe you want to take a look at this file. There's like this utility function which you might find useful. So those tiny sort of little interactions I still count as my mentors, because they're really what help you. Those small little things add up. And so those are like the few tiny little positive experiences which I have and which continue to make me hopeful about the FOSS space as a whole.
How about you?
Yeah, so for us, for me, I think in the Commit company, we have Nikhil. So he has been a bit of a mentor for all of us. He's the one that actually got us into open source because he was using Frappe before us. He introduced it to us. And then we were like, okay, that is pretty cool. And then we started using it. And then I got introduced to the Frappe community. And then there's this guy, Hussein. He has this YouTube channel. I think it's pretty inspiring because he builds everything in public and you can see the mistakes that he makes, how he builds stuff, what is his thought process, and then you can try implementing it yourself. So yeah, I think these are some small people that you look up to in the community, and then you also get to meet them because you go to these events and they are all there.
Yeah. Mangesh, any positive mentorship experiences?
So I think I am very young to have a maintainer. So one of my, I did not have any physical or in-person maintainer before. So all I had was like online people who used to come and help. So often I get help from some foreigner friends. Like if I'm messing up with Git, they come, they fork my repo, and then they try to teach me sending commands to explain what happens. But one of positive impacts has been like, since Rahul joined us, so that has been one of the positive things because he has been like guiding all of us in the team on how to write clean code, how to clean the whole Python code. So I think that is the larger thing happens when you have a mentor. So this was my very first experience having someone, some experienced maintainer. So talking about the online people, I don't know what's their age, who are they, and where are they from. So that has been one of the notable experiences since I joined the FOSS community in person. So all of this, before it was like, I knew FOSS, I knew what FOSS was and how it works, but I did not I did not know there was so much philosophy behind it. So this was very recent when I started digging deep into the FOSS philosophy and why free software matters.
Yeah, I think we're almost out of time. I just want to quickly summarize what we've heard so far, which is, FOSS is incredibly important to pushing the boundaries of what software can do and what hardware can do, in a way, I guess. But there is something to be had both from the contributor side of things and the maintainer side of things in order to improve the overall FOSS experience. I believe our panelists also said that both technical and non-technical contributions are extremely critical to the success and the sustenance of any FOSS ecosystem. And there's no shame in picking up very small, tiny PRs and tiny issues to fix as a starting point and then progressively moving on to larger and better things. I think we also touched upon the fact that drama in FOSS is inevitable, easier to consume, I guess, because it all happens in the open, but a lot of positive experiences can come from contributing and from finding a good mentor who helps you contribute and shapes your thought and your process and things like that. I'm going to go for closing thoughts. Start with you, Amog.
Well, I don't really have any thoughts per se, but I'd just like to say that, again, FOSS is super important, as mentioned here. But one thing that maybe maintainers can pick up on is like tone down maybe the irritation they have that they face every day. Big ask, but hey, Linus tried, and maybe there has been some change in how he talks to people, so you can do it too. And as for the contributors, maybe just just explore the communities a little, ask around, hey, how do I ask questions? How do I go about this? Instead of demanding things, don't be entitled to your answers. And just be nice to everyone. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, this panel has been pretty insightful. I also do not have a lot of thoughts as such. But yeah, like Mangesh said, now I kind of see more into how community has really helped grow FOSS in India. Because when I was in college, I see so many college volunteers over here. But when I was in college, nobody, not even my teachers, talked about FOSS, to be honest. So that is something that is changing right now. And FOSS United has a big role to play in that. So I think things are going in the right direction.
Closing thoughts.
So I'd like to shed light on the last part where you said that non-technical contributions are very important. So one biggest example is that 4 years ago, if Kailash or Rushabh did not try to find Vishal, he wouldn't have been able to find us, the 8-people team who have now, who are like trying to indulge and try to fix these FOSS dramas and a lot of other things. So non-technical contribution do matter a lot, and it's more than just documentation.
Sure, absolutely. Big thank you to all three of you for taking the time to share all of your experiences, bearing with my questions, and a big thanks to all of you for joining here in such a huge number, despite it being like the last few moments of the conference. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, everyone, for the great panel discussion. Now we are moving forward to the closing note for this event. And now it's a session about discussing governance at FOSS United, which will be an open mic discussion. So I'll hand it over to Vishal. And yeah, give it a huge round of applause for Vishal. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Okay, looks like I'm audible. Yeah, I don't even think we need to record the session, right? Yeah. So, like the introduction, this is going to be an open mic session. If we want to talk about FOSS United, for how many of you this was the first national conference? A decent number of hands. For how many people this was the first time you interacted with a non-profit? How many of you know that FOSS United is a non-profit? Okay, brilliant. Hopefully people are hyped up and pumped up about everything that they got to hear about today. And hopefully we'll be able to maintain that enthusiasm over the coming year until next IndiaFOSS. No matter where you are in the country, hopefully we'll be able to do some events on open source software in those places, and we can continue this dialogue going, and we can continue pushing the movement forward. That, at the end of the day, is what all of this is about. We want to ensure that we bring in more people into the open source community. We have more people using FOSS, and hopefully we even have more people creating FOSS from India. That is why FOSS United exists, and that is what we want to support. How many people know that FOSS United gives grants for open source projects? Perfect, perfect. So yeah, again, solve a problem that is meaningful to you, put it up as a FOSS project. Hopefully you start building it and users will come, and at that point, please reach out to us for a grant, and we'll look into it and we'll get back to you. And again, it's open source grants, it's events that open source, all of you get to share the kind of energy that all of us have when it comes to open source software, using open source, creating open source, and the kind of problems all of it solves. How many people here are from a non-computer science background? A reasonable number, but for me personally, this number, increasing this number is what my personal goal is. My background is physics, and I really want to increase this number. Because open source is not by computer scientists for computer scientists. Open source is by everyone for everyone. And at this point in time, especially in terms of the larger big picture, we need people to be working in interdisciplinary teams. We need people who are able to bring the actual problems in different domains, and we need people who can use computing to solve those problems. That is how we can come up with new open source projects, we can solve new problems, and then we can have a huge impact on the communities that we are a part of regularly and that we care about on a deep personal level. Like, that is one of the easier ways in which we can continue building and maintaining an open source project when it is a project that you specifically care about, that is relevant to your problem on a day-to-day basis. So it's actually giving you value. Yeah, I think without much further ado, we want to talk about and we want to hear from you about how we could have improved this year's conference. And we want to hear from you about what you think FOSS United should be doing over the coming year. And yeah, we want to hear from you on how you think we can do better and the problems that you are seeing in the open source communities, wherever you are, which FOSS United could and maybe should start looking into and being actively involved in.
Namaste everyone. Namaskara elrigo. So Murli from Namayatri. I am leading partnerships and also building cultural strategy for Namayatri. So that's where we promote local events. So if you had seen Namayatri put a logo of FOSS United just yesterday so that people can book. So I drive those kind of initiatives in Namayatri. So one of the things which I want to say, FOSS United, how can we get more college students, especially I see a lot of a big hands for these guys from Model Engineering College. I see from Kerala they have come, right? But I see less participation from like RV College, BMS College. How do we increase, especially Karnataka, I feel somehow not on the FOSS thing. The colleges, because I've been working, trying it, so we have not been successful. If there is a focus on that, that's something. And also, this time I feel the stalls were very good because I've been seeing this FOSS movement for the last currently like 15 years. So big hands up for you people because everybody has got, like, we improved in quality also. Very good companies are coming and we got products which are serving. So I would say beforehand itself some themes are identified, some challenges are given. Okay, what is troubling India? Like currently Namayatri is focusing on public transport. We want to connect mobility. So for that we want to get routing scheduling done by AI, the data mesh integration so that you go from here to there. It's a very complex challenge which cannot be done by one company. So we want to see what are the list of problems and see how we can build developer communities. Like in cycle, what I want to do, communities of developers, community of cycle, intersection of communities. One is software. As you said, for example, my friend is, I'll just take 1 minute, how he was the first time attending. Sheshadri, can you please stand up? He is from an organization called Forestry for All. So he is the one man who knows about the trees and forest in the entire Deccan. He stays in forest. So we got him today. So he was like making notes today, saying that how one of these guys like homemaking, he said, I can use this technology for watering, right? So it's very important that we become diverse. So multiple themes, we can have meetings like agriculture, what is there, forestry, what is there. One month we can have, then it gives a continuous thing and broader focus is thing. So we can see how we can support mobility-based themes. So with this, I thank everybody here for organizing a wonderful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll respond and then, yeah. Actually, no, please go ahead. I'll respond after you.
Okay, my name is Sheshadri. So I'm basically a private forester. I had nothing to do with this.
Sir, are you from A3?
No, I'm not from A3.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, there's another Sheshadri I know.
Yeah, he's the other guy. Yeah. I'm not that Sheshadri.
Oh, he's the other
so
guy.
yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't know me because, yeah. So I just walked in. I had nothing to do with this thing. I just came with my friend. So and it was like really very useful, and I just sat through the whole day, and I saw a lot of software tools and a little bit of hardware stuff that I could use in my work, and I was actually wondering if any of you can, I mean, I'm getting a lot of ideas now. Okay, so a kind of automating my eco-restoration plots, huh? Yeah, so I'm into eco-restoration, ecological restoration. So I basically work on indigenous species. So I work in entire peninsular India. And basically we have brought out a book a long time back about forestries of South India, in which we have listed every single forestry in South India. I'm saying all the way down from Orissa, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra. So yeah, so what I feel is we have a lot of data, and we actually use the data in the field. We are hands-on people. We are into ecological restoration and biodiversity enhancement. So I feel I'm very happy that I came here and I stayed the whole day. I mean, I was just sitting and I was just really enjoying it, and I was like, new discoveries, and thank you all. So I hope one day we all will, might form teams and work on different aspects of forestry practice, actually hands-on, and something that we create that you can actually, see, touch, feel, and something real, not something in virtual sprays or screens. I'm not a screen guy, yeah. So this is what I think. Thank you all.
Perfect, thank you. Just a bit more of a story. My wife works on conservation in Himalayas, so I am keenly aware of how open source can actually help. There's a huge amount of data collection that needs to happen, and you need to be able to have applications which work with no internet, because they're in the middle of nowhere where there is no chance for you to be able to get signal. In fact, somebody mentioned a story today morning about a community booth upstairs called Janastu, and they talked about how there's a hill nearby which is called BSNL Hill, and the reason why it's called that is because that is the only place where you get signal, and you have to go on top of that hill, and that is where you'll only get BSNL signal, no other network provider. And I've heard that from my wife, because she's worked in the Northeast and she's worked in Himalayas, and you have to go to like specific places to be able to access internet. And that also means that you want to be able to create digital tools which work with no internet whatsoever, and they still work. And you're able to build in architectural choices to be able to say that, okay, fine, if there is internet, we'll do backups. If there isn't, everything is just going to be fine. And we'll have all kinds of fun, robust sync strategies to ensure that there's no data loss, etc., etc., etc. Like we're ensuring that the data is valid and so on and so forth. But the more general question there is, again, there are a ton of problems when we look out. When we look out, we start realizing that a whole bunch of fields can use computing to be able to solve problems meaningfully. There's a lot of geospatial software that is used when you're trying to understand the boundaries of a forest, and you're trying to map out where these things are. They go out with GPS devices to be able to say, yep, here is where the trees are, here is what the density of these things are, etc., etc. There's, how many people know the R programming language? Oh, that's a surprising number. That's a very surprising number. So there's a very heavy use of R in the ecology and environment space and biology in general, and there's a ton of open source projects over there. And recently, for example, my wife was talking about the fact that a ton of packages are just going unmaintained because there are very few people in the R ecosystem nowadays who are able to maintain some of these packages. So look for that thing which you are personally interested in. Like all of us have day jobs where we have to do a certain thing and we're applying computing to solve certain problems. But all of us also have hobbies. All of us have interests on something that is outside of what our day-to-day life is. And if you want to start helping people and being active in any community, I'm not saying that it has to be the FOSS United community, but whatever community it is that you want to be a part of, look into the problems that they're having that you actually can solve with tech. Not all problems can be solved with tech, but there are definitely a lot of problems at the grassroots level, really, really small applications. It doesn't have to be like a huge application that will have crores of users. That is not the only successful way of creating an open source project. You have tens of thousands of foresters and people who work on conservation in the country. If all of them are using your application, that is an incredible amount of success. If you're able to meaningfully have an impact on the work that they do on the ground, and that then cascades into the results that they're able to provide back to the government and policy making or their community, that's an incredible amount of impact.
I am damn sure that a lot of you will be actually be interested to be working with forests and biodiversity. So I think this is an avenue. This I mean, I feel we can create avenues. I'm very sure, and get more and more people like you. I mean, maybe probably you might even quit tech and get into forestry full time.
Thank you. Going back to some of the earlier questions, how many of you are already active in the FOSS United community? Perfect. There's still a reasonable number of people who are not active. So one of the things that one of the previous speakers just mentioned is the fact that there's a need to have more interaction and engagement of students. Not just in Karnataka, but this is a problem in practically every state other than Kerala. So, I mean, that's what the sad truth is. So, there's a lot of different ways in which you can be active in the FOSS United community, or even in general in the FOSS community. It doesn't matter if you, like, we are not going to sit here and say that, no, if you want to volunteer, you only have to volunteer through the FOSS United community. So, find a FOSS community which is actively working with students. How many people know that FOSS United has student clubs? Again, a reasonable number of people. So FOSS United runs student clubs. We have about 10 chapters across the country, mostly in tier 2, tier 3 and lower colleges. We will be restarting that program again this year, hopefully with even more colleges, somewhere around the 30 to 40. The idea again is we want to be able to help tier 3, tier 2 and like lower colleges to be able to start understanding FOSS, to be able to use FOSS, and hopefully even actually create FOSS. Because you work with them long enough, you help their faculty to be able to understand some of these open source concepts long enough, and yeah, magical things can happen. So if you are interested in working with the younger generation, if you want to help people, if you want to help bring new people into the open source community, that's a great way for you to volunteer your time. So if you're interested, reach out to us if there's a student club near where you live, and we'll try and see if you can actively work with those people by giving them talks, by doing hands-on sessions so that they're able to understand a whole bunch of different open source concepts. Maybe if you contribute to an open source project, you could work with them so that they can also start contributing to that open source project, and so on. So that is one way of giving back. And more than that, hopefully all of you are interested enough that you want to be involved in the community in some way, shape or form, depending on what your specific interests are. Like if you are if you want to be part of a professional community and you want to talk to other professionals on how they're using open source, then there are city chapters that we have. If you want to help bring in new people into the community, especially students, then there are student clubs that we have. If you are interested in tech policy and how that is impacting open source software, then we are actively trying to work on tech policy and try and talk to the government and talk to a lot of other players about, hey, here is the policy that exists in the country, we want to work on enforcing it, or here is where there are policy gaps in the country, and we want to try and give comments on how those need to be filled. So there's a whole bunch of different ways in which we want people from the community to start helping with the broader mission of the FOSS movement. Because at the end of the day, we are trying to keep that movement alive. We are not the only community that is trying to do it in the country. There's a whole bunch of other communities, hundreds of organizations, and just communities who don't have a non-profit backing them or anything of that sort. And all of us together are trying to push the needle forward in our own different ways. So find yourself a community that you feel like you belong to and actively start working with them. If you pick the FOSS United community as that community, we are more than happy to have a conversation about what specifically we can do together within the FOSS United community. Any other questions, thoughts? Yeah. One second. Oh, okay, sorry.
I'll go after that. Yeah, hi. So I'm Ashutosh, and I also run a community. It's a community based on FOSS technology. It's LLVM Bangalore. It's one of the biggest compiler communities in the world. So this was a very interesting event for me because I got to look at everything from the outside in. I'd been seeing stuff as an organizer, but it was nice to attend something as a participant and let somebody else have the headache of organizing the event. So I have a few questions. I have a question. It's a speculative question, but you can still answer it in whatever way you want. So I used to run a student club, right, back in college. It's still running. My juniors are running it now. So there are two types of clubs in any college now. One are your classic clubs that are just students coming together and doing their own stuff. Like you have Kharagpur Open Source Society, or in my college you have Point Blank, which is what I started. And then the other ones, that's like GDSC, which is backed by Google. You have this Microsoft thing that's backed by Microsoft. So, there's this thing and there's another incident. So, I see that the corporate-backed clubs never do as well as the student ones for natural reasons. Whether it's the corporates having their own agenda, promoting their own technology or whatever. But, as FOSS United grows and it becomes a brand worth defending, so I saw once there was this open source community type thing. They had a program similar to GSOC, similar to Google Summer of Code. So once they organized an open source program and they made students sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement that you can't slander the organization, you can't say anything bad about the organization, you can't speak outside about the organization. And obviously this is stupid for a FOSS organization. But, you guys have spent this much time building up your trust and, building up your reputation with the community, so your name is worth defending. So as you go forward and grow, how do you stop FOSS United from becoming the very thing that it seeks to replace? How do you not become yet another corporate entity that's connecting with colleges? Or if you're organizing your own events, how do you protect your name? So.
Thank you, Ashutosh. Thanks a lot. So let me okay, how do I start? Yeah, so I think the immediate answer to that is just going to be the fact that I don't know if you're aware of these things happening in the community, but we are trying to run elections in the community. FOSS United has been and will continue to be an organization by the community for the community. The foundation is living inside of the larger FOSS United community, and we are just a privileged few who get to work on this full time and drive a number of different initiatives, which in our understanding at the moment are pushing the FOSS-United mission overall, and specifically the FOSS movement overall. And we want to ensure that we are able to give a voice, a very specific and clear and explicit voice to the community. And one way that we think that is going to happen, that we've tried doing in the past, that we are now actively trying to work on again, is by setting up a governance board and having elections within the community so that we are able to elect people from the community into the governance board. And the idea is that right now, the foundation is the implicit speaker and representative of the community. Right now, we are doing things that we believe the community wants and that we believe the community is interested and that we believe are in the best outcome for the community. But that is all implicit. And why do we have these opinions? Because of all the conversations that, again, purely because of the fact that we're all working full time, we get to have a lot of conversations with people of the community, volunteers, people who are actively attending events, and so on. So purely because of the additional context that we have, we are doing things that we believe are in the best interest of the community. But there again, the right way forward that we have known, that we have been working on for about 6 to 8 weeks now. Ram, I don't know if he's here, but Ram is a volunteer who's helping us figure out what should the charter of the FOSS-United community be. What should the constitution of the FOSS-United community be? And we're trying to figure out what should the board look like. What should the governance board look like? What powers should the governance board have? What should they be able to say? What should they be able to do? And how are they actively representing the FOSS-United community? And how do we also ensure that the board itself does not start doing things, or how do we ensure that the board also has new representation on an ongoing basis from the community by ensuring that we're able to bring new people in from within the community or people from outside the community who can help the FOSS-United community grow overall. And the big picture answer is that one of the very specific reasons why we ourselves are not writing the constitution and instead we are trying to pull people, again, people like Ram, who are volunteers, to come in and help do it for us, is because we don't want to put our own biases in. It's as simple as that. We've been having meetings for the last 6 weeks every Tuesday at 4 p.m. We've tried telling the community about it, but I think on one session, 2 people joined in and we didn't get much of a feedback from them. But we've been trying to do this in an open process. And in fact, this is something that we did want to highlight today. Tell all of you that we are trying to write a constitution for the community and we're trying to build a charter. And we would love all of your opinions on that. And we would love all of your help to actually create that constitution. And at the end of the day, when we do run elections, we want all of you to be able to nominate people. We want all of you to be able to tell us, hey, look, here are people with 5 years, 10 years of experience in open source. They've been building open source, they've been using open source, they've created open source software. They have a huge amount of visibility into the open source ecosystem, not just the national, but the international open source ecosystem. They can help the community grow, they can help us build new partnerships, and so on and so forth. And at that point, the foundation just becomes the executive branch. We are acting on the broader direction and the broader vision that the governance board is able to set up and help us realize. Because they, at that point, are the elected representatives of the community. This, we believe, at least in the short term, is going to help alleviate some of these pains. And again, I'm not going to say that this is going to solve all problems. This just means that the community has deferred to the board, and it's quite possible that the board is also going to do things at a later point in time, which the community then comes back and says, oh no, this is not what we wanted. Oh no, we didn't vote for these people, we voted for somebody else, and then these people are doing certain things. But the idea at the end of the day is, again, we want to try and ensure that we have an explicit representation for the community who are able to comment on things that they think we should be doing.
Yeah, so, hey Rahul. I just have a couple of comments, I hope that's fine. So I've been a silent stalker here in FOSS for a long time now. So the first time I'm actually publicly speaking, because you know my thoughts on publicly telling shit, right? Okay, anyway, sorry. I'll try to keep it PG rated, right? You know, myself and a bunch of people who've been attending FOSS for a long time now, while we are no volunteers, we have kind of, what do you say, tried playing an active role in FOSS, and I think I've been pretty vocal when it comes to certain criticisms and stuff. So, given that, given all the stuff that is happening, there's just a couple of things I'd like to bring it up so that when the constitution is made, there are certain things that is enshrined in them, right? One of it is transparency, right? Is particularly now FOSS for me has never really been about the talks. However, the talks were a great way for me to meet people, right? So quality of the talks is something, even if talks is not for me, it is a way to bring people in. So I feel the quality of the talks have to be great, and also the selection process behind the talks have to be transparent, right? Because oftentimes I've seen personally that the talks being selected do not reflect the views of the community. And I'm a part of the community, right? And while I don't speak for everyone, a certain chunk of the community have placed their trust in me. So I believe being transparent. Please let me know if I'm blabbering, right? Please so transparency I think is very important. Making sure the people know why a CFP was chosen, and being just transparent in that goes to that. And to be even complete, the important thing I want to talk about is establishing clear pathways for feedback, right? Because again, I think it's better spoken in private, but still, making it so that if anyone has, irrespective of whether they're someone who just came right now or someone who's been there from day one, for them to be able to give feedback and, what's the word Harish said, not be given token appreciation, right, is very important. So I feel you do these two things. For me, FOSS has always been the community, and the post-FOSS discussions was something I would always look forward to, right? Is where, oftentimes unfiltered, we'd have really kind of unhinged talks, but they were some of the greatest things. And the sad part is I've seen that go away, right? We should really bring that back, right? That's it. Thank you. And you've been doing a great job, by the way.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Please.
Yeah, just very short, I mean, we are talking about governance and stuff like that, but we don't know what FOSS United is actually beyond this event. So just one or two quick thoughts, and I'll have to leave. Sorry. But so the idea was like FOSS United, when we started, was to support projects, right? I mean, that was the heart of FOSS United. It's not about, and I hope that stays. That's all I want to say. Like, it has to be about the code. It has to be about projects. Like, remember Linus Torvalds, like, talk is cheap, show me the code. So, I mean, as long as this community stays true to code being the center, because that's why we are here. And, while we can do governance and all of these nice things, but let's remember the center of this community is the code.
Yeah, thanks, Rishabh. So I'll briefly talk about Rishabh's comment first and then go back to the earlier comment. So like I mentioned, we want to actively promote and support the open source ecosystem in the country. And that includes, if possible, giving all of you financial grants to be able to continue running the project sustainably. Or if we are not able to do that, at least promoting the fact that all of you are doing work. And all of you are creating new projects, and we want to be able to tell the community about the fact that, hey, look, here's all of the new and interesting and exciting projects that are coming up. That is exactly why we set up the project showcase booths upstairs. Hopefully all of you have been able to at least check out a few project showcase booths where there's a ton of open source project coming out of India. A few months back, I think about 1 or 2 months back, I tried doing a brief experiment on a weekend where I just tried recollecting as many projects, open source projects that came out of India. And I got stuck at about 250. I personally could not recollect more than 250 projects that have come out of India. And again, some of them, most of them like very popular, but about 50 of them were like small and much more newer and not as established. But still, I got stuck at 250. The fun and interesting thing that happened was, as we started actually organizing IndiaFOSS, that number slowly started going, and I think, again, it's somewhere about 350 right now. The fundamental problem is that of discoverability. There's a lot of people who are doing very interesting open source work at the edges, on the grassroots level. They're building for their own specific communities. And where I am sitting, there's no way for me to get to know about some of that. All of us have certain blinders on, certain interests that we have, and we don't get to see the kind of work that is happening on the other end of the spectrum, on a completely different dimension. And what we want to do is be able to promote across dimensions, across domains, across languages. We want to be able to say, hey, here is cool open source projects that are being built to solve problems in specific niches, but they're still solving meaningful problems. And that, again, at the end of the day, is how you build a great project. You're solving problems for yourself, you're solving problems that matter in your community, and as that community starts growing, that project starts becoming more visible, more prominent, and more useful, and it starts having a bigger and a bigger impact. And we want to be able to do that. Whenever you come across a project which you feel should get more visibility and doesn't have the kind of a community around them, supporting them that they deserve, please do reach out to us and tell us, because we want to be able to support them, we want to be able to promote them. There's a few different things that we do to be able to do some of these things. It includes just talking about these on social media, sending these as part of the newsletter that we are sharing, where we are trying to highlight these projects. Or again, like I said, if possible, actually giving them grants. If we are not able to, we at least want to put them in touch with other organizations that we know who might be able to give them a grant. Other organizations who can at least use the project meaningfully. Because it could just happen that you built a product, there's someone on the other side who has no idea that this thing exists, but if you just tell them about this, they might actually start using it and generate value, right? So that is the fundamental problem we're trying to solve. Going back to the question of how do we select things and the transparency involved, do people want to take a guess how the talks were chosen for the conference? Any guesses as to how we selected the talks for the conference? Yes, please. Community voting? Close? Someone behind? Reviewers? Okay. Any other answers? How did we select the talks for the conference, the program? Yeah? Diversity. Okay. Any other answers? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Okay. So the answer that the gentleman has is reviewers who are looking to have a breadth of topics at the conference and also look into the depth that the topics go to, and then preferably pick the topics that have depth and also overall increase the breadth of the conference. Can I ask people who they think the reviewers are? As in, like, are there people at the foundation and are we making like non-transparent decisions about who we get to decide are the speakers? Do people have any idea who the reviewers are? I'm sorry? People from the community, volunteers. There was a call for volunteers. So there was a team of volunteers who looked through all the proposals and they ranked the proposals. They had the tedious job of having to read through 250 proposals because we were bad at trying to figure out how to split up the proposals among them, or we were bad at trying to get even more volunteers to be able to look at the proposals. People from the community, people who've been for the last year actually doing the same job for the individual city meetups. Even the city meetups, the talk proposals that are selected are reviewed by, I'm being very careful with the words I use. Earlier, I was wrong in the words I was using because I used to call this the central review committee. There is no centrality to it. There's no one location that all of these people are sitting in. This is a distributed review team that is spread across the country. That question of central review team brings about these notions of, oh yeah, like this is like a center where there is power being like hoarded or something of that sort. But that is not the case. This is distributed. These are all people from the community. These are people who've been helping the community around the year and not just show up for the conference, help during the conference, and then go, which isn't a bad thing. But these are people who are deeply embedded within their individual chapters, within the community, and who have enough of an idea about what FOSS stands for that they're able to make reasonable choices about this is going to help the community overall, this is going to help the diversity of topics, overall improve the diversity of the open source ecosystem and help us drive forward. And there again is a place that we need more volunteers. If you want to look at proposals, if you want to look at the kinds of things that people are trying to talk about, help us review. Be a part of the FOSS distributed review team, be a volunteer, look at the proposals and comment on them. If you want to help IndiaFOSS next year, we would love for you to start tomorrow. And again, even longer term, this year, in fact, one of the interesting things that we did was we asked a number of the shortlisted participants to do mock presentations, where we asked them to give us a rough presentation or maybe even the final presentation so that we could give them feedback on how the talk could be better tuned to the IndiaFOSS conference audience. There's a good chunk of students at the conference, there's a good chunk of professionals at the conference, and trying to make the talk accessible to everyone means that that talk is going to be accessible to no one. If you try and say that I'll try and cater to students and to professionals, you'll be somewhere in the middle stuck with no audience at all. So we want people who have given talks, who've been able to give talks at a meaningful, like at a city or even at a national level, who are able to say, hey, look, you're trying to stay in the middle and you're not catering to anyone. You're not able to provide meaningful information and value to anyone. So we want more people who can help us do mock presentations. At the end of the day, it's about the projects that we're able to build up, but at every single meetup, we want to give people an option to be the first community where they come and they're given a stage. And they're given a platform where they're able to talk to the community, where they're able to talk about what they're interested in, what work they're doing. So we want to help new people find their voice, refine their voice, and then hopefully end up here. In fact, we've had at least a few people who've gone through that exact journey. I am extremely proud of the fact that we've had a few people from my own community in Hyderabad where I help volunteer and organize the meetups, where there have been people who've come and given talks there, who've given multiple talks in the FOSS community and been involved, and then they finally ended up here at the national stage. We want to do that where we are able to help people find that voice. Because the more people who are advocating for open source that they care about, the more that those topics and those domains get the attention that they deserve. We need more people. This is exactly, for example, this is exactly why we need more people from biology coming and talking about the problems that they have, the kinds of tools that they use, the kinds of open source software that they have. And the more that people are doing that, the more domains we are able to have people who are talking about the problems in those domains and the open source projects in those domains, the more people get interested and hopefully are able to start contributing. So there's a whole bunch of different ways in which you can be involved in the FOSS community. And if you're interested, reach out to us and we'll figure something out. I think, did you have, yeah, yes, please.
Thanks, that's great. I'll take a little bit of time here, but I think slightly gray-haired here, been in FOSS for, I think, 22 years now. So once upon a time, 20 years ago, I had come to Bangalore for the first time for an event like this called FOSS.in. I think Fred here probably knows. A couple of here people like Nilesh and all might know about it. So one, it's great to see that after, I think, I don't know if you all know Atul Chitnis and all who used to run this. They had an amazing team who used to run it, and then Atul passed away, unfortunately, and that sort of died away, right? And there were others like Hasgeek and all who continued it, but it's great to see, luckily last 4 years, this is picking up. So it's great to see that. But that said, again, I'm saying this, after, a lot of people, I think you all might know as well, like Pirate Praveen, Arvind, etc. So I'm from Kerala, so we used to go to colleges in Kerala, schools in Kerala, install Linux at that point in time, because that is the in thing then, right? But my qualm is that, just exactly as what Rishabh was saying, we do a lot of events, lot of philosophizing, and talk about which exact license is great and the all details of all that, etc. But actually don't code, right? And I was culpable at that point in time. Later on, obviously, it changed. Thankfully, I went to study abroad, and I got shown other things better. And also, I think, so at the same, I'm not saying these events are not good. Okay, they are absolutely great. And for me, it was probably some of these events were the most eye-opening things for me. Okay, and they definitely changed my career in a drastic way. Like seeing people like Harald Welt talk about IP tables and how he wrote about some of those things, or OpenMoko. I don't know if any of you know OpenMoko phone, which came before even, I think, same time as Apple's iPhone. I bought one of those at that point in time, hacking it, etc. Right? Or people like Miguel de Casa or etc. Miguel de Casa of Mono. I don't know if you all know Mono, and etc. So why am I saying this is because, see, in that set of people, there were few set of people who went on to really do open source contribution at quite a big scale. Like, for example, I don't know if any of you know here, Gopal Vijayaraghavan, who is there in quite a few Apache projects as co-first author as well of some of the papers as well. So there are people like those who went on to do really interesting stuff. And my thing is maybe to this community is that we need to start looking for those kind of people. One, try to learn from them in terms of how do we scale this, right? See, Google Summer of Code probably has done a lot more in terms of actual coding than any of these organizing of events, right? And so that is a thing for us to learn from, right? How do we create well-manicured problems such that people actually can contribute to it, set up a structure that allows for it, and provide mentorship that actually leads to these being completed in a short period of time in a successful manner, right? So that is one thing I will definitely say. Continue this event. I'm not saying don't do the events, but I'm saying we need to start looking. We should not get happy with saying, we did so many events. We did that mistake 20 years ago. I don't want you all to continue to do that mistake, because I can tell you that did not, I mean, it was great. It opened eye for a lot of people, but I don't think that's enough. Right? Today, with that view of things, I think we need to go further now. Right? Our challenge should be that not just having, again, see, I won't say anyone who puts an open source library out there is an open source project, right? It has to have certain amount of traction. It has to have, even it doesn't have traction, not necessarily measure thing, because there are a lot of projects, 4 years, 5 years, nothing's there. 10th year absolutely grows, right? So that's not necessarily a good enough thing. Maybe what kind of features, the depth of thought process, etc. also can be there. And maybe we can have things like, I guess, I think I am a big believer of what you don't measure, we cannot improve, right? So maybe along the lines of what you said, can we keep track of 100 projects that are doing exceptionally well? And write, 2 line or 3 line of what are those key features that makes it. The stars of, GitHub stars don't count. I'm sorry, because it's just easy to hack those, okay? They all are fake metrics, right? Either people using it and then telling amazing stuff that way they're using it, that's good, or secondarily features and why those particular features matter, right? That has to be, you need to have some slightly more review panel who has knowledge of that to be able to comment on that. Those are 2 things I will say, because I just feel that, to some degree we are repeating the mistakes of the past. So I really hope we don't repeat those mistakes. Instead, we have a lot of contribution. See, I genuinely feel bad that we have so little contribution from India, right? It's just so little, right? The same Indians, once you go to the US, there are a lot of people contributing. Okay, I can take Linux kernel, I can tell you n number of people, many of them, some of them are friends as well, who all are contributing, sitting in Intel and various other places, Google, etc. Right? But that's not enough, right? Why can we do it here? And I'm very sure that we can do it here. We'll need to change few other things. Again, data structures and other things probably are important, and those things are probably not taught well, etc. But I think, again, this could be a good platform for that. Another thing also maybe even how-tos about what not to do. right? Don't do yet another Flutter project, right? Or don't do yet another CRUD app of React, right? That's not going to do anything to your career, nor are you building anything out of that, right? So those kind of things, I think maybe you all can, I am happy to connect you to some of these people like Vijay, Gopal and all. I'm happy to connect you to folks in order to maybe, create that things about what not to do. And then maybe you all should create the structure like Google Summer of Code wherein we really are measuring output, right? Otherwise, it's all bullshit, okay? I'm sorry. You're sorry me for anything. Otherwise, it's all nice to say. But otherwise, it's not nothing. It's all talks, number of people coming. It all doesn't matter. That 10 people who actually contributes really, really matters, right? So yeah, thanks.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'll answer or respond to this in this fashion. So in college, like I said, I did physics. I did physics because I liked +2 physics, but BSMS in physics is an entirely different beast. It is in no way what +2 physics is. I went in, and at the end of the first year, I was failing courses and I was completely disillusioned. From that point on, I was just trying to find things that I'd be like interested in, and I'd just try and have fun. So I was part of the astronomy club, and I was very active in the astronomy club. Second year, it's just sort of like a wish come true when our department finally had an astronomy professor, a cosmology professor. He moved from a different institute, and then he started talking about cosmology. He started talking about maybe doing courses on astrophysics and cosmology at our physics department a few years down the line. And I was just like, oh my God, this is the perfect situation. So the very first opportunity that I had, I ran to him and I said, please give me a project. I want to work with you this summer. Please give me a project that I can work on. And then he said, here is some reading work that you have to do. You have to understand these basics to be able to do anything in astrophysics. So here are some assignments. Please complete them. Come back to me, and then I'll give you more assignments. 3 months passed. I did nothing. I went back to him 6 months later and said, please give me some projects. I'm very interested in astronomy. I want to do something. He said, okay, fine. Here, I'll give you some more problem statements. This time they're even easier. So work on them. Come back to me. I'll give you even more assignments. 6 more months passed, I did nothing. I went back to him again, third year somewhere. This time he said, go away. Go away. So I just did a whole bunch of random things, and then I came back in my fourth year and I said, give me a project. He said, you say you like astrophysics. You say you like astronomy. You say you love astronomy. But all you are is infatuated with it. You're infatuated with it. You do not actually love it. Loving something means that you actually put in the time and energy and work to be able to do meaningful things in that thing that you're interested in. If you're infatuated, you'll just daydream about that topic all of your life, and you'll not actually do anything. You'll not put in the hard work necessary to be able to do something meaningful in that domain. That was the first time that hit me like a ton of bricks. Because that difference between infatuation and love, the fact that you need to put in time and energy, a crazy amount of time and energy and hard work, with something that you have no idea whatsoever. You don't even know some of these basics, but you still have to say, okay, fine, I'm going to put in the time and energy. I have no idea if I'll understand some of these things at all or not in the first place. I don't know if once I start on this journey, if I'll continue loving this thing or not. But still, you put in the time and energy to go on that path. Because that is the difference between love and infatuation. There's a ton of people who are infatuated with open source right now. There's an absolute ton of people who are infatuated with open source. There's a surprising amount of content on social media which talks about open source. Oh, I did this with open source. Oh, I did that with open source. Oh, I got this with open source, etc., etc., etc. There's a certain amount of infatuation there. I personally don't see that as love. And there's a ton of people in the FOSS community who don't see that as love. Because they're not putting in the deep work that is needed to be able to ensure that that project lives up to global standards. Right? You're not just making something open source for the sake of making it open source. You're actually putting in the time, energy, hard work, and sweat and tears to be able to make it into a world-class open source project that is able to solve problems meaningfully, that's able to bring new people into the community meaningfully, and that's able to sustain that community meaningfully. And that's something that I always tell myself and remind myself, and I'm trying to tell people who I run into. So do ask yourself, are you infatuated with open source? Or do you think you love open source? And if you think you love open source, are you putting in the time and energy to be able to go down that path? Just 1 second, Venki. Talking about specifically what you mentioned, finally coming back to, we run a hackathon. We run a hackathon which is slightly different than other hackathons. Huge kudos to Ansh and Ria, who actually helped organize the hackathon this year. The new thing that we did last year and that we did even more this year that we'll continue doing is partner projects. We partnered with a number of existing open source projects, commercial and community oriented, and we got people to hack on them. We got those projects to say, you know what, okay, we will try and improve our projects so that they're more accessible to people, and we'll also try and do code walkthroughs. We'll try and be accessible through our different discourse channels or communities to be able to respond to people who are interested in contributing. And at the end of the day, we had about 10 meaningful contributions by about 40 or 50 people to these projects. And that's a lot more than what we had last year. And that's something that we want to continue doing. So there again, if you have a project that you want to get contributions for, and you want students specifically to be able to get their first opportunity of contributing to open source, tell us. We'd love to have you part of the partner project program next year. And the thing is, we don't want to emulate GSOC, but we want to be able to see how best we are able to fit it into the student context over here. So we are trying to do an interesting take on that, where we're able to say, we'll have the student clubs where we're doing awareness sessions, which transition into action sessions where you're actually using or maybe even hacking on the projects. You end up contributing to meaningful large open source projects as part of FOSS Hack. And maybe once you're onboarded, you continue working with the projects, hopefully for a semester, if not your entire college life. One of the fundamental problems about GSOC that I recently got to know about by someone who was a GSOC contributor and a GSOC mentor in the community is the fact that a lot of people do GSOC as a resume line item. And the reason why I'm saying that is because they don't go back to continue contributing to that project. GSOC ends, they stop contributing. Or next year for GSOC, they don't go back as mentors for that project. There's a huge amount of churn that the open source communities have to go through because of things of this sort. And we are trying to see how we can ensure that the nascent open source ecosystem in the country doesn't have to deal with that high cost churn. And again, some of the ways that we're thinking of doing that is by saying that we'll have partner projects and we will slowly transition people who are students primarily and also professionals. Professionals are always welcome to join the hackathon and contribute to the partner projects. And we slowly then transition them into projects so that we're not talking about that as a line item in their resume, but rather as a slow, methodical, and long-term contribution to these projects. Venki?
I want to make 3 quick points. Firstly, if you look at the GitHub Octaverse report, it says that we are the 3rd largest community on GitHub, I think after US and China. But picking up from what Rishabh said earlier, code is really, really critical. We should have global world-class projects coming out of India. So I think this is where Rishabh and I, one of the few things that Rishabh and I really agree upon. So I think in the next 10 years, we should have a goal that, we should have world-class projects coming out of India, which, are used massively across the world. And that's basically going into the global open source community. Second is that I think the FOSS community really needs to step up the policy game. There is so much that is happening, the massive push on patenting software, and which is completely against the 4 freedoms of FOSS. If you have methods like slide to unlock, patents on e-commerce, patents on online voting, it really deeply affects your freedoms. So therefore, the FOSS community needs to become a lot more policy oriented. Every time there is a meeting at the patent office, you will have patent attorneys and lawyers there, but very, very few developers. I think that if the developers are not there, our voices are not going to be heard, and then it's going to be an extremely hard battle. We did a study in the endsoftwarepatents.in website, and we found that If you are attacked with a patent lawsuit, it will cost you at least 3 crores to, if you fight it all the way to the court, instead of settling out of court, it will cost you at least 3 crores. So if you want to do something about it, the time is now. We can still kind of fight it out and go to the government and push back on that. The third is, more of I think one of the most inspiring things about the FOSS community is that, we collaborate, we build communities, we share knowledge with each other. And I think in this kind of a world where, you see a lot of division, a lot of, religious, caste-based discrimination, you see countries fighting against each other. This FOSS really brings all of us together. And I think that's the most inspiring thing about FOSS. So I think may the FOSS be with all of us, and may this community grow.
Thanks, Venki.
Can I take a minute?
1 second. I think I'm actually guilty of only being infatuated with tech policy and not loving tech policy, because I used to maintain a forum post on absurd patents. Just absolutely absurd patents that have been issued in India. But yeah, I clearly don't love it enough because I'm not doing it regularly enough, so I'll try and love it more. But again, more in generally, how many people feel like tech policy is out of place in the FOSS community? It's okay, there's one person who tried raising their hands and looked around and put it down. So there again, right? So we've had a few conversations with a few organizations and like a few government entities. And the thing we've realized is nobody is representing the FOSS community. Absolutely no one is representing the FOSS community. We had conversations with people who drafted a bill last year. And after a conversation that me and Venki had with them, they came back and said, absolutely excellent points. We've talked to hundreds of organizations, including IITs, startups, venture capital companies, and a whole bunch of other ecosystem enablers in the ecosystem. Nobody talked about FOSS. Nobody talked about the value of open source for each of those companies, even though all of them are fundamentally reliant on open source software. So nobody is representing the FOSS community when it comes to policy discussions and the direction that the government is taking us in, or the civil society is going towards. So if we don't speak up, nobody is going to speak for us. That is the fundamental reason why tech policy is a fundamental pillar of the work that FOSS United wants to do, and it's not an ancillary thing, an external thing that we are trying to do as an add-on. It is fundamental to the mission, because if we don't speak up, nobody else is going to. At the same time, having said that, we don't want to say that we are representing all of the FOSS developers in India. That is hubris, that is naive. What we are hoping to do is, there are a ton of people who are experts who've been active in the FOSS communities for the last 20 years. And we want to try and work with all of these communities, try and bring awareness about topics to them if they are not aware, or build coalitions so that all of us together are able to say, here is a diverse, across state lines, across political lines, group of people who are all trying to talk about FOSS and who are trying to say what you're doing is not in the best benefits of the FOSS community and in general for the software community. So that is fundamentally why we believe tech policy is a fundamental pillar of the work that we need to do and that we are trying to do. And there again, if you're interested in that aspect, please talk to us. We can figure out some ways in which you can work with us and collaborate with us on doing the tech policy work. I think somebody raised their hand. Yeah, I think we'll go with Shri first because, but yeah, it's okay, go ahead, you have the mic.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make a quick 3 observations. So the first is, I agree with what Disruptive mentioned, and I'm not fanboying him, but I go back to his quote that he has on Twitter. I'm just going to read it. Reminder to self, in midst of all the noises out there to distract you, if there is one thing you must remember, is build. Build today on top of what you built yesterday. Build better products, stories, teams. Build so some of it stays. I think there is a lot of wisdom there. And despite, this is not to, again, I very much agree with the gentleman who just spoke about code being the center, talk being cheap. So yeah, I echo that sentiment. And I had an interesting observation today. So in today's meetup, a student, he was in 11th standard. His name is Kumar Swami. I'm not sure he's here. He came to me and he was asking me for some advice on things. And upon asking him much, he told that he's working on a new programming language, a structure which is inspired by Kotlin. And he's doing something. And that's really amazing. I didn't know that, right? And there was another project, Helios. I'm not sure how many of you here know Helios, the browser? So I learned about it here today. They're building something, some AI feature on top, taking Chromium and building something on top of it. And this is done by fourth-year engineering students. Trying to build a browser, the scope of ambition is insane, right? And then there was an interesting project, Mecca. They're building something like, Shoaib was explaining something to me on the chips that they're manufacturing, the things that they're building. All of it is going on top of my head. I'm not able to understand. It's like, I feel dumb. It's technically superior shit that they're doing, right? And the point I'm making is that, so there is a lot of things that don't get visibility. That is something that gets missed out. When we say that we don't have a lot of open source contributions or things that are being built in India, one of the things is that there is. It's just that there is a lack of visibility, and I don't know why. And there was another time, somebody came and told me that they're building a gRPC client, asking my feedback, and I was encouraging them to go and post it on social media, right? So one suggestion I have is, we should be more vocal. Just whatever you're doing, it doesn't matter who reads it, just post it. Like, I was searching for Helios on Telegram's FOSS United. I didn't see it in FOSS project. You should post it. The gRPC person who's doing it, you should post it. The Kumar Swami, the language that you're working on, you should post it when you make updates to it. So that's something, one opinion. The second is struggle and adoption. It's again an observation. From my experience with Bruno, for some reason we are laggards when it comes to adoption, right? I don't want to talk about Bruno and just take this space to talk about it, but just sharing that experience. The adoption of Bruno did not come from India. It pains me to say that, but it did not come from India. I spoke about it for a year with the companies. I worked in 2 companies. They did not adopt it there. It's the West and Europe that adopted it. And now there is adoption in India. And we should look at it. Why is that? I don't know why is that, but we should look at it. Like, why do we, and when things like this happen, like I had the perseverance to go on for 2 years. A lot of them don't. They build interesting projects. They don't see adoption. They don't see some sort of validation, and the enthusiasm dies. I don't know what the solution is, but something to remember, observe. The last point is open source. I remember Kailash, I think it was IndiaFOSS 2. At the end of it, he was saying that it's great, we all have these events, we all have the stocks, but what really matters is, are you going to go back home and are you going to write code, right? Are you going to do something, right? So one thing is that there is a certain, forget open source on one side. I see it as joy of building. Like, what do you like to build? Like, what would you do when nobody is looking at you? Like, do you like to tinker? Do you like to do some hobby, right? Nobody's looking at you. Nobody's giving you any fame. So I think that's the root. So once you have that, then everything else falls in place. So looking at, I want to get into open source is the wrong mindset. Looking at, the question is, what do I like building? And then that naturally leads to open source, right? As a programmer, if you like building software, naturally you want to open source it and you'll get visibility, right? But it needs to begin with the joy of building it. And one thing that I had is, one thing I love FOSS United, and my dream for FOSS United is that there are so many, in India, there are so many people who don't have the right access to computers or even access to the community, right? So there are so many people, I fell in love in programming when I was 22 years old, and that was when I was introduced to a Linux terminal, and I've been doing that ever since. There are a lot of students who just need that spark, who just need that, show them that, okay, there is a field like this, that you can do open source, or that you can build things. And I think that FOSS United can open up that gate of providing access and visibility to students. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks, Anu. I'll just talk about a couple of things there, especially because you talked about just sort of feeling like talking to Shoaib at Mecca and just feeling like you're dumb. One of the best experiences for me is feeling like I didn't know that. Right? For me, that's a beautiful feeling. Like, wow, I didn't know that. Right? I've been around in a bunch of places in the country. I've been to a few other places outside, and I've tried being active in a whole bunch of different communities across the world. And one of the things I love about this community is I never feel like I'm the smartest person in the room. I don't want to feel like I'm the smartest person in the room. If I start feeling that way, I want to get out of that room. And the thing that I've loved about this community is for the last 1.5 years, I've never felt like I've been the smartest person in the room. And that's something that I love. Because that means that every single time I'm in the community, I get to feel like, wow, I didn't know that. That's a beautiful feeling. That's a beautiful feeling that I want to keep alive, because the more projects we have, the more work that we're doing, the more interesting things that we're solving, the more different kinds of problems that we're solving across domains, the more we get to spread that, wow, I didn't know that, to people. And that sort of sparks things. There's a beautiful amount of energy that you get from it. I want to go on a bit of a tangent here, just to briefly talk about it. People have slowly been moving out, but there's still a few people in the audience. I want you all to sort of look around and tell me what is fundamentally missing in the group of people who are in the audience right now. Any answers? Yeah, I can't look and tell college students. Okay, so there aren't as many women in the audience. In general, there are few women in the tech community, and there are even fewer in the open source community. Anything else? Perfect. Why is it that there are a few 30-year-olds, there are even fewer 40-year-olds, even fewer 50 and 60-year-olds? That is also diversity. That is also diversity. Diversity is not just about gender representation, it's about ages, it's about handicaps, it's about disabilities, it's about everything. It's about anyone who is underrepresented in the tech community. And why is this important? Exactly because they have done these things before us. They've been working for the last 20 years to try and do some of these things, and they have seen and done the same kind of experiments that we're trying to do, and they can tell us, please don't do this, we have done this before, it's the same conditions, nothing has changed, so try something else. And communities should actively try to bring more people in to ensure that we are not making the same mistakes over and over again and wasting our energy and wasting our time and feeling burnt out and then moving out. So we should actively try and ensure that we are creating a space that is comfortable and accessible to people of all ages, shapes, and forms. Any other thoughts and comments? I think we had Shri.
You have 1 or 2 minutes. Yes, I'll stick to the timeline.
Perfect.
So first thing, it's just a comment from my side. Having been, a part of open source since 2003 or something like that, I see the situation improving. Earlier, when we had all the FOSS.in, Linux Bangalore and everything, we used to be in awe of all the foreign developers, right? Now, just count the number of foreign developers here. And so the community is maturing. So we will always have a gap between aspiration and reality till we are there, right? But I see that this is a big step up. We have IndiaFOSS. I think it's a great selection of talks. I really liked it. Great job to the selection community. And I would say people should actually step up when volunteers are called for and then, get involved. A lot of times what happens is, what I have seen is, once somebody puts up something after a lot of effort, then a lot of people jump in and try to find the loopholes in it. I mean, a better solution would be to kind of volunteer upfront. So
it's open source. We want your comments. We want you to point out when we are doing something wrong, but then we don't have enough resources to do everything. So please volunteer your time and help us fix things.
So one minor nitpick about the conference. Geeks are about coffee. We need all day coffee. Rahul, right? It get sponsorship. It could be paid coffee for all you mean. So I can help you set up a stall outside. I can find vendors if that's what you
know
want.
what? I think I will pay Blue Tokai to set up a coffee shop over here just to ensure that there's always
I'll get 30 copy. Right? Some things about the conference. Of course, great job, I think. One thing I find is that a lot of software development is happening in parallel with the, the getting out the stuff. So for example, when we had that agenda and the schedule, right? It's like the agenda doesn't actually, the talks, the schedule doesn't link to this thing. So, and that's, kind of hard to understand. And it's a reasonable inconvenience, right? One thing is that IndiaFOSS is gaining a lot of prominence as I see it, right? And rightfully so. We are on the 4th edition, right, to 2024. One thing I would strongly suggest, I have also given this feedback privately, is that we should say that this is the timeline and we should stick to it, right? We should not move the conference dates around here and there. Roughly, we should say, okay, it's in September 2nd week or, that kind of thing. It helps people plan. And, well, I don't understand how it ended up with a clash with Ganesh Chaturthi, because irrespective of the person's orientation, it might just have a lot of social pressure, but I am surprised to learn that in spite of all of that, there was more people yesterday than today. But I think great job with the conference and, just some minor points.
Thanks, Sri. Thank you very much for pointing out constructive criticism. If you have constructive criticism, please tell us. The Fascinated platform and the website are all works in progress, and there's been, in fact, the program committee and the tech team were sort of racing against each other to see who was going to finish the actual schedule website in time, who was going to be created before the other person, and so on and so forth. If you want to contribute to the platform, please. The website and the platform which we use to host all of the events that Fascinated does, including the city meetups and the IndiaFOSS conference, is open source. And we would love contributions. All of it is written in Python, in the Frappe framework, with front-end in Vue and JavaScript. And we desperately need contributions. We are trying to do the best that we can, given the resources that we have. But yeah, like any open source project, we definitely have things that we want to improve. These are issues that we've had, and we do want to work on it. One other thing also is we want to do a better job next year of having things ready much ahead of the conference instead of talking about events right up until the last minute. So there's definitely things that we need to improve upon, and we are going to try and do those things next year, hopefully with a lot more help from all of you. I think we have time for a couple of more questions and comments.
Hello. So I've got to hear about FOSS last year through my friend Noor. And the moment I got to know that, I did realize that I was working like a robot, and that made me a human after all, to find resources, see how to automate things, how not repeat. And I'm so glad that I've met this community who is working on. So my curiosity when it comes to FOSS was, if it's working on projects related to the education and also the pedagogy, because this is something which I've always been working on, that in order to work with remote places, or the role of tech today, and especially how digitalized India is getting into. So education is somewhere where I was trying to find a lot of LMS, learning management system tools and all, which I couldn't find much. And also in the global source community, when I was trying to find, which I didn't. So I've tried reaching out people, like making aware about my friends about the open source and all. The first thing is that a lot of people I've seen from open source have had a good background of education, and then they've started doing projects on the curiosity. Like someone mentioned that spark where you feel like you have to start. So are you in plan of collaborating with education institutions across India? And also, and my curiosity was more on LMS, the learning management system tools, and also how to reduce the paperwork and other stuff that happens in schools, education institutions, so that since we are all here and we are all using social media, we know how UI, what are the things to work with and all. So that's something which I was curious if you could answer.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that question. So I'll first talk about the bigger picture and then go into the details. So there's two different depths to which we talk about open source in any specific domain. One of it is you just use digital tools and FOSS tools in the periphery. You use them as to be able to solve some of these generic problems like learning management systems. The deeper integration happens when you are digitalizing education itself and not just using digital tools, but rather fundamentally integrating some of these things into the course content, the pedagogy, the different courses that are happening, and the curriculum overall. Can I ask what your educational background is? What did you major in? Computer science, right? So for me, one of the fun things that I was doing when I was learning programming, I failed my first computer science course. CS 101 in my college, I failed it. I barely passed it in my second year. I didn't touch programming for about 4 years. And then finally, the reason why I picked up Python is because I was doing an internship. The professor said, you need to analyze this astronomy data, create these plots, show me the results. He said, I don't care what language you use. I don't care how you do it. You just need to give me these results. I didn't care about Python. I cared about the fact that I was working on interesting problems that I cared about, and I was able to learn a language just enough to be able to solve the problem that I cared about. The problem is what kept me going and not the specific tools that I was using. There's a lot of interesting work that the FOSS organization is doing out of IIT Bombay, FOSSEE, free and open source software in engineering education, if I'm not wrong. For example, they are not just talking about using LMSs to be able to further education. They're going further to actually integrate open source tools in the college curriculums and the courses, instead of just saying that we're going to use it on the periphery. One of the things that we are actively trying to do this year is we want to work with students and college professors to see how they can replace existing closed source commercial software with open source software in the courses. People with an engineering background here, how many people have had to use MATLAB? So there's a ton of open source equivalents that you could use instead of MATLAB. It's just a question of the organization actually, the course instructor and the curriculum being updated to ensure that you don't have to rely on commercial software, you don't have to rely on MATLAB or any of the other things in electronics engineering or mechanical engineering or any other engineering discipline for that matter. We need people who can help modify these curriculums so that they're using free and open source equivalents instead of the commercial software. The brilliant thing that the commercial software people did was they said, you know what, your students will give you a license for free. And the brilliant thing that happened was the students got used to it for 4 years. And after 4 years, when they went to a company, they said, this is the only thing we can use. You need to buy a license to this, otherwise we can't do this work. So they now have people who are locked in for life who are going to pay them for the rest of their life for 4 years of free software usage. So this is how we need to fundamentally digitalize education instead of just using digital tools for education. And we are trying to work on that. And again, if you're interested and if people in here are interested in trying to do that, where you're looking at different engineering disciplines and courses and trying to modify the courses so that they're using free and open source tools instead of commercial tools, we'd love volunteers.
I mean, so more importantly, I was emphasizing on LMS. The reason being, we are used to traditional classroom-based teaching, and currently we have like bunch of video lectures where you keep watching. So I've been observing YouTube and other sources where people say, I mean, someone mentioned not the stars, but the comments. So they say that this is more helpful and this is more, transparent the way we learn from these lectures. But again, found a loophole that they keep watching the tutorials, repeating the same thing. Also, like someone mentioned, start with the create React app again. So instead, they don't know that there's some already set up. I've recently got to know some backend as service tools. So then I realized why to write a code again if there is something like that. So this awareness is what I was talking about.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like there's definitely a lot of different things that need to be done. If LMS is what you're specifically interested in, there are open source LMSs. Moodle is a very popular open source LMS. And there's a few others that, for example, the Indian government created. The NPT, I'm sorry? Frappe LMS, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that. We use Frappe LMS for Mon School, yeah. So there's a ton of open LMSs out there. There's like definitely things that need to be improved in those LMSs, and if that's what your specific area of interest is, there's definitely LMSs that you can contribute to. I think we have time for maybe one more question. Yeah.
Not questions. One is with regards to the previous discussion on tech policy. I feel FOSS United spending too much time on distracting tech policies might be distraction.